walk in the spirit is difficult, dealing with all of the ignorance. But in the Bible, it's still talking about the Bible. What is the benefit? Everything about you counterfeit. There ain't no rebuttal you can counter with. On the internet, you the master teacher. In real life, you powerless. Keep it real with you, I don't have time for this. I ride for this, my forefathers died for this. They cry for this opportunity, presently I possess, and right now you are the opposite. If you walk in love, you fulfill the law. Don't get involved and you ain't giving it all. If you ever think it's cool to threaten another man's family, then you already lost. Chemtrails got aluminum, heavy metal saturate the atmosphere. Manhattan Project, time travel, Mandela effect, what happened here? GMO food processing to the whole world become obsolete. A black man who believes in Jesus, got my own team taking shots at me. You trespassing on property that you don't fully understand properly. All the back and forth, that's not for me, that's for ROC and the War Machine. If we ride together, then we ride together. If we can't do it, I'd rather leave. I still stand on the word of God till the day I die and no longer breathe. We trapped inside the diaspora, nightmares of the massacre. Cold sweat, I'm below deck in the middle passage, just a passenger. Revolutionary hardcore, liberation, that's a hard job. You ain't ready, you a oddball. Keep your mouth closed like lockjaw. I learned trying to bring people together on the same page, make them separate. All the talk about reconciliation, when the time come, you hesitate. If Jesus was able to sit at the table with a bunch of sinners, you very fake. Your steps ordered by the Lord, and how it was yesterday, a big mistake. We the city sitting on the hill. Guess it all depends on how you live. Guess it all depends on how you feel, and we both know that ain't God's will. I stood on what I felt was right. I don't never question if God's real. Trapped inside this matrix, I'm about to pop the red and the blue pill.
Bless them which persecute you. Bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, said the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:14-21.
Peace. What it is, it's your brother Tyvon Swaino, aka the Orthodox Moor, aka the Seven Pillar Saracen, aka Brother Moore. Wishing you all peace and blessings. Y'all see the title of the show, y'all know what it is. I'm not looking to make this like a call out to Ahlazar'S Sakari. I'm not looking to make this an adding insult to injury kind of a conversation. None of them kind of things. This is meant to be like a medicinal conversation here. But I'm going to take my own advice on this one and slow things down. I'm also going to take the advice of someone else who told me to make this worthwhile. I was going to make this a short kind of a conversation and presentation, but instead I've decided to make it a longer one. This is going to be my last long one for quite some time. But this is an important topic that needs to get understood and dealt with. Because there's a lot at stake here, fam. There's a lot of important stuff at stake here. This is a lot bigger than, is this Ahlazar descended from a European male or not? At the end of the day, that doesn't even matter, fam. I mean, science stipulates there's going to be a certain percentage of people who are of an African American descent who are going to come from European males. It just is what it is. Some European females as well, right? Just is what it is on it. That's not a big deal. What's at stake here? There's a lot at stake, fam. There's a lot at stake. I'm going to get into that in a second. But what I'm going to do first is I'm going to play Ahlazar breaking down his understanding of the 12 tribes chart. And I'm going to play Ahlazar giving his understanding of DNA. And then I'm going to get into my opinions on certain stuff. And I'll just say this as a disclaimer now, because I'll show it later on. I have absolutely zero beef with Sakari. Zero beef with Sakari. Me, Ahlazar, and Deacon are all from the same area. I'm a little older than Ahlazar. But we have similar stomping grounds and whatnot, similar experiences and whatnot. I'm somebody who's actually very recently come out and defended Sakari. You have people out here like Elder Mike talking about like how they got like the worst exegesis in the game, and that they're the worst people out here and they do no good for the people, etc. Nah, I came out here and made a 6-hour video. The first 2.5 hours of we're basically defending the camps and the moderates and etc. against the things that the church weren't doing. The fact that they were addressing people that the church weren't addressing, and reaching people the church weren't reaching and whatnot. Attesting to the fact that I can tell you for a fact that there was less gangbanging in my state because of Sakari. That there's less gangbanging in my state because of Sakari. And that I would much prefer them being on the street corner saying what they're saying, being in the book, etc. Whether I disagree with whether I disagree with some of their stances or not, I would much prefer they do that than be back on the streets doing what they were doing. And I appreciate them for giving people avenues away from that. They do a really serious work out here that I don't agree with the racist rhetoric in any way, shape, or form. There's a lot of stuff that they say I do agree with that the Christians don't agree with. So this isn't me hating. This isn't me busting shots at nobody. I got a lot of sincere respect for Sakari in a lot of ways. And I personally think that they and Ahlazar have a particular calling, if they answer it, to actually lead the camps into a more serious existence, to where they can leave behind the racist rhetoric and start actually building on a real national level, on a real meaningful level, in a way to where they're being a light to themselves and the nations. Into a real meaningful aspect of becoming kingdom builders and drawing nations to the light of our rising and whatnot. So again, this isn't a beef thing in any way, shape, or form. None whatsoever. But with that, I'm going to share my screen right quick. Do this video file thing. Let's see, which one was it? I believe it's this one here. Let's go.
I knew it was prophecy, 1,000 times worse than the Jewish atrocities. Uneven playing field, there'll never be a fair score, cause in 1619, that's when they declared war. We the 12 tribes, the ones that the promise reaches. My Negro...
The charts, how do you know that this is accurate?
Because biblical prophecy.
Where in, I know about Deuteronomy 28, but what about the rest?
Deuteronomy 28 helps identify the nation in general. When you go to the scriptures and the prophecies that specifically speak about certain tribes, that's how you know. Like, give me Deuteronomy 33, starting at 8. Matter of fact, let's start there. Right? Give me Genesis 49, and then First Chronicles 12 and 32. 33, 8. No. 33, you're gonna start at 8, right? So let's start here. The tribe of Levi, right? Get what I have you hold. Genesis 49. First Chronicles 12, and also Revelation 7, right? So we're going to start with Levi, the so-called Haitian, right? Read.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 33, verse 8. And of Levi he said, let thy Thummim and thy Urim
be with thy Holy One.
Let thy Thummim and thy Urim be with the Holy One. Are you familiar with the Thummim and the Urim? Right, so Aaron used to have these specific devices in his garment, right? And he would be able to throw them on the ground or look at them and get an answer from the Most High, right? Now, in Haiti, what do we have? You can maybe throw down chicken bones. They have some form of crystal, all these various things, and that's how they can get an answer about something, right? So it say, let thy Thummim and thy Urim be with the Most High, right? Showing you, it tells you in the New Testament, right, that God give gifts without repentance. You familiar with that scripture, right? So meaning God gave them the gift of Thummim and Urim, right? But he said, let it be with thy Holy One, meaning do it righteously, right? I gave you the gift, do it righteously. Now, Haitians, we do it wickedly, right? But he gave us the gift regardless, right? Read.
God, whom thou didst prove at Massah, and with whom thou didst strive at the waters of Meribah.
Right, so that's how Levi earned the priesthood through the valiant acts they did in the wilderness, right? Keep going.
God, verse 9, who said unto his fathers and to his mother, I have not seen him.
Read on.
Neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor knew his own children.
Go ahead.
For they have observed thy word and kept thy covenant.
Right, read on.
They shall teach Jacob thy judgment.
Right, so that's how they got the priesthood, right? But keep going.
And Israel thy law. They shall put incense before thee and whole burnt sacrifices upon thine altar.
Right, so even to this day, if you look at any voodoo sacrifice, it goes according exactly how the law says, right? Read.
God, verse 11. Bless Lord his substance and accept the work of his hand.
Accept the work of his hand. If you look during the slave times, Haiti outproduced the world in coffee and sugar, right? Because the work of our hands was blessed, right? Even though it was under Egypt, that's why Esau, the French got so much money during that time up until we took them out, because the work of our hands was blessed, right? Read.
God, smite through the loins of them that rise against him.
And that's why we're the only ones to have a successful revolt.
That's right.
It says, smite through the loins of them that go against him, right? Read.
And of them that hate him,
see that? Go ahead.
That they rise not again.
See that? We were the only ones that can do it, right? So I always start here, right, with Levi, right? Because we're the glue that brings both kingdoms, or black and Hispanic, together, right? And I'm gonna show you. Get Revelation 7 real quick. Go ahead.
There you go. Also, France never rose again after they lost Haiti.
That's right.
It was their ultimate decline.
Yeah. Now they just the punk to Britain or US now. You see what I'm saying? They got to do whatever they say now, right? That's into that. Okay, let's give me Revelation 7, right? Starting at 4. Let's start at verse 4.
This is Revelation chapter 7, verse 4. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000.
So like, get this real quick. Get Sirach 30, right? So 144,000. You familiar, right? Yeah. So keep going.
Of all the tribes of the children of Israel.
12,000 from each tribe. Now watch this. Read.
Of the tribe of Judah were sealed 12,000.
Judah, right? The so-called Negro, right? Where is Judah? Where is the Negro at?
Over here.
Right? United States of America in particular, Judah, right? It says, of Judah sealed 12,000, right? Read.
Of the tribe of Reuben were sealed 12,000.
Where's Reuben? Also in America, right? Southeast America, in Florida, right? Reuben, read.
Of the tribe of Gad were sealed 12,000.
Gad, also in America. See that? So the three tribes that are shared in the United States of America, they're all mentioned together in a sequence, right? Now watch this, read.
Of the tribe of Asher.
Asher.
Sealed 12,000.
Those are the people in South America, right? Colombia to Uruguay, right? That's in South America, right? So we did north, now the south, right? Read.
Of the tribe of Naphtali were sealed 12,000.
Naphtali, that's Argentina and Chile. That's the rest of South America. So now we got North America and South America covered sequentially, right? There's no other time where the tribes are mentioned in this order, which is interesting, right? Read.
Of the tribe of Manasseh were sealed 12,000.
So Manasseh is the so-called Cuban. That's the island of Cuba, right? Read.
Of the tribe of Simeon were sealed 12,000.
Read.
Of the tribe of Levi were sealed 12,000.
Simeon and Levi are on the same island. You can swim from that island to Cuba. Plenty of brothers did it, right? That's how close they are. So as we can see, all the tribes are being mentioned in a perfect sequence with exactly how the chart got it, right? Now the brother who got the revelations about this chart, which is already, I'm sure you heard about it, right? He never brought this out. Brothers didn't start bringing this out till about 99 after REI had already went off, right? So about 99 brothers realized this. Damn, all of these are listed and the exact geographical locations of where they at. In that sequence, right? We're going to keep going, right, Reed?
Of the tribe of Issachar were sealed 12,000.
Issachar, the Mexican, right, Reed?
Of the tribe of Zebulun were sealed 12,000.
Zebulun is Guatemala to Panama, right under Mexico, right? Boom. Issachar and Zebulun together, right, Reed?
Of the tribe of Joseph were sealed 12,000.
Ephraim, right? Puerto Rican, Reed?
Of the tribe of Benjamin were sealed 12,000.
Right. What's right next to Puerto Rico? I mean, what's right next to Jamaica, Puerto Rico, right? They're close. You see what I'm saying? So now we have that as what we call like a further installation of, okay, all of this coincidentally is that geographical sequence, right? Now, where we at? What I had you hold? First Chronicles. I had you hold something else. Salaki, give me this. Right back. Yeah, here we go. Now watch this. Read.
The book of
the Urim and the Thummim I'm talking about, right? That's what you would call an oracle, right? An oracle which can tell you something, right? Like in Matrix, remember they had the oracle, the old black lady, and she just want to come and tell you what you got to go to her. She knows the future, right? She knows the prophecy, right? An oracle. Now keep that in mind. Read.
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 33, verse 3. A man of understanding trusteth in the law.
A man of understanding trust in the law. Read.
God. And the law is faithful unto him as an oracle.
As an oracle. So this Bible is that oracle that's going to tell us, right? Because matter of fact, give me Ezra rather. Ezra, hold what you got. Get the book of Ezra in the Bible. Ezra 2. And let's start at 62. Start at 62. Right? Because it said the law is like an oracle for us, right? So we're going to show you, if you didn't have the registry of who your tribe was, how you can tell what tribe you were from, right? Ezra 2 and 62.
This is the book of Ezra, chapter 2, verse 62. These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy.
So these are brothers that didn't have their genealogical record, but they were coming to say, we want to be a part of this, right, Reed?
But they were not found. Therefore, were they as polluted, but from the priesthood.
Right, because they were Levites, right? If they couldn't prove it, they couldn't come and eat, right? So they were polluted from the priesthood, right, Reed? Go ahead.
And Tirshatha said unto them that they should not eat of the most holy thing.
They shouldn't eat of it, Reed.
Till there stood up a priest with Urim and Thummim.
Right, with the Urim and the Thummim, right? So that was like the oracle. So they said, look, if we can't prove who you are, somebody got to come with that oracle to tell us who you are, right? But then we just read in Sirach, it said the law is going to be an oracle, right? And the law gives us prophecies about the tribe, which is how we know what tribe is what, right? What I have hold, you finish that, boom, boom, okay. So we did Levi, right? So now let's do Issachar. Let's start with Chronicles, right, Reed?
This is First Chronicles, chapter 12, verse 32.
Read.
And of the children of Issachar,
The so-called Mexicans, Reed.
which were men that had understanding of the time.
Had an understanding of the times, right? They're credited for having that pinpoint accurate calendar that goes all the way back. What's interesting is this, right? You remember the 2012 praise, right? Everybody's talking about 2012 was the end. They got it from their calendar, right? But they counted their calendar wrong. Their calendar began in 1619. It was of 144,000 days or 400 years. That was their calendar, right? So the calendar was saying in 144,000 days, we're going to get saved out of this captivity we're in this country. You see what I'm saying? Which 400 years would not be 2012, that would have been 2019, right? Not saying 2019 is the end, but they predicted the end to come in 2019, not 2012. You see what I'm saying? So you can understand. But they had to understand, Issachar has understanding of the times, right? Read.
To know what Israel ought to do. The heads of them were 200, and all their brethren were at their command.
Matter of fact, what verse you at? 32, let me see. Right, read 33. I'm going to show you this too. 33.
Of Zebulun, such as went forth to battle.
Zebulun, so you got Issachar, Zebulun, the Mexican, and Central America, right? What are they being promoted as in the news right now? Drug dealers. Good. Gang like MS-13, you know about that, right? So the MS-13, the Mexican Mafia, they're renowned for something, right? If you go to the prison, I don't know you've been to jail, I hope not, right? When you go to them jails, them niggas, they run a tight ship, right? They're very militant. Now watch what it says about them right here in the Bible. Read.
Expert in war.
They're what?
Expert in war.
They're expert in war. That's why you hear Negroes going, these Negroes in the jail getting high. So my man, we just had a race war we had a riot with the Mexicans. Mexicans were stabbed and killed. How many? You know why? Because they're experts in war. And then what the Bible said, they're experts at that. And you can take a look at how they operate in the street on a day-to-day basis, and you can tell they are experts in war, right? They might not be the biggest dudes, the strongest or the fastest, but when it comes to waging a war, they do it with an expert fashion, right? Agree?
With all instruments of war.
We said with all instruments of war. They go up in that jail, man, they make a weapon out of any damn thing, right? You see, we see this right here in that Bible. This is how we know who's who. Go ahead.
50,000, which could keep rank.
Which could keep rank. And that's one thing. Even Freeway Ricky Ross, he did that interview with Vlad, right? And he said the problem is the black gangs do not have the order and structure that the Hispanic gangs do. You know why? They can keep rank. It's saying right here, nobody can keep rank. You know us, we the king. We the king's kingdom, right? Starting especially with Judah, the so-called Negro. Negro don't want to listen to nobody. I'm my own, I call my own shots. Them, they go in there, let me tell you something, right? I've been to jail with these Mexicans down there in California. As soon as you go in the tank, they're lining up and everyone's shaking each other's hand. I'm so-and-so from over here, I'm so-and-so from over here. Instantly. You know what we doing? You over there, I'm way over here. Looking at you, this nigga. You see what I'm saying? That's what we do. Why? But it's because they got a blessing with more of that sense of order and structure and rank than we do. We kind of just want to be our own kings, our own dominion, and call our own shots. That's not a disposition that they have, and this is being talked about right here in the Bible.
They were not of double heart.
They were not of that double heart, meaning they follow orders and instructions perfectly, right? Where are we at? Go ahead, King.
Now, if the Mexicans
Uh-huh.
are part of the tribe of Israel,
Yes, sir.
but wouldn't they be Edom also?
Why wouldn't they?
Because of what happened to conquest of the tribes, right?
Well, did Negroes get raped? Everybody on this side got raped, right? Did Spanish people rape Mexicans more than English people rape African Americans? White people are rapists. So the same way that there's Edomites amongst us that look like that, it's Edomites amongst all the tribes, right? And Christ told us, Yahushua told us how to deal with that. Give me Matthew 13. He told us how to deal with it, right? Now, some people, you ask somebody, okay, what's your forefather? What's your father? He says a white bro. Okay, you already know. That's an Edomite, right?
The book of Matthew, chapter 13, verse 24. Another parable put he forth unto them, saying,
Read.
The kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man which sowed good seed in his field.
That's right, go ahead.
But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat.
So what are the tares sown? That's Esau raping our foremothers, right? He sowed tares amongst wheat. They look just like wheat, but they're not wheat, right? Read.
And went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also.
The tares are right there with us, right? Read.
So the servants of the householders,
with the servants, who is that? Brothers who's teaching, right? The servants, right? Read.
Came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then hath it tares? He said unto them, An enemy hath done this.
The white man did it, right? Read.
The servant said unto him, Wilt thou then that we go and gather them up?
You want us to go and find out these people who got white foreparents who are products of rape, right? That's the question. Read.
But he said, Nay.
He said no. Read.
Least while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them.
Because a lot of our people looking like, oh, he's light skinned. He might have some white in him, right? This brother may have the pure lineage that you got, right? But when we just thinking and looking at that carnal level, that'll happen. So he said, leave it alone, right? Don't even worry about it, right? I mean, we of course are going to inquire, okay, what's your father? You see what I'm saying? Or as far as you know, you see what I'm saying, right? But sometimes we can only go back but so far, right? Read.
Verse 30. Let both grow together unto the harvest.
Let the tares and the wheat grow together, right? The Edomites that are amongst us and the Israelites, right? Let them grow together, read.
And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reapers, gather ye together first the tares, and bind them in a bundle to burn them.
So it said the angels are going to deal with that. The angels is going to get all the Edomites that's amongst us, amongst the black and Hispanic Native Indian population, and get rid of their. You see what I'm saying? Right, it ain't our job to do it. We just boom. What's up? As far as you know, you're indigenous, or as far as you know, you're Negro. Boom, you good. But if there's a rape somewhere, somebody's an Edomite, hey, the Most High gonna send His angels to deal with that. Right? Because there ain't no way for us to even know at this point. You know what I'm saying? Right? Go ahead, finish that.
Come, but gather the wheat into my barn.
So He's gonna get rid of the tares, and He's gonna bring the wheat on in, man, for salvation. You know what I'm saying? You had any other questions, King?
Oh, that's it.
All praise.
I was back to
Yeah, every Saturday, brothers out here. Appreciate it. What's your name, brother? Joseph. Good to meet you, Pete. Good to meet you.
Good name.
Yeah, that's a good name. Hey, he will have that. That's a good and most powerful name. What's going on, sis? You know you Israelite, right? All right, you better repent, keep the laws in the faith, sis. All right.
That last part is my favorite part because Ahlazar just went in about this whole wheat and tares concept, right? And about how the tare looks like the wheat and you can't tell the difference between the two. And that there's this whole, in his doctrine, there's this whole Esau amongst Israel concept. And just off of phenotype, he told that woman, you know, you're an Israelite, right? You know, how? You just said that there was Edom amongst Israel, and that you just acknowledged that there was this whole lineage of our women being taken advantage of, and the men as well. But particularly in this case, that our women were taken advantage of, and that there's this concept of you are who your father is. And so if the slavers were taking advantage of our women, and the product is that the sons are their sons, etc., 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 you got to deal with that, because when you're on the street, you can't just identify somebody by phenotype. Then, and the verses you just read about, like the and Thummim, etc., don't say identify somebody by phenotype. Oh, you look like a Levite, therefore you're a Levite. That's not what it says. We do come from people who deal with genealogy and whatnot. And yes, it does talk about like the concept of people being sealed, etc., at the time of the end, etc. What do you think they're going to be sealed by? And this is what the conversation really comes down to. Do you not think that the Most High created science to go along with his religion? You're saying, I'm going to inquire who your father is as far back as you know. And we can do that really far back with science at this juncture. And it doesn't go against the Bible in any way, shape, or form. And as a matter of fact, a lot of people are using science to prove the Bible. And that's why this is an important conversation. One, because there's something you're not really dealing with. There's a big elephant in the room. Everybody knows that not every black male that you see walking the streets, etc., that not every Native American that you see walking the streets, etc., that not every Hispanic person walking the streets, etc., have a non-European lineage. You don't know that. We know for a fact that through colonialism and different interactions that all that type of ancestry is mixed up in this country. So right now, when you're on the streets of campus, etc., you got a 60% chance of talking to somebody who's E1B1A when you're talking to an African descendant male, right? That means you got a 40% chance of talking to somebody who's not, and a 30% chance of talking to somebody who's got European ancestry. So 3 out of every 10 people you're talking to, guaranteed. You can't just say, well, you know, you're an Israelite. How? And that's when it comes to this whole like, well, okay. Because there's this whole prophecy concept, but there's like, okay, well, now we're just going to do stuff by the Spirit. And that's where it becomes this spooky cult-like mentality that's dangerous for people to deal with. And our people should never deal with. And I'm saying this because, and this is why I really want to get into this, because Ahlazar, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the smartest people, if not the smartest person running the camp. Ahlazar's is a really, really smart dude. Really smart dude. Really intelligent dude. Brother, extremely intelligent. His brother's too sharp for his own good. Assad's too smart for his own damn good. Sakari in general, as far as I'm concerned, are some of the sharpest people in the scriptures out of the camps and whatnot. You can tell they go at it quite a bit. And if you don't agree, just go watch them interact with some Christians or whatnot. Like it's Assad at a young age was going at Eric Mason and whatnot. Yeah, Pete gang. Shout out to your boy Boo. Very even killed brother. Shout out to my man Rue in the chat. But yeah, Sakari is extremely intelligent. And they're very intelligent in how they move as well. And one thing I respect about how they move is they understand how to move amongst different groups. Like a lot of these Israelite groups are New York based, etc., or East Coast based, etc. But Sakari came from the West Coast. They were dealing with GMS, etc. at one point, which makes sense when you understand where Ahlazar comes from. Like, so the area we come from, like Hilltop, for instance, right? Like when I was there, it used to be like a black-white situation. And then eventually, by the time Ahlazar came up, it was like in the Pacific Northwest, it's everybody up here. It's such a blend from like the whole West Coast area. It's such a blend. It's not homogenous, nothing, nowhere. It's blended up all over the place. And so you can see they know how to move amongst different groups really well. And something that they did that a lot of other groups didn't do is they tapped into this concept of the Latino community with Issachar and the Native American community with Gad, etc. And with Ephraim and all that type of stuff. And so most people on the East Coast of New York, they deal with the Puerto Ricans or whatnot, right? But in the West Coast and the Southwest, you have a whole different set of Latino people. And so they figured out how to have conversations and be very, very fruitful amongst a multitude of different groups of people and have a really eclectic group of people or whatnot. Very much so like their original dealings with like GMS, etc. In the sense of like GMS, like they do stuff off the spirit, and they'll have European people, Latino people, Native American people, African American people, etc. All that. And so I can understand why Ahlazar would be attracted to that to begin with, because like where we come from, white and black people kicking it together is common. It's super common. Like you got a lot. Like there's a lot of like the particular area we come from, not the whole state, but the particular area we come from. There's a lot of interaction between white and black people historically. A lot of Irish and black interaction, etc. A lot of white people coming to the cookout. You know what I'm saying? Hell, a lot of white people cooking at the cookouts. You know what I'm saying? Like it's an interesting blend of people, but like it was also one of the blackest cities on the West Coast. And so it was a situation to where there, when you're struggling, like it didn't matter what color you were. If you were white, you were struggling. Like you had black friends that were struggling and you were struggling with them. If you were black, you had white friends that were struggling and they were struggling with you. Right? Like the struggle was a struggle. It just was what it was. And so I could see where that GMS original appeal would start. And then the white man is Esau thing takes off, right? And that becomes a really divisive doctrine. But it becomes a doctrine that it's not fully logically thought out, because again, like he just pointed out here, they're in their doctrine, they're saying that there's Esau amongst Israel or whatnot. But at the same point in time, there's this concept of phenotyping. Everything's based upon phenotype. Black. You see this with the camps. You see this with the moderates. You even see this amongst the urban apologists and whatnot, being stuck on phenotype. And that's not how lineage or genetics works. And that's why DNA kills a lot of doctrinal issues for a lot of people. It kills a lot of racist rhetoric. Lineage does not care about phenotype in any way, shape, or form. And that's something that needs to get slowed down and understood, and we will do that here. So let me stop sharing this one right quick. And let me get into the John where he's breaking down his DNA, etc. Do it like this.
Make you prove that we are. They would make the woman basically get the proof through a court order DNA test. So that was when I was about 10 years old. So I remember I already know who my father is. There's really no question. But if I had any question, there's that. If I had any more question, when I submit my results to Ancestry and to my 23andMe, the people who pop up as my closest relatives are my uncle, my dad's brother, right? And my grandmother, my dad's mother. So if all of the proof I've had leading up to this point didn't substantiate it, that definitely did. How else am I a closer match to my dad's brother than anybody else? Unless, of course, that's my dad, right? So there's that.
This is a fantastic question. Why does everyone have a phenotype but the Israelites? See, this is the deal. I believe 100% there's something that needs to be understood, that there's tribal Israel and national Israel, right? So the people who have the DNA of Abraham and Sarah and all type of stuff, like fam, yeah, they have a phenotype. Those are an Afro-Asiatic people. I'm gonna tell you right now, me personally, I think they look like the Habesha, like the Somali type people, like the Bedouins of Arabia, etc. In Levant. I think they are an Afro-Asiatic looking people, 100%. I think they have a phenotype, 100%. And I think that phenotype mixed and blended when they took on different sojourners and when they went into different captivities and through different migrations and whatnot. So, for instance, if they go into Africa, like they're going to end up looking more African over time. If they go into Europe, they'll look more European over time. If they go into Asia, they'll look more Asian over time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But no, so 100%, like tribal Israel, 100% had a phenotype. 100% had a phenotype.
But I'm gonna get into this presentation, right? I'm gonna show y'all some stuff in the spirit of most. I'm gonna just demonstrate how insane some of these people sound. And how much they just don't know. Right, let me put this in let me know how this looks. I'm gonna put this in play.
In other words, if you think the R haplogroup, the RY haplogroup, right? That's what it is.
Yeah, what do you?
If you think that means that automatically means European, you're a peon.
That's what, no, literally, you're European, and you just don't know what you're talking about. And you Israelites kill me who ride this DNA wave. I'm talking about the not again DNA. So like that was the point I was building. I can go in there and I can see I'm related to my father. My father is my father. I can see I'm related to my uncle, my grandmother, my cousins, first cousins, second cousins, third cousins. But it gets to a point where you get so far away that now it loses its force and its validity, right? And that'll be demonstrated here momentarily. Do you know that when I put in my DNA to Ancestry and my 23andMe, you know, I got over 5,000 hits, but only about 10 of them are more than 1% match with me. All the rest of the 5,000 are less than 1% match. Right? Because people all over the world share at least a little piece of DNA. If you believe that everybody descends from an atom, for example, then everybody's going to share a certain amount of DNA, right? It just is what it is. So that's irrelevant. But it's good to see who somebody's father is, uncle. It could go a couple of generations. With Hassad, people don't know, or everybody doesn't know, but Hassad, if you'll go meet Hassad's pops on the Urban Gorilla.
So this is a common argument being made amongst people who are finding out they're not amongst Haplogroup E. When they find out that they might potentially come from slave owners, etc., in terms of their paternal lineage or whatnot. We're seeing people make this concept like that autosomal DNA is okay in terms of finding an immediate paternal lineage. However, using it to go back in time, DNA and haplogroup should not be recognized because for them it's a pseudoscience concept. So I'm going to show why that's not the case, etc. But I'm also going to show why this doesn't even matter and why this conversation doesn't need to go this direction, right? So I'm someone who also does not have the E1B1A lineage, right? I'm amongst the 40% of African descent males who do not have E1B1A. However, I also have an E lineage, though. I am EM33 or EM132. You can see specifically I'm EL, I believe 94 when I go on my 23andMe, which I'll show you. But yeah, I'm not E1B1A. As a matter of fact, when you look at how that breaks down, I'm on a whole different branch of lineage and mutations than what makes EP2 and E1B1A and E1B1B. Like I personally don't feel like my father's lineage in any way, shape, or form is an Israelite lineage. However, through autosomal testing, etc., and going through GEDmatch and other stuff like that, I completely believe that my father's people descends from sojourners to the nation or sojourners to Hebrew culture. And so with that, I have no issue through his lineage or my mother's lineage. My mother descends from North African Jews, etc. And I'll get into that DNA and my grandfather's DNA on her side, etc. As well. But yeah, I have no issue claiming Hebrew descent on either side. And I have no issue, like, let's say I had Hebrew descent on the other side. I have no issue just being a straight convert and calling it a day. Right? But like, so being that I feel like my father's people descend from sojourners, I feel like there's no issue claiming descent with that as well, right? Because sojourners have inheritance in the land of Israel. That's why I'm saying there's a difference between tribal Israel and national Israel. National Israel also includes the sojourners. I'm not somebody out here saying that Ahlazar's not an Israelite because he's haplogroup R. As a matter of fact, I'm someone out here who's part of a DNA group like the App Gang and whatnot. And part of what I deal with in that model is the model of the mixed multitude. And I'll show here going forward that in my model, R would have most likely been in that mixed multitude coming out of Egypt. So I wholeheartedly believe that Ahlazar could descend from a sojourner of the mixed multitude. And again, the sojourners have just as much inheritance as a tribal Israelite. And that's why this conversation really needs to get slowed down and why DNA doesn't need to get thrown out you don't got to throw the baby out with the bathwater just because things initially on the surface don't look like how you want them to look, right? Or how you thought they would. Because the thing about DNA is DNA will confirm the history that is true, that you know, and it will tell you history that you did not know about yourself. It will confirm the truth about the history that you know, and it will tell you history you don't know about yourself. But with that, hold on, let me mute out and go forward right quick. Yeah, so look at this, right? So sojourners only applies when we're in the land. Okay, so then how do we come out of the land as a mixed multitude? We definitely weren't in the land. And we weren't in the land for 40, anyway. We obviously were a mixed multitude coming out. But yeah, I'm gonna let this play.
Channel. You know that Hassad's father was adopted. He was given up for adoption 5 years old, right? So he doesn't know his family. So I said, hey, Hassad, I took this ancestry. I really just took it for the hell of it. I wouldn't tell anybody that. It's not going to tell you you're an Israelite. So don't worry about that. Hassad, take it. Maybe you'll get some hits on your family. Hassad, did you get hits on your family? Who'd you find?
I found my aunt, my dad's sister.
Your aunt, your dad's sister. When the last time your auntie seen your dad?
1976.
Your dad was 5, right?
Something like that.
5 years old. He was able to reconnect his father to his long lost sister and siblings and grandma and aunties and things like that. Through it, if you're trying to find people you don't really know your relatives, and ancestry can help, but they may not. Some people in your family may have never went to ancestry or my 23andMe. So it's a shot in the dark, but you could try it if you need to get a connection back to your family, because now that's your father's mother's side. On your father's father's side, did you get hits?
Oh, it's my father's father's side?
Yeah.
I didn't get much on my father's
Didn't get much. So what we had to actually do was collect data from his father's mother's side on what they knew about Hassan's grandfather, right? Brother from Louisiana, living in Watts, driving a caddy, right? And you know, we got a vicinity, a general vicinity of where he was living at the time. And then we put word to the street. You know, shout out to the brother Papa, put word to the street. Our brothers out there in Watts, brothers family deeply rooted out there in the city of good old Watts. And we were able to locate Hassan's family in Watts on his father's side. That was without the DNA though. But we were able to find and reunite Hassan's father with his long lost siblings through Ancestry.com. So it's good for that. But when we're talking about the ancient origins of somebody, it is not reliable for that, because what you're dealing with is inferred DNA, right? Now, an inference is not just a guess. An inference rather is a conclusion based on evidence. Don't get it twisted. But it's not emphatic. But it's not absolute. Our people really are sick, and we just believe whatever the white man say. Again, this doesn't invalidate DNA science entirely. It invalidates it when come to tracking the ancient origins of people. Ancient. We're talking.
Now, I want to make this abundantly clear. There's nothing that Ahlazar says in this entire video that debunks being able to use haplogroups and DNA to track ancient lineage. There's absolutely nothing. In fact, using haplogroups is the best way we currently have of tracking ancient lineage. Your father's 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 father, your mother's 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 mother. As a matter of fact, right now, like the African Union recognizes like African ancestry tests in terms of like granting citizenship, etc., based upon DNA. The only place that they'll use is African ancestry, who does such based upon your Y DNA, your father's 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 father, or your mitochondrial DNA, your mother's 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 mother. Like it's real science, and it's being applied in everyday life right now. The autosomal has its uses 100%, and so does the haplogroup concept. But if y'all feel like there's a great point that's being made in terms of why haplogroup should be discarded in terms of ancient lineage, please let me know in the chat, and we'll slow this thing down and address it.
Antiquity. Just for the record, let me Google what antiquity is. Right? Antiquity definition. Antiquity, the ancient past, especially the period before the Middle Ages. Right? What's another word for the Middle Ages? The Dark Ages. Right? The Dark Ages end in 1492. Right? So they begin a few centuries before that. So that is the time I'm talking about. You really can't get much past the 1700s with your DNA test. And I'm going to demonstrate that here momentarily through the Spirit of the Most High. Right?
Now, again, that's 100% false. He's talking about autosomal DNA. What he's saying right there has nothing to do with how haplogroups are used. In fact, I can go back thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years with haplogroups, and I'll be able to demonstrate that. In fact, we can line up current haplogroups to ancient haplogroups based upon, like again, mummies that are found, different dig sites, etc., based upon haplogroups. that go back way farther than 500 years. But in terms of autosomal DNA, what he's talking about in terms of being able to find out local paternity, in terms of like if you take a paternity test now, yeah, that's good for 500 years. No issue with that. But that has nothing to do with being able to trace ancient lineage with haplogroups, because that can be done through thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
Right. But I just want all that on the record before we go forward. As y'all can see here, Gorilla Hebrew, DNA exposed, European. Question. Number one, it shouldn't shock anybody for me to have European DNA. It's no secret I have a white mother, right? So I should have European DNA, number one. But of course, we're talking about haplogroups. So let's just go. Here's a picture of my DNA timeline. This is important. It's showing you when the individual was born who contributed this to my DNA. As you can see, the farthest back, it says 8+, beginning in 1720. That's the oldest part of my DNA that's trackable. And it says Sudanese. That's East Africa, Southeast Africa, right? Important to know. Well, not Southeast, but East Africa / Southeast Africa. 1720. That's like my 8th great-grandparent, right? Sudanese. That's the oldest part of my DNA. I'll go into why that's important to note and interesting to note. I brought it out. It was the introductory premise of my presentation about being from the tribe of Levi, right? Interesting facts there. But then we see some other things. So we see some European, of course, in my DNA, right? We see British and Irish, and we see Spanish and Portuguese right there, right? Let's explain this. British and Irish. So it says it's giving you an estimate. We got to give it credit for margin of error, right? It gives an estimate that the person who introduced the British and or Irish into my DNA was born in between 1960 and 1930. My mother was born in 1972, right? So that's where the British / Irish come from. My mother is almost entirely Irish. Both her father and her mother are from County Cork in Ireland, right? County Cork. It's in Southern Ireland. Her mother's mother, right, is from England. So that's where the English and British come from. I mean, the British and Irish come from. I know that, right? So this is where I can get down with the DNA, even though there's a little margin of error, because it is in alignment with what I already know about my ancestry, about my history, about my genealogy, right? Then we see all kind of sub-Saharan African here, of course, Nigerian, Ghanaian, and Liberian, and go.
And this is going to become something to where it becomes kind of like a special pleading fallacy in the sense to where I'll take the DNA as long as it confirms what I think I already know. Now, let's say I'm in a situation to where I think I know my father is my father, and then I find out years later through a paternity test it's not my father. Do I reject it, or do I accept the science of the situation? Because Ahlazar is telling me to accept the paternity test. But what if the paternity test tells me something that doesn't match up with my history? And people are finding that time in and time out when they take these DNA tests that their father's not their actual father. Mother's not their actual. Well, anyway. But there's something else that needs to be understood. Like, so again, the area that we come from, and y'all see it now in the NBA, right? Like, in my generation, there wasn't a whole bunch of mixed kids, right? But the one right underneath me, fam, dear Lord, they became their own demographic. Like, being mixed is the new black, right? Being mixed is the new black. Like, Steph Curry is like the new black person, you know what I'm saying? Klay Thompson. That is the new black. And because of that, like, this conversation is going to become real serious. Like, so my man asked this question right here. Is his mother an Edomite? It's a fantastic question. Is she an Edomite? She's Irish. Did all the Irish participate in the slave trade? No. There were a lot of Irish that didn't participate in the slave trade. There were some that did, yeah, 100%. Did all do? No. Does he know that she descends from a slave owner? Because there were a lot of Irish that got put with the slaves. And just like how it was in Hilltop, like there was a lot of Irish and black people living in the hoods together. Like that's just how it was. It's historically documented and whatnot. So just based upon phenotype, she's an Edomite. That's a problem. Because you have no idea. Like he says later on in the video, he thinks that his mom's ill. She's most likely not, but let's say she was. That would mean that her mother's mother was like came from Africa somewhere. Which would be mad rare for somebody who was Irish. And you wouldn't know that just looking at her phenotypically. That's why DNA has, like, it kills phenotype. When you're talking about lineage, that has nothing to do with phenotype. Not unless you're talking about a population that stayed within itself. And again, we're not living in a population that's doing it. We're living in a very mixed population. My man Abu said, unfortunately, Ahlazar himself has called her an Edomite, but of course there is no way of knowing that, and I would assume the odds are against it. 100%. 100%. And even if she was, we're not supposed to abhor Edomites anyway. But the reality is as at least 30% of the people you're talking to, based upon your own doctrine, are going to be Edomites. So that part's got to get examined. Like there's nothing in your current doctrine that's allowed that's dealing with that in any way, shape, or form. And Sakari's getting lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter. I'm seeing it getting light. Like every year it gets lighter. I always just listen to like a young 16-year-old kid at one of the camps. You know what I'm saying? Looking like a Steph Curry with a fro and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yeah, like. When you get a whole bunch of them kids walking down the street, how do you know which one? How can you differentiate which one of their fathers is European and which one is not? And how do you know their European father didn't have an African descent father, et cetera? So like, phenotype doesn't tell you all that, fam. Like if I'm taking a paternity test, phenotype don't matter at all. A paternity test does not tell you phenotype. It tells you what DNA matches. It's a science-based concept. It's not a feels versus real concept. Well, I feel like you're this person. No, you're this person's child based upon how this DNA matches with this DNA. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. Not, oh, we feel like it matches. No, it either matches or it don't. Same thing with the Y DNA, and I'll get into that. If one starts with the premise that Abraham had an E marker, the low frequency of E markers among Northwestern Europeans is what leads me to conclude it is unlikely she descends from Esau. Yeah. And what's the likelihood that she may descend from Sarah? Let's say she has Sarah's mitochondrial DNA. Let's say Sarah's probably going to be something like L, U, K, M, something like that, right? Well, there's a lot of U. Like I can find a lot of U in Ireland. I can find a lot of U in Europe. I believe Abu's mother is U. Like, so you can't differentiate just off phenotype here. But I'm gonna let this thing run right quick.
Poland and Congolese, Senegambian, right? Then we see Southern East African, right? Indigenous American, Native American, Spanish and Portuguese, and we see Sudanese again at the oldest, right? So, of course, my grandmother, my father's mother, was part Native American, right? So that's where the Native American comes in at. And then we have the Spanish and Portuguese, right? So we also have to give a regional margin of error because according to my ancestry, I don't have Spanish or Portuguese. It's French. It's Northwestern Europe. Parts of France are included in that, right? Now, I know emphatically that around this time that's here, in about 1830, as I'm getting ready to demonstrate, I have a great-great-great-grandmother whose father is a Frenchman. His mother was a black woman, right? I'm getting ready to go into that now. So that's where that's introduced. So this is, if there's all this European or I'm a European, when we look here, the only two European contributions on this timeline are from women, not from men, are from my great-great-great-grandmother, right? And my mother, British and Irish, and then, of course, Iberian in the French area there. Yes, yeah,
yeah.
You want to grab some? Go ahead.
Because I'm going to just keep it a buck. Proverbs 10 and 18, it says, he that hideth hatred with lying lips, and he that uttereth a slander is a fool. As I sit back over the course of several years, being close with the brother Ahlazar, what it is you niggas are so itch, and there's a B behind that made that you have to try to swat at gnats and try to grab something out of thin air to try to justify your hatred for this brother. Mm-hmm. And at the root of that hatred is envy, because you can't, you wish you could be in the position and have the intellect of the brother, and you can't. So when you see an opportunity to try to slander the brother, you capitalize on it, or you try to capitalize on it. But again, everything sounds good until until the facts come out. So all you brothers that are on the clubhouse, I mean, we don't really care about the same way like your guys' wives don't care about your guys' opinions.
That's right.
We don't care about your guys' opinions either, right? So again, though, if you're a brother who's sitting back and you're seeing this, once again, probably this isn't the first time you probably slandered. Once again, you're wrong once the facts come out. And again, it just goes back to envy. Everybody knows this, man. I mean, everybody knows at this point, the white, especially me coming from the position. I mean, I definitely understand. I definitely see exactly what's going on. You niggas are haters, bro. And I don't say that in the cliche way. I mean, like, seriously, you niggas are hating ass, envious girls.
Hypnotized with
hatred.
Like Boosie
jealousy.
Mm-hmm. And it's so.
So real quick, again, just to clarify, I'm about to say this every few minutes, you know what I'm saying? Just so people understand coming in. I'm not one of the people who says this excludes Ahlazar from being Israel. I don't say that in any way, shape, or form. I will point out that via their model, though, if they keep it consistent, it would have to. He would have to confess that that he's Esau based upon this concept. And that's one thing that needs to get rectified. We live in an age where people don't deal with accountability no more. And if you're claiming to be Israel and you don't deal with accountability, that's going to be problematic going forward. That's going to be very problematic going forward. Because again, like, representing the ways of the Most High means you deal with accountability. And this is, Sakari's known for switching up doctrine every now and again, right? And I actually appreciate that about them, because they'll study and change, study and change, study and change. This is something that needs to be addressed and changed. Because again, the reality is you're on the street corners every Saturday yelling at people based upon phenotype that you can't confirm. That you can't confirm. That you're saying you can't confirm. Just by dealing with the people. And on an emotional level, people start saying, like, okay, like basically, well, if you disagree with me, you must be an Edomite. Nah, that's not how this works, man. Your father's father is who your father's father is, whether you want him to be or not. That's not an emotional thing. It's a scientific thing. But does being R exclude you from being Israel? Nah. It just means that you can't sit in this space to where you're like, I'm this pure thing, we're the real people, and then there are these fake people over here. That conversation's got to end, right? And I promise you, if you don't, there's going to be a lot of people in your camps that start looking at you different. Like, man, are we really following like a European dude? Is that what's going on right now? Because I'll touch on that going forward, because like there was a lot of attack of the E haplogroup, a lot of reactional attacks and stuff, and there does not need to be, because when you slow all this stuff down, all the people you've been talking to for the past couple of years that you claim to be Issachar and Gad and all the type of, like, a lot of them are R2. Ephraim, a lot of people you call Ephraim, a lot of them are R2. And again, a good 30% of the African descent males that you talk to in the street are R. You're in a position now, like realistically, that maybe not half, but maybe close to half, a third, 40% of the people you talk to that you're talking to is Sakari have haplogroup R. In reality. Is that a bad thing? No. And I'll touch on that going forward.
So crazy because they don't realize that when they do this, and the Most High just goes, "Oh, don't worry about it. I'm gonna lob you something on this. You get hit out of the park," and we do. They don't realize it just keeps making us look good. If you would just leave us alone and do your own work, maybe you would then begin to shine and look good. But you're so focused on trying to tear us down, you don't realize the Most High God is against that spirit that you got on you. It may not even be, you ever think about this? It may not even be that the Lord is just with us. Maybe he's just against the envious demonic spirit you're moving in so much that you say, you know what? Oh, y'all want to move with envy towards that brother? Well, I'm gonna keep giving you a reason to do that until you remove that evil spirit up off you. Then maybe you can. You just got to put some work in, man. Yeah. Just put the work in. Go ahead.
Look what happened with King David and Saul. The more Saul hated on King David, the more the Lord rose up King David.
Yeah, that's
first he killed Goliath. Then he was the general of Israel's army for pretty much. Then the Lord just keep increasing him and increasing him and increasing him. Mm-hmm. Saul gave him he gave him the order, go get 100 foreskins from the Philistines. Mm-hmm. Then I'll give you my daughter. And nigga went and did it.
Brought him back to it, brought him back double. You know, so that was heavy. But again, we're looking at my ancestry timeline. The British and Irish, we know that comes directly from my mother, right? And then this French, which is here Spanish and Portuguese, when you actually look at it on the ancestry, it says French, which again is what I know. Again, the French woman, the woman that was born, that contributed that to my DNA, was born in 1838. About, as you can see here, is given a timeline of that being introduced into my gene pool in between 1840 and 1750. 1838, when she was born. I'm getting ready to demonstrate all those records now. Again, my mother born in 1972. So that's where that comes from. Native American, that's coming from my grandmother. My father's mother has some Native American, right? So all of this, when I'm looking at this, and of course, anybody black, they're going to give you all of this: Nigerian, Ghanaian, Angolan, Senegambian. They're going to give you a little bit of all of that, right? They're always going to do it. Ancestry, they even give me a couple more, and they get specific on Benin, Togo, which is, you know, the main place Haitians come from. Benin, Togo, Ghana. Those are the main places we came from, but especially Benin and Togo, right? But what's interesting to me is the Southern East African and the Sudanese, because I don't know where the hell that's coming from, but I'm going to explain how I made a connection of dots to the tribe of Levi. I'll do that later. And I'll probably, for those of y'all, again, Sonnet, the Most High will be putting in the debate out this week. I want y'all to see it as it was presented in the debate, but I'm probably going to go back over and get more elaborative on the slides. Most High will Friday. Mind you, it's War Angel weekend is going down. Super powerful weekend. So I'm probably going to go back over into the slides on Friday. Right? Hit me the next slide, Asad. Right? So as you can see this map, because it says on my 23andMe Spanish and Portuguese, but this is the map, my DNA map, and I zoomed it in on the European contribution from ancestry, right? Because you have you got to look at when you send these things in. Again, they're not right and exact like people are giving them the credit for. If they were, then both of these different DNA companies would have given me identical results, but they didn't. And they even tell you about the margins of error. Like it'll tell you, yeah, we're saying 15%, but it can be anywhere from 0 to 18%, right? It's funny how it works. But as y'all can see here, what's highlighted is the United Kingdom, Ireland, right, and a part of northern France, right? So we know, again, my mother is Irish, but her grandmother is English. So that's, boom, covered right there. Now, France, again, that goes back to my great-great-great-grandmother, right, Juliet, who we're going to show him in a moment, whose father was a Frenchman. She would be what we call a tear. She would be an Edomite because her father was French and her mother was black. She married my great-great-great-grandfather, Francois, right, and they began to have children. And
so he just declared that his great-great-grandmother, etc., is an Edomite because her father was French. So if it's found that his paternal lineage goes to being French, etc., then via his own doctrine, he's got to be an Edomite. That's his doctrine. And that's why this got to get slowed down.
And now, Francois had Albert, and Albert had Kennedy, and Kennedy had Preston, and Preston had Donald, and Donald had me. That's how that worked, right? So as we can see here, none of this other part of Europe has any contribution to my genetic pool at all. But this R haplogroup, where it's seen frequently, is in all these other parts of Europe, not so much in these parts of Europe that are actually in my gene pool. So how is it that we're deducing that the R that's contributed to me is supposed to be from Europe, yet I don't have the DNA that coincides with that, right? Let's keep going. So like, yeah, you got it. Now this is my grandfather, my great-great-great-grandfather, rather, Francois Glaude, as we can see here, born about 1830, right? And he has a wife, and his wife is named Juliet Glaude, right? We can see that there, all underlined. This is the 1880 United States Census. Go next. Right, so here we have Juliet Glaude, right? As we see here, she's listed as a mulatto, white father, black mother, and her post office is Vermilionville in Louisiana. This is important to note, right? Go ahead. So I'm gonna give y'all some history of Lafayette, right? Go back. Go back. No, backwards. Right here. So Juliet Glaude, right? Her original last name was Juliet Monton, right? So let's go over, because this is who she descends from, right? It's the history of Lafayette, Louisiana. Jean Monton, an Acadian settler, right? So those of y'all don't know what Acadian is, it's basically a French Canadian, right? That's where you get the term Cajun from. Acadian, Salakia, just so y'all can. An Acadian is a descendant of French settlers of Acadia, the French colony on the Atlantic coast of North America in what is now the maritime provinces of Canada, right? And this is where the term Cajun is derived from, right? It went from Acadian, then it kind of got slangified down there in the south and it became Cajun, right? So Jean Monton, an Acadian settler, donated land to the Roman Church for construction of a small Catholic chapel at this site. In 1824, this area was selected for the Lafayette Parish seat and was named Vermilionville. That's where they were. Remember, Vermilionville, for its location on the river. In 1836, the Louisiana State Legislature approved its incorporation. The area was initially developed by Europeans for agriculture, primarily sugar plantations, same thing they were doing in Haiti, which depended on the labor of numerous enslaved Africans and African Americans, who are the African Americans that would be the free people of color that they actually got paid for the labor they did versus the slaves, but they were still black. They made up a large percentage of the antebellum population, right? The black people did. According to the U.S. Census data in 1830, some 41% of the population of Lafayette Parish was enslaved. By 1860, the enslaved population had increased to 49.6%. But some free people of color lived in Lafayette Parish as well. This is key to note, right? So we have Jean Monton, who is the grandfather of my great-great-great-grandmother, Juliette Monson, who was then Juliette Glaude, married my great-great-great-grandfather, Francois Glaude, right? Next. Watch this. Free people of color. At the time of the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, at least 1 in 6 of the roughly 8,000 people living in New Orleans was a free person of color, meaning a black person that was not a slave, right? And mostly this was coming from Haitian rebels, right? The city's population, both white and black, increased significantly between 1791 and 1810 due to an influx of immigrants by the Haitian Revolution led by Toussaint Louverture, a free man of color, right? The first official U.S. Census of Orleans Territory in 1810 counted 7,585 free persons of color compared to 34,311 whites and a total population of 76,556. The influx of black refugees from Haiti heightened anxieties amongst Louisiana's white population. Free people of color, it was argued, would only incite further unrest. In 1850, 80 of the 159 free blacks in Lafayette Parish were in Vermilionville. Ain't that where my family just was at? Vermilionville, where the free blacks in Lafayette were living, who came as Haitian immigrants, right? Okay, cool. Now Lafayette and nearly half of the free black population of St. Martin Parish lived in towns of St. Martinsville and New Iberia, right? Next slide. So this is important. And now look, what's the top DNA community that I'm related to in Ancestry.com? The Louisiana Creoles and African Americans connected to the regions of Nigeria, 76,556.
Now I'm gonna read this because I got something different out of that. So I'm gonna reread this right quick for myself. At the time of Louisiana Purchase in 1803, at least 1 in 6 of the roughly 8,000 people living in New Orleans was a free person of color. The city's population, both white and black, increased significantly between 1791 and 1810 due to an influx of immigrants by the Haitian Revolution, led by Toussaint, a free man of color. The first official U.S. Census of New Orleans Territory in 1810 counted 7,585 free persons of color compared to 34,311 whites and a total population of 76,556. The influx of black refugees from Haiti heightened anxieties among Louisiana white population. Okay, I got it. Free people of color. So he's arguing that all the Haitian refugees were free people of color, and that in fact is not the case. There was actually a lot of people that were coming with the French, who were leaving Haiti with their slaves, etc. And that needs to be understood and noted. And I can actually pull up some documentation on that as well. But yeah, that's a very interesting. Yeah, I didn't notice he sidestepped that before. But yeah, that's definitely part of Louisiana history, because you can see when the Haitians, you can also see this in Georgia, like even places like Sapelo Island and whatnot, to where you're having Haitians show up, etc. Because of plantation owners in Haiti taking their slaves other places, trying to be alleviated from the hardships of the Haitian Revolution, etc. But with that,
the influx of black refugees from Haiti heightened anxieties amongst Louisiana's white population. Free people of color, it was argued, would only incite further unrest. In 1850, 80 of the 159 free blacks in Lafayette Parish were in Vermilionville. Ain't that where my family just was at? Vermilionville, where the free blacks in Lafayette were living, who came as Haitian immigrants, right? Okay, cool. Now Lafayette and nearly half of the free black population of St. Martin Parish lived in towns of St. Martinsville and New Iberia, right? Next slide. So this is important. And now look, what's the top DNA community that I'm related to in Ancestry.com? The Louisiana Creoles and African Americans connected to the regions of Nigeria, Cameroon, Congo, and Western Bantu peoples, right? That's important. Then it says England and Northwestern Europe. What's that Northwestern Europe? That part of Northern France where, there was some intermingling with that came in, and I just documented that with Juliette Monson. That's very important, right? Next slide. So this, y'all, let's go back. Let's recap before we go too far, right? So we just demonstrate, I just substantiated where the European contributions of my genetics stem from, right? Neither of them are on any paternal side at all. It's from two different women, right? My great-great-great-grandmother and my mother. That's where the European genetics that I have are contributed from, as I substantiated with these slides. So how the hell is my patrilineage then European? What did you see some silly fool have on his PTR on Clubhouse aside?
The nigga had, it was you in the background was the French flag.
Number one, the amount of time that it took for you to do that, the fact that you sat up and created that to forward a narrative, I mean, man, that says a lot about you as a person, as a man, alleged man. But friends, and it's like, okay, so now I'm a friend. So we're just deducing, because I said R, that not only am I a white person through my patrilineage, but it has to be France now, right? And it just is a demonstration to the level of ignorance that you guys have on the topic of DNA. Totally ignorant, right? Next slide. So this is the map of R. This is R1B. I'm going to show you R1A in a minute. So here we see R in Africa. We see R in Europe. We see R in Asia. We see R in the Middle East.
What we don't see is that R1B going back to any part of Africa where he says his people come from. So he's talking about Ghana, Benin, and Togo. What he just showed a connection to a high connection to people in Nigeria and Cameroon, etc. Right? That's not Ghana, Benin, and Togo, right? There's some overlap with. You might see some overlap in Benin. You might. But not with what he's talking about. So no, this map does not show what he's talking about. That the Akan, the Ashanti people, etc., them having R1B. That's not what this map shows. Yeah, you and me both, the boo. I wish we knew his precise clade. All we know is that he's R1B. And so he kind of dances around the point, like he's not saying if he's R1B V88 or if he's RM269. I have a hunch he's the RM269 based upon what he's not showing here. Like, so he's making the claim here that Northwestern Europe, the England, Northwestern Europe, that's what he showed on his map, and that's not what he showed. He definitely has more Northwestern European DNA than what he's showing, which is why he's not showing the actual regional results of his autosomal DNA. That would be telling, and there's a lot of people who don't do that, and they don't do that based upon the fact that they hope you don't know what it's supposed to look like and all that kind of stuff, right? But like the Yap Gang and the people we rock with, like we taking almost all the DNA tests out there, and we know what all this stuff looks like. He's picking the areas of least probability to try proving his ancestry. Yeah, and a lot of people try to make this argument, like so that. We saw the Tail Twins make a very similar argument, and I'll go through that in my slides and whatnot, to where they try to say, oh, see, G's here and G's there and blah, blah, blah. And people are moving and trying to twist information to make it something other than what it is. So, he acts as if R originated in like Sudan, etc., which it does not. And B, he's neglecting to recognize the fact, like, the density of R is highest outside of Africa, and is highest in the areas of where he's saying he like, again. So 23andMe is saying he has Iberian DNA. He's trying to claim that he has French DNA, and no matter how you slice it, Iberia, France, England, Ireland, Scotland, like those are your heaviest areas of R. So again, he's either got, like, to what Abu's talking about, he's either got RM269 or he's got the V88. For him to have the V88 is like, it's like threading a needle in a haystack. Not finding a needle in a haystack, threading a needle in a haystack. Because V88 is very, very light in Haiti. And for it to come through, like, yeah, it's in comparison to RM269, which is way heavier in Haiti, yeah. But yeah, let me go through this right quick.
So now I'm to believe that I can take a tube of spit from you this big and trace you back to one of these people here. Right? I want everybody to understand that. This Garfield talked about something.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, Rick Kittles himself, who's R1B, that's exactly what they do. They take a tube of your spit, which contains your DNA. Shout out, and please go watch, like the person was saying, go watch what Bree's saying, go watch what Yeshua's saying, go watch what Ngozi's saying. Yeah, it's got your DNA in it, fam. That spit has enough DNA to be able to find out what your mitochondrial DNA is, what your Y haplogroup is. And Rick Kittles and them are even tracing you back via their databases to specific countries and whatnot. Is it 100% accurate? Probably not. However, the science is sound. The science is sound. And people are even getting citizenship based upon this spit in the tube. Getting dual citizenship back in countries in West Africa that they actually can prove they descend from. And so check this out. If you were to take an African ancestry test, would it say that you come from an Akan person or an Ashanti person in Benin, Ghana, and Togo? No, it would not. 100% it would not. And that's the point here. And that's what this map shows as well. That 100, it would not. And wait till you go with the R1A.
Something called wacky beliefs. He says the Hebrew Israelites have wacky or weird beliefs. I think it's weird to believe that a little bit of my spit can track me back 20,000 years to somebody. I think that's insane. Literally. When the DNA test itself just couldn't get past the 1700s, I just showed y'all, right? That is insane. But here we are looking at, this is R1B. So we see that it exists all throughout Africa, Central Africa, into West Africa, East Africa, North Africa. We see it in Europe. We see it in Asia. They're in the Middle East. They're in India. They're into Kazakhstan that stands up there and things of that. We see it all over the place. Why is it that you hear R and you assume white when all these other non-white areas are R? Is it because you're a white supremacist? Or is it because you just are trying to make me out to be a white man? Is it because you're trying to push a narrative? Is it because you're so full of envy and hate that you feel like making a rumor up like that would be damning, so you just did it because you were moved out of envy and hate?
So it's not a rumor that R does not originate in Africa, that R originates in Europe or Eurasia, or however you want to look at it, right? And that's the point. That's not false science. That's not anyone making anything up. That this is the uncomfortable part about DNAs. It tells you stuff about your story that you didn't know was true. It confirms what is true about what you know, but it will let you know what you didn't know that is also true. So most likely what happened, this is me speculating, right? And I can do this heavily based upon what I'm about to show you from my DNA, is that he found out he was more European than he thought he was based upon his paternal lineage, based upon his father's side. He's probably 60+% European altogether. And the European from his father's side is more than what he thought it was. And he's probably more than 60%. And there's French, Spanish, and Portuguese in there, of which he most likely gets this RM269 or a RM269. There might even be Irish in there. Who knows? He might have got more Irish. He might be like 52% Irish. I'm like, well, how did that happen? Because you see that area. So if he's RM269, he got it from that dark area up on the top left. Now, he could be RV88. It's possible. It is unlikely. It is multiple times more likely that he's RM269. Multiple times.
That's why the Bible says, spread not a false report. Don't tell bear. So important that we come back to the law, statutes, and commandments. Because I'm coming right to you. Here it is. This R is everywhere, but no Europe. With no proof, with no knowledge, which clade of R I'm even. He's European. You see that? That's the hate. It's a ball. We all have a little bit of everything in us. So now it doesn't even matter. We all have it's so crazy. And the people, if you're a Hebrew Israelite that is trying to forward this, on one hand, I can't see it. One hand, I can see it because we are emphatic on the emphasis on patrilineage. Very much so, right? But if you're not a Hebrew Israelite, why does it matter? Why would it possibly matter? Because we're all the same, and this genetic root really isn't what matters to anybody else who's outside of being a Hebrew Israelite. Right? Next slide. See that? Exactly. And he's just supposed to believe that, though. Right? So here we have R1A. This is in Europe. This is in Asia. See how deep it is in India? It's also in parts of Northern Africa and all throughout the Middle East. So this is R. R is in all these non-white regions. It's in white regions, right? R1B and R1A, both sides of it. It's in white regions, but it's also in all these non-white regions. Why is it that y'all assume?
And that's a common myth that's going to get dispelled. So haplogroups they're not color-based. You can be any color and have any haplogroup. They have to do with lineage. It has nothing to do with color-based. They're not based upon phenotype.
Then put me in the box of the white one, right? Now watch this. Y'all see Israel. The landmass of Israel is covered in R, right? R1A. Let's go back. It's also covered in R1B. So now if I'm R, why couldn't we say, oh, this proves Guerrilla Hebrew is an Israelite? Because R is present on both sides of R are present in Israel. See that? But no, he's the white man. See, it's agenda-based. Again, big up to Brother Garfield, because again, he called me and he said, hey, look, I don't want to be the source of why these guys are trying to drag you and call you a white man. That's not what I meant to do. And I know it's not what he meant to do. He's never said anything to, I've seen us be on live and dudes going, man, Guerrilla Hebrew is great. And he going, Guerrilla Hebrew is my brother, period. Right? So I ain't mad at Garfield whatsoever. I just want to make sure that's clear. Right? But as we can see here, R is all over the place. Right? But they got to make it European. They got to make it European because they are on a mission to slander and contradiction of the laws of God, right? So let's go. Next slide. Next slide again, right? So now watch this. Haplogroup R M173 appears to be the most frequent haplogroup in Fulani. And haplogroup R P25 has the highest frequency in Hausa. Who are the Hausa people? Oh, they're in Nigeria. Interesting. And COPS and is present at lower frequencies in North, East, and Western. What country, Hassad?
Sudan.
Sudan. Wait, and then the oldest part of Sudan. So that's here. This is on the record, but no, he's European. But here, this same DNA that I have, or the same haplogroup that I have, is present amongst Fulani people in Africa, Hausa people in Africa, and Sudanese people in Africa. No, white man. But again, we just examined the DNA. The oldest part of my DNA, Sudan, matches up with that.
Shout out to Ngozi. Ngozi, who is also Fulani, will confirm that the most common haplogroup amongst the Fulani is E, not R. The Fulani are carriers of R. Don't get it twisted. But the most common haplogroup amongst them is R. So I don't know that Ahlazar meant to misstate or misquote this information. He might have had it backwards, but no, the most common haplogroup amongst the Fulani is an E. I'm also an E clade, but I'm not. Well, I'll go into that later. Go ahead.
The white contribution to my DNA is all coming from women. That's been proven, right? Next slide.
That's not been proven. And again, it hasn't been proven because he wouldn't show his specific clades. People are left to speculate about his clades. All we know for a fact is that he's R1B. So he's either RM269 as a base, or he's R1B V88. And he did not show his autosomal connection, like his autosomal percentages in terms of how European he is. Because again, let's say he's 55% Irish or 52% Irish. Okay, he definitely got some of that from his father's line.
This is Fulani, for those of y'all know, this Fulani people, right? Those people have R too, right? They don't exclusively have R, but it's frequent amongst them. The R haplogroup. Are they European? Are those white people?
Again, trying to make it a phenotype concept. No. Is R, does it originate in Europe? 100%. And R amongst the Fulani is a back migration from Europe. That's been scientifically proven. That's not even an argument in the scientific community. It doesn't originate. It was a back migration. Like, so this whole like R originates in Sudan thing, like, no, that's not how it works. There is some stuff. There is definitely R present in these places like Egypt, which we'll get into. Definitely present in places like Central Africa. Definitely present in West Africa. In certain small spots. In terms of this R1B lineage, right? But that's, again, it doesn't negate the origin of R. It does not negate the origin of R, and that the majority of R is found outside of Africa.
Somebody let me know. Did Fulani get put in slavery? Sent over here on cargo slave ships? Yes, some of them did. Let's keep going. Next slide. Although many Y chromosomes.
And the Fulani by themselves disrupt the whole 12 tribes chart because the Fulani went everywhere. Let me run this back right quick. The Fulani went everywhere, fam. They're in South America. They're in the Caribbean. They're in North America. So the 12 tribes chart has me being all kind of different stuff based upon where I'm located. But if I'm Fulani, like if I got family that we're on the same slave ship, and somebody gets dropped off in the Caribbean, somebody gets taken to the North America, somebody goes to South America, right? How are we different tribes, but we're all Fulani? How are we different tribes on the 12 tribes chart, but we're all Fulani? How does that work? Like, this is the kind of stuff that's got to get laid down, fam. That 12 tribes chart is not scientifically based in any way, shape, or form. It's hocus pocus. It's like Santa Claus, fam. It's Santa Claus, fam.
Let's keep going. Next slide. Although many Y chromosomes belonging to haplogroup R1B are quite rare in Africa, being found mainly in Asia and Europe, a group of chromosomes within
being found mainly in Asia and Europe. Mainly, not that it doesn't exist in Africa, but mainly in Asia and Europe. This is why it becomes apparent. Like, are you V88 or RM269? But the fact that the brother's not being forthcoming with the info leads people to believe, okay, it's RM269.
the paragroup RP25 are found concentrated in the central western part of the African continent, central western, where it can be detected at frequencies as high as 95%. So there are groups of Africans that this haplogroup is as frequent as 95% amongst.
And none of them are in Ghana, Benin, or Togo. Not a single one.
95%. But no, or white. No, that's the hatred in you. That's the envy in you. That's you trying to do anything to stop the reign of the Most High, right? And this camp is just.
No, pointing out the science of the situation is not trying to stop the reign of the Most High. And that's when we're getting into the cult type stuff, bro. And this is like Ahlazar, bro. Like, this is where the rubber meets the road, bro. Like, this is like where you're like at the, it's like the last chance kind of a situation to kind of turn the thing around. You know what I'm saying? Because if when you start acting like you yourself, like if people oppose you, they're opposing God, fam, you're beginning to drive you're at the hands, your wheels are at the hands of a cult, fam. Or your hands are at the wheel of a cult. Because not like pointing out that you're incorrect on something is not going against the Most High. That's exactly what it's not doing. It's pointing out that you're incorrect on information. That's all it is. Like, so for instance, either I'm correct in saying that the Akan and the Ashanti are not one of these people who are 95% R1B, or I'm not. Either that is a fact or it's not a fact. And I would put my life on it that it's a fact that the Akan and the Ashanti are not 95% R1B. That's not who's being quoted here. That's not the people being quoted here. And so, again, that would mean that you don't descend from people who are Akan and Ashanti. And this whole I'm Haitian, Levite, Akan, Ashanti stuff, that's not what plays out, and that's not what your DNA showed you. That's not what your DNA showed you. And you know that's not what your DNA showed you. That's why you're not showing these numbers. But if you know that's not what your DNA showed you, now you're obligated to the truth, fam. Because the people you're talking to don't know your numbers, but you know your numbers. You know your numbers. The Most High knows your numbers and knows you know your numbers, and you're not telling people. And you're speculating for the people. Nah. Is that what Levites do?
One of the vessels thereof. The same way y'all try to come up with lies and slander about all the camps, y'all tried to shit on all the camps, right? And the Most High says not so. And he's increasing the spirit on us, and he's having us to grow, and he's increasing the spotlight upon us, and he's taking us to new frontiers through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua, not just Sakari, all the camps exploding right now through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua, and all praises to Yahweh Shem Yahushua. Y'all can keep trying, but y'all don't realize, just like how Hamashiach Yahushua said, you're not even coming against me. You coming against the Most High, because we the servants of the Most High. When you come against the camps, you coming against the servants of the Most High. That's why y'all are all failing, right? Next slide. The analysis of the distribution of the RV88 haplogroup, which, while we were going through the conversation, Garfield had to make a retraction and acknowledge this V88 thing, right? So I'm showing you different clades of the R and their presence in Africa, right? So we've shown about 4 by now. The analysis of the distribution of the RV88 haplogroup in 1,800 males from 69 African populations. I want to stop there because I don't want any Israelite out there to get misconstrued at what I'm saying. I'm not telling anybody to count on or rely upon these DNA tests for anything outside of, a couple generations of your family, right? Your father, your grandfather, because it's like my matches, like I'm like a 26% match with my uncle, right, Petrie? I'm like a 25% match with my grandmother, right, who passed last year. I'm like a 12% match with my cousin, an 11% match with my other cousin, which is my mom's nephew, like a 15% match with my mom's brother, who's just her half brother. They have different dads. So I can see that, right? Then I got another cousin that appears on air, brother down there in Louisiana, Texas area, who I have no familiarity with, who has a different last name than me. So I'm not familiar with him. But after that, it's just a million people who I got like a less than 1%. So it's only really good for that immediate kind of thing here to find out who, maybe your auntie, your uncle, you know what I'm saying, your grandparents. Outside of that, it's not to be relied upon. And that's what I'm saying. And what I'm demonstrating is how much confusion there is in this. You mean to tell me that this one haplogroup is in every continent but the Americas? And I'm supposed to trust in that it just has this one common source and this is just right and exact? A lot of these guys that are telling you to believe in these haplogroups cannot even tell you how the test is done. They got some algorithm that they do with your spit to determine it's an algorithm, a computer program. And I'm supposed to trust that it's right and exact. Right? So again, now watch this. The analysis of the distribution of the RV88 haplogroup in 1,800 males from 69 African populations. So all they did was test 1,800 people, right? Out of millions. So all of this DNA stuff that everybody's relying upon are based upon very small sample sizes and assumptions predicated upon these small sample sizes. Another way in which this is unreliable. Out of millions of people, 1,800 were tested out of 69 different African populations. Can we go? Let's do some math. 1,800 divided by 69, right, is 26. So that means they said 26.08. So they tested 26 people in each of the African populations that they tested. And we're supposed to just believe that, okay, that's got to be right and exact, and we should rely upon that. We should conclude that that's correct because 26 people out of one tribe were tested. Right? I think not. I don't think that's sound. That's me personally. I don't think it's sound that a tube of my spit can tell you where I came from 20,000 years ago when these haplogroups began to be developed. I just don't think that. You can't tell me, you can't pinpoint a direct ancestor 500 years ago, but somehow you can do it 5,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago. It's nonsensical. So again, the analysis of the distribution of the RV88 haplogroup in 1,800 males from 69 African populations revealed a striking genetic congruity between the Chadic-speaking peoples from the Central Sahel and several other Afro-Asiatic-speaking groups. It's important. Chadic people and Afro-Asiatic. These people are having the R haplogroup, right? Next slide. These are the Chadic people. They have the R haplogroup. Are they white? Why couldn't people say, oh, Gorilla Hebrew's Chadic? No, what they said was he's white, but these people are R too. But of course, no, he's white, right? Next slide. In addition, now mind you, Afro-Asiatic. So the people who have in this R are Afro-Asiatic people. Now watch this. In addition to the languages spoken today, Afro-Asiatic includes many ancient languages, such as Egyptian, which forms a distinct branch of the family. And within the Semitic family, Akkadian, Hebrew, Phoenician, other Canaanite languages. Wait a minute. The language we speak, Paleo-Hebrew, is called Phoenician or Canaanite. That's Afro-Asiatic, and this haplogroup is Afro-Asiatic. So now people are saying that this proves I'm not an Israelite, but it actually gives credence to the argument that I am an Israelite. If I wanted to use it, if I believed in this, I can say, well, this is an Afro-Asiatic haplogroup, and what's under the Afro-Asiatic umbrella? The Hebrews, the Israelites. You see that? Point aside.
What you think? I mean, we can leave it if you want. Spelling words.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Keep going.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start back from the top so y'all can let this sink in. Because again, let's go back. Let's go back to the analysis of the distribution of V88 haplogroup in 1,800 males from 69 African populations revealed a striking genetic continuity between the Chadic-speaking peoples from the Central Sahel and several other Afro-Asiatic-speaking groups. Right? Afro-Asiatic. What's Afro-Asiatic? Akkadian, Hebrew, Phoenician, and other Canaanite languages, Amorite, Ugaritic, and Aramaic. While there is no consensus among historical linguists concerning the original homeland of the Afro-Asiatic family or the period when the parent language, i.e. Proto-Afro-Asiatic, was spoken, most agree that it was located within a region of Northeast Africa. Proposed specific locations include the Horn of Africa, Egypt, the Eastern Sahara, and the Levant. What is the Levant? That's another word for the Middle East, or where the Israelites and the Canaanites were. The Levant. Let's Google that up real quick for anybody that doesn't believe me, doesn't want to agree. Right? The Levant. The Levant is an approximate historical geographical term referring to the large area in the Eastern Mediterranean region of Western Asia or Northeast Africa. Right? Is what it really is. Right? So the historical region of Syria, which includes the present-day Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, Palestine, and most of Turkey southwest of the Middle Euphrates. Its overwhelming characteristic is that it presents the land bridge between Africa and Eurasia. That's the Levant. So that's what Afro-Asiatic, that's where Afro-Asiatic people come from, the Levant. This haplogroup is not only consistent with Afro-Asiatic people, I mean, not just consistent with African people, it's consistent with Afro-Asiatic people. So why isn't this haplogroup bringing us to the conclusion that I'm an Israelite, right? Why? Because even if you don't believe black people are Israelites, this is still found in the area of Israel. See that? But no, he's white. See that?
So if that does conclude that you are an Israelite, based upon your concept, that will conclude that everyone else who's not that is also not an Israelite. Now you got big problems when you're on the street corner, fam. It's not a consistent doctrine.
The marker in question. Now watch this. We're gonna show y'all some problems with this DNA thing and why for this ancient origin haplogroup stuff, it needs not to be relied upon. Israelites, don't go freaking out and bugging out on this. I'm telling y'all now. Y'all are about to see how stupid this stuff is. The marker in question is M34, right? M34, a lot of black people is M34. The Y chromosome marker that defines a sub-branch of haplogroup E known as E1, B1, B1, B2, A1, or EM34 for short, right? E1, B1, B, this one, which is an African, majority African haplogroup. Watch this. A scientific paper has indeed been published purporting to show that Napoleon's Y chromosome belongs to the EM34 lineage. The EM34 is found today in Ethiopia, the Near East, and in Europe, but it dates back several thousand years. So Napoleon has E. Napoleon has an African haplogroup. Napoleon who enslaved my ancestors. So if it was E, like, see, here's the funny thing. If Garfield would have said, what are you, E? And I said, yes. He wouldn't have said, oh, well, that makes you a white man. But wait, this white man, Napoleon, that literally enslaved my ancestors is E. So wouldn't this lend credence to the possibility of me being a rape baby between a French man and a Haitian woman? I think that would lend a credence. If a French man named Napoleon is an E, this is confusion. This is total confusion. And it needs not be sought after. And if people think they're going to make an argument with it, this type of foolishness exposes the hell out of the stupidity that this argument is rooted in, out of the pseudoscience that this argument is.
So the foolishness is that haplogroups don't back up phenotype discrimination. That's the foolishness being talked about here. But this is not being addressed. Like Abu rightly points out, exactly regarding Ahlazar's question, if he wishes to say that there are R-carrying patrilineal descendants of Jacob, would that not exclude E carriers from being patrilineal descendants of Jacob? 100% it would. And that's the elephant in the room. So now you're talking about 70% of the people you hollering at when you're on the streets, man. And the people you end up hollering at, like you're majoritively hollering at the descendants of slavers or whatnot. Like, so what? It becomes a convoluted doctrine. And this is going to get real interesting real soon because, like, so for instance, my grandfather's EM34 on my mother's side. You got, like he said, there's a lot of so-called black people that are EM34. Like, so Dante Fordson, right? Shout out to Dante. He's a subclade of EM34. And because, and this is a subclade, like this is DNA, you can find it in the Levant, fam. Like old DNA you can find in Levant. Like Proto-Semitic DNA you can find in the Levant. Proto-North African DNA, etc. Really old. You find this amongst the Natufians, etc. I'll get into this even more, but like again, because Napoleon has a clade of this, no one with this can be an Israelite. That doesn't make sense because Ahlazar is going to look at somebody. He's going to look at my mother's father. Like, okay, you're Latino. You're an Israelite. Going to look at Dante. Oh, you're black. You're an Israelite. They all got the same patrilineal lineage. They have the same. They have a common ancestor with that. With mutations and SNPs on the Y chromosome underneath the EM34 and EM35, etc. Watch this. Dante probably has the best claim to probable patrilineal descendants of Jacob of the various folks participating in these discussions. 100%. I agree with that. I was the person that came out and told Dante, you know what, you're not E1B1A, your joint is actually E1B1B. And it's this clade here, like, because I knew what it looked like because I looked at my my uncles and my grandfather's DNA, etc. Right? I don't know what their clade is. But this becomes an interesting exercise because he starts taking shots at all of E. It's like that becomes really interesting because now it's a divide and conquer game without knowing it's a divide and conquer game. Because if you're saying why doesn't R prove that you are an Israelite? Because if it does, that means everyone who's E's not, based upon the way y'all teach stuff. It's huge, fam. Big implications. And on top of that, people that you was just shouting out, I can go to your videos and see you shouting out Dante and them, right? So is Dante not an Israelite no more? Questions got to get answered, fam.
Rooted in. Right? Next slide. Go ahead. Go previous slide aside. Go back. Go ahead. I know we don't believe in this. Does this give credence to the Y chromosome being written genetic, or is it just no? It's by happenstance that they're focusing on. Why aren't they using X? Well, no, you can't get X. You can get it's called mitochondrial DNA. So you can look that up. They got the same reports on both. You see what I'm saying? So this is what you highlighted. Exactly. Because what's in question is Y chromosome, not nothing else, right? You could use your M. I think my mitochondrial DNA is L, I think, from my mother, right? I believe it's L. The marker.
Yeah, she's most likely not L, but we'll touch on why he probably thinks why that's the case. And that points to something real quick. When I point to that, I'll show you something. Like, so Ahlazar is a real smart dude. He can learn stuff real quick. He can be real autodidactic in that sense, right? But DNA is not his forte. You got to spend some time to actually get into DNA and understand some stuff. But once you get past the basics, it becomes super simple. But it takes some time to really get thorough at the basics and whatnot, right? What he's talking about concerning autosomal DNA is enough to know, oh, all right, you studied this stuff a little bit. All right, that's what's up. But in terms of jumping into like the deep end, in terms of like going into ancient ancestry, no, you haven't done that study, bro. And it becomes obvious. And if you have, you're being disingenuous with the people. And that's going to be problematic going forward. Because people will start picking up on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping that's not the case. But what's unnecessary here is all these shots getting taken at E. And again, I'm not EM34. I'm not E1B1B. This doesn't offend me in any way, shape, or form. But this concept of like the need to take the shots at him, it doesn't make sense. Particularly when you know Israel is a mixed multitude. And you know for a fact, scientifically speaking, the people you're talking to on the street are a mixed multitude.
The question is M3. Oh, next slide. Slide you. In December 2012, a genetic study conducted by the same research.
Yeah, if he's R1B paternally and his mother has L, that's the rarest combination you're ever going to find having coming coming the way it did, right? That would be the rarest combination of haplogroups from coming from the lineage that it did. That would be like threading two needles in two different haystacks.
Researchers who decoded King Tutankhamun's DNA predicted using an STR predictor that Ramses III, second pharaoh of the 20th dynasty of Egypt, and considered to be the last great New Kingdom regent to wield any substantial authority over Egypt, belonged to the Y-DNA haplogroup EM2, alternatively known as haplogroup E1B1A. Hebrew Israelites, you believe Ramses III oppressed your ancestors. That's what you believed. That's what you believe. But if you believe that E1B1A equals Israelite, then you believe that this oppressive Egyptian pharaoh was an Israelite. You see how problematic this stuff is?
Or we're Egyptian.
Or either that or we're Egyptian. You got a hell of a conundrum there. And it's funny because a lot of these dudes, a lot of people who try to like forward this DNA stuff, they do it only to fit their agenda, right? They only give you the parts of it that they want to, and they don't give you like a real objective full analysis thereof, because when you really look at the error, the margins of error and the mishaps and the mistakes that are made and the things that really don't make sense, they don't purport that or report that. They just stay consistent with a narrative. But if you're an Israelite and Israelites are just E1B1A, that's all the haplogroup, that is the haplogroup of Jacob, which you can't substantiate. If that's the haplogroup of Jacob, right, then why the hell is one of Jacob's oppressors have that same haplogroup? Or now we're going to come up with King Tut was an Israelite. King Tut practiced incest. Am I wrong?
I got a piece in the meantime.
Hit it.
Sirach 21 and 12 in the GNT. You have to be intelligent to learn anything. But there is such a thing as just pretending to be intelligent, which only makes people bitter. And that's a lot of brothers who put their trust in this. I'm just gonna say I could definitely be wrong. A lot of it just sounds like people pretending to be intelligent, pretending to know what the hell they're talking about. Because once you start using, mitochondrial DNA, and they start thinking of this haplogroup, I'm not saying that there's no credence whatsoever in it, but a lot of times people just say that to try to woo a certain type of person, to try to attempt to sound smarter than they really are.
That's right. Now watch this. Now
I'm gonna let this run, but I gotta pause this for a second because this is a particularly hard slide for me to deal with because there's so much wrong with this slide. I'm gonna deal with a lot of it real quick. I want to point out something. This whole bit about someone who oppressed your ancestors their haplogroup can't be Israel. Like Paul literally oppressed the Israelites. An Israelite himself and literally oppressed other Israelites. Did that change his DNA somehow? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. But I'm going to let this run it for a second and then address everything that's wrong with this slide, because this one was a tough one to swallow. Right off rip, he's talking about Ramses III and the Exodus, and that one had me choked up because I'm like, so me and my peoples deal with the Exodus hot and heavy and whatnot, thick and heavy. You know what I'm saying? And the biblical timelines don't match up to where you can claim Ramses III being the pharaoh. But on top of that, taking shots at EM2 like that, now you're taking shots at 60% of the people you're talking to on the street. You're saying they can't be, but you're looking at them saying, but they can be. It's not correlating. It's not matching up. It's not being consistent. On top of that, the people you're talking about, like King Tut, Akhenaten, and all them, they're not EM2, fam. Guess what they are? They're R1B. And you're saying because of their wickedness and because of Ramses' wickedness, their haplogroups can't be Israelites. And that's nothing could be further from the truth. You literally just ruled out yourself and most likely ruled out Assad.
Now let's watch this. Let's get some more about King Tut, right? Ancient Egypt's most famous pharaoh was the product of incest, and that contributed to his death at just 19. So King Tut was a product of incest. So if you're going to say that he was an Israelite, you would also have to not only prove that his father, but his mother was an Israelite. Here's the problem, right?
Yo, Laban, but yeah, sure, make me eat this one right quick, because I am out there saying Ahlazar'S is a sharp one, fam. But yeah, I gotta eat this one. He says, so this sharp for one West chief priest didn't know basic historical info that you can find with a 3-minute Google search. The Ramses III had no genealogical connection with any of the 18th dynasty. Yeah, and there's a lot wrong with this slide, right? We'll deal with that. We'll deal with that.
His father is Akhenaten. So now you'd have to prove that Akhenaten, which is one of the most wicked and evil niggas that ever lived on the face of this earth, he's also got to be an Israelite now in order for your DNA argument to make sense. Give me Leviticus 18. So mind you, these are people who oppressed our ancestors, enemies of the ancient Israelites, products of incest. But if we just follow your E1B1A argument, this would make them Israelites, right? Read that.
Leviticus 18:3. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein you dwelt, shall you not do.
See, and this proves that these are not Israelites; these are Egyptians, because this is something that is common amongst Egyptians that the Most High God warned us to not pick up after, and they continue doing it. Right? Go ahead.
I'll skip to it. Verse 6. None of you shall approach to any that is of near kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord.
See that? Any that is of near kin to him to uncover their nakedness, I am the Lord. And yeah, so he's reigning during the time period while we're in slavery, literally, right? 13 to 12:31. So we're in slavery under these.
And Laban, this is what needs to get addressed right here. He says, so is he being purposely deceitful because he knows his audience are fans and are just going to hang on his every word, or is he really that inept? And that's what needs to get addressed. Is because if it's the former, that's not forgivable. The latter is extremely forgivable. You can cure ignorance with information. The former, the beginning of that stuff, if he's being deceitful, that's a heart check. That's a soul check. That's a gut check. That's between him and the Most High. And right now we're in a situation to where a lot of people feel like, well, why would I be expanding and growing if I'm doing something wrong? Like, there's a lot of people who are equating numbers to righteousness right now, which doesn't make sense because there's a lot of people in the Bible who get raised up to do wicked things. So just because your numbers increase doesn't necessarily mean that the Most High is cool with what you're doing. But a lot of people aren't taking accountability, and this is why this conversation needs to be had and slow down and whatnot, because a lot of people don't understand what's being said and the implications thereof. So again, like, science is at stake right now. Foundation, like being able to have like a solid, provable conversation versus like having a pseudo conversation is at stake right now.
People at this time, right? And this is during the New Kingdom when the Pharaoh who I knew not takes over.
Exactly. So the Bible says that guy can't be an Israelite.
It's impossible. Yeah. But he's E1B1A though.
Right.
He's E1B1A, but it's impossible for him to be an Israelite, right? And he's practicing incest, which God tells us not to do, which is consistent with the practices of the Egyptians. Not only, now watch this. Watch how despicable King Tut is. Not only is he a product of incest, but then watch. Touch family ties. This is via National Geographic now. The first source was Huffington Post. This is National Geographic now. Touch family ties are further complicated by the royal custom of incest during this period. That's why the Most High told us, like, but the Bible ain't real. But God is telling us not to be like Egyptians because they practice incest, right? And it's a custom amongst the Egyptians to practice incest. How is that? Is totally historically lines up. If they're just making this up, why would that be in there? If they didn't know emphatically that the Egyptians were, if this was not a secret that the Egyptians practiced royal incest, right? Point.
Was King Tut also the king that was they found traces of cocaine in his system? Or
yes.
So this is a guy. He was a mamzer cokehead.
Yes, an incest baby cokehead that also had sex with his sister. E1B1A though, so he got to be an Israelite, right? Tut's family ties are further complicated by the royal custom of incest during this period. Tut married his half-sister, a daughter of Nefertiti and Akhenaten, and that makes Nefertiti his mother-in-law, right? So there's that, right? Next slide. So this is just showing y'all how much crap this is. Albert Einstein is alleged to belong to the haplogroup E. Tested Einstein from Germany, right, belonged to E1B1B1 or E1B1B1B2. The cluster SNP-PF 1952, formerly known as EZ80B or the Jewish cluster. So now this is not only telling you that Einstein is in the E haplogroup, but there's a cluster of Jewish people who are so are now they Israelites? I know there's some Israelites that believe that, but now are they Israelites? That's my question. You're now going to have to say that Albert Einstein and some group of Jewish people that God calls the synagogue of Satan are Israelites because, well, they're E, or they're black because they're E, and E is a black haplogroup.
Yeah, again, this concept of E is a black haplogroup. Like, that's not nowhere in the scrolls do you see something like this. Like when Ahlazar's talking about, like, yeah, and Ezra, whatever, when they're talking about, like, people they had to go check out their genealogy and they couldn't be priests or whatnot, and they had to get the with them. And yeah, nowhere did they say, you know what, you look like a Levite. You can be a Levite based upon your phenotype. No, that's not what they were told, fam. And the scrolls don't teach you that's how it works. That phenotype doesn't change over generations, no matter who you mix with. That's not what the scrolls say. That's not what the scrolls say. So this concept of, like, yeah, if Israel's going to be the same color it was now at the very beginning, why is Ahlazar so light-skinned? Why is his brother so light-skinned? Why do they look different than other people in their camps? Because there's different admixture, period. It just is what it is. And it changes phenotype. It just is what it is. So are there some people, like, so let's say Abraham is EM35 or something like that, or let's say he's EM34, etc. Anybody who's, like, again, like any of the Jews, doesn't matter if you Sephardic, Maghrebi, Mizrahi, Ethiopian, Yemenite. Shout out to the Bantu Jews, etc. Ashkenazi. Anybody who has this haplogroup, doesn't matter what your phenotype is, yeah. Your descendants are who your descendants are. It just is what it is. This concept about phenotype, it don't add up, fam. Because you're basically making the claim that there's some magic aspect to Abraham's seed to where his children don't ever get light. They can mix with whoever, and they're supposed to stay dark skinned. But again, if that's the case, Ahlazar, why are you so light? Is it bad that you're light? No. It's a scientific question. Because we're supposed to believe that you're mad light, that you don't look like a phenotypical Negro, but that you are one, and that you're also a Levite and Haitian, etc., even though you don't look like a Haitian. Nothing about your phenotype says West African or Haitian. When I look at you, I say, oh, man, you look like a French Native American, like a French Canadian mixed with a Native American, something like that. You know what I'm saying? That's all phenotype. I don't look at you and say West African. I don't look at you and say Haitian. But you know what? If you show me your DNA, I got to recognize, you know what? My G got a significant chunk of DNA that goes back to West Africa. Okay. That's interesting. But anyway, I'm going to stop this pretty soon and get in my presentation.
Predominantly consists and originates from Africa. See how that works? A patrilineal descendant of Naphtali Hirsch Einstein, right? Albert Einstein's great-great-grandfather was tested. This is why it says he belongs to it, because his great-grandfather, Naphtali Einstein, which is Jewish man, his great-great-grandfather was tested and belonged to EM35, which is E1B1B1, right? So this is E. This is a black haplogroup, an African haplogroup, but we have Jewish people who belong to it. There's even, and I didn't put this here because it's disputed, but there's even talk that Adolf Hitler too belongs to this haplogroup. But this is African, supposed to be black. Again, there's a school of thought amongst Israelites, some Israelites, that E1B1A is the Israelite and E1B1B is the Edomite side, because Jacob and Esau are brothers. But you know how problematic that is? Both of those things developed 14 to 18,000 years ago. Jacob and Esau's birth was not anywhere that long ago following the biblical time. It's asinine to try to marry those things. You have to understand, as we're demonstrating through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua right now, this haplogroup stuff is bullshit, right? Or else Albert Einstein is black, Napoleon is black, King Tut is an Israelite, Akhenaten is an Israelite. What sense would that make? Right? And the Fulani people are apparently European, and Chadic people as well. Retarded. Let's go.
So is everybody with R1B black? No, that's not how it works, man. Again, haplogroups have nothing to do with phenotyping. Everything to do with lineage. Everything to do with lineage. It stands to reason. If I have a child with Chinese people, and they have children with Chinese people, and they have children with Chinese people, etc., 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 they're going to not look like me very soon and look very Chinese very soon. But my son's son will still carry my haplogroup and my lineage.
Oh, next slide. Family Tree DNA's own data that shows that more than 9% of the German and Austrian population belong to EM35. That's E1B1B, an African black haplogroup. But almost 10% of people from Germany and Austria have this haplogroup. So are they black now? Are they going to say that? I'm R, so now I'm white. But they're E. Are they now black? The Germans? The Nazis? Are they now black? That's my question. Right, the water. This is so crazy. I've been to spill my damn coffee up in here tonight. Right, got to take this cloth to get clean now. Right, but this is so insane that I can't even believe. I really can't believe how anybody falls for this. But we have to understand the truth of what's going on is science is the new Christianity. These guys can't explain it. They just believe it because the white man gives them at least some form of an explanation and tells them, well, it's science. It's the same conundrum that we're in when we have conversations with Christians. It's literally identical. They can't really prove it, but they know pastor said it, so it's got to be true. Pastor has been replaced by professor or by scientists, and our people just hang on their every word, not realizing how insane and contradictory it sounds, just the same way Christianity does. We're having the same conversation with the Christian black person that we're having with the black person who is anti-Bible and wants to be pro-history and pro-science. We're having the same conversation with them that we're having with the Muslim. It's all the same conversation, right? They can't explain it. They can't prove it. They just believe it because some heathen told it to them, right?
Now that's problematic. So the Most High has nothing to do with science, right? Now I can understand people talking about evolution to a certain level, the atheism concepts or whatnot. But and I'll show this going forward. There are people on the religious side, on the biblical side, using science to prove out the biblical concepts on things and the biblical scenarios on things, and challenging scientific norms using science. That's valuable, fam. That's not invaluable. That's extremely valuable. And this is where we get into a dangerous turn, and why this cult mindset got to get cleansed and purified and whatnot, bro. Because now there's an encouragement to separate the scriptures from science, when the scriptures can be proven out by science. And right now we're living in a world where atheism is growing, and secularism is growing and whatnot. We're competing with our youth with having to have the scientific conversation, not leaving it aside. Going forward,
I'm getting there. I'm gonna get there in a second, right? So again, 9% of the Germans and Austrians are E. So are they black now? But nobody's gonna say that, right? Crazy. Next slide. Read that aside.
1 Corinthians 14:33. For God is not the author of confusion.
That's the first thing we got to understand. The Most High God is not at all the author of confusion. And this stuff is total and utter confusion. When R is African, European, and Asian at the same time. E is supposed to be black and African, but Napoleon and Einstein and a bunch of Jewish people and Austrian people and German people all have it. And there's speculation Adolf Hitler has it. This is confusion, right? Next slide.
1 Timothy 6:20.
What's your precept? All right, get it. Ecclesiastes 10:8. That's right. I wouldn't even have to do this. You see that? Look at God. Look at how awesome our God is. All praise Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 8. It says, he that diggeth a pit shall fall into it.
He said, he that diggeth the pit shall fall into it. So they try to dig a pit and they keep doing this, right? And, just let us work. We just out here trying to wake Black and Hispanic, Native, and Indian people up, right? I just got a powerful testimony. Big up to Captain Tazama. Big up to his big rally. All right, my bro, Jim, man, right? Big up to my bro, Jim. I ain't going to get off into his life, but I'm going to tell you that I'm so amazed, and I thank Abanawi Yahweh Shema Mashiach Yahushua so much for that brother's changed life. And, I've been knowing that brother years. I've been around Captain Tazama and his family. I've been knowing Jimmy for years. I always liked, loved. I always messed with Jim. You know what I'm saying? It was a time, man, at my crib. Man, Jimmy got into it with Cap over Cap's pops. And he was mad as hell at them. He would only talk to me.
Yo, that's a fantastic point. God is not the author of confusion, does not logically entail anything I personally find confusing must therefore be false. Fantastic point. There was a time when I had to stop and take a year to learn DNA properly. And compare and contrast what people were talking about to finally understand what was being said on a bunch of sides. It took me, I had never thought about studying DNA, and then I took a lot of DNA tests, and I wanted to know what was going on. Learned a lot about GEDmatch, learned a lot about how the tests were configured, learned a lot about the DNA tests from the companies and how they take them and how they come up with their algorithms, etc. And how different ones are sensitive to different areas, etc., based upon their sample sizes. A lot to understand with this stuff. But something that's real basic that everyone gets is if you yourself are preaching that the slave owners took advantage of our women and had progeny with them, then you have to recognize you're not dealing with the fact that you're assuming when talking to said progeny that based upon their phenotype that they're not said progeny. And that is confusion. That you're saying God is not the author of. So if that's not coming from God, that's coming from you as a man. And as a man, you got to change that confusion. Because you're trying to say that you represent God. And got the nerve to say you represent God as a priest. And a chief priest at that. Let me see what's going on here. Now I'm gonna let that go because they're gonna go on faithful for a while. I'm gonna stop this, and I'm going to just start sharing my screen at this juncture. Let me see where I'm at. Because this is where we got to slow it down for the people, right? This is where we got to slow it down for the people. Because we got a lot of misinformation going on about DNA right now. We got people saying you can have multiple haplogroups. We got people talking about you can have trans haplogroups. We got some alphabet soup conversations popping off. We got people saying that now that DNA can be trusted for certain things and not others. But to that end, family, let's just get right into it. Let me take you off here, boo. Let me take myself off the screen. Disclaimer, fam. Getting into the disclaimer right off rip. I have absolutely no beef with Sakari, as I stated earlier. I have defended Sakari on multiple occasions. You can see these videos on my channel, etc., and on other platforms and whatnot. Ahlazar, Deacon, and myself are from the same area. Similar experiences, similar understandings on a lot of things, right? Ahlazar and I were part of the same debate league, the Solar Vision Debate League. We were the ones who actually started the joint. Like, we were the first 2 of the 3 debaters that were part of that league. He went undefeated that year, etc., all that kind of stuff, right? I like a lot of Deacon's music, and I have for years. I still bump some of Deacon's music. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I got no issue with Sakari. I agree with a lot of Sakari's doctrine that Christians reject, right? Not all of it, but I agree with some of it, right? I personally think that Sakari has an anointing to reach the lost in a way that a lot of people don't recognize and understand. And I think that's going to be very powerful going forward. I personally think Sakari can change the whole movement amongst the camps into something that's being confused, or something from a hate group to something that's real respectable in terms of nation building and representing the Most High and whatnot, right? Now, again, I understand like where the aspect of like where the hatred comes from, where the anger comes from, when you're lost and forgotten on the bottom of a system. I get it with the system's boot on your neck. I get it, fam. Like I said, we have a lot of the same experiences and whatnot, right? But at the same point in time, again, the inconsistency in what's being taught has to be dealt with, particularly with the positions you're claiming. And again, I personally think Sakari can serve as a nation of priests and be part of that priestly nation once the doctrine gets cleaned up. You know what I'm saying? And again, they're in a great position to do something. I think most other camps aren't. Like IUIC, like they go get the people out the churches and whatnot, right? The people who who were part of the whole church thing, right? Grew up in the church and whatnot, right? ISUPK, I don't feel like I think their growth kind of stopped and whatnot, and like their joint was like mainly focused in a few areas or whatnot. But like Sakari reaches a lot of different people. Like Sakari is going to be the one that's going to reach me if I'm just coming out of jail, or if I'm just coming off the street life, or I'm still in the street life. That's big. That's like the least of these kind of a conversation, right? That's why I personally think Sakari is meant for real kingdom building. But I personally think Sakari should retire the racist rhetoric. And just for the inconsistencies you're seeing here in this situation. Again, disclaimer, I don't think Ahlazar'S R1B YDNA excludes him from Israel. I don't think my E1A Y DNA excludes me from being Israel either. I'm not E1B1A. I'm not one of the people, and YAP aren't people who push the E1B1A concept is the Israelite concept. There's people like Ronald Dalton Jr., there's people like Benai Israel and others who do that. We're not people that do that. I think Ahlazar likely has a strong autosomal tie to Israel. That a lot of the people he connects to in West Africa have Israelite practices and whatnot. And I think on an epigenetic level, there's no issue with connecting to that. I think that stuff shows that you can possibly just like having autosomal connection and using autosomal DNA. I think you can possibly show ties to people who are sojourners. And again, sojourners have inheritance in the land. No issue with that. Just like when we take a test, or you see the test on YouTube where someone's like, "Oh, I'm 10% Ashkenazi Jew, or I'm 12% Yemenite Jew, or 2% Ethiopian Jew." Yeah, if they calculated like the Bantu Jews in West Africa the same way, I promise you, a lot of us are coming up 25, 30, 40% Bantu Jew. I promise you. Ahlazar, no exception. No exception whatsoever. I'm just saying that means that you might not directly paternally or maternally descend, but that means that you come from people who are sojourning. Hence, you can see the intermixing. Or potentially come from people who are sojourning. I think we are all reverts, whether tribal or national Israel at this juncture. Going back to our culture, at this juncture, in this stage in the game, we're all reverts to the thing. And if you're not, let's say you're just the first generation sojourner, there's nothing wrong with that either. There'd be nothing wrong with Ahlazar saying, you know what? I thought that I came from tribal Israelites. I'm finding out most likely that I probably don't. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cling to this thing because the Most High is righteous and so are His ways. And I'm gonna choose to cleave to the Levite concept. I don't got no issue with that. I don't got no issue with that. I don't think anyone else should either. I think as a mixed multitude, we are a nation of priests still. And I think Israel and the world needs us to be a righteous nation of priests. And accountability is key in the whole thing, fam. A priesthood without accountability is a priesthood running amok, fam. And again, I think righteousness is not racist or based on phenotype. Righteousness is not based upon phenotype. And Ahlazar, you know this to be a fact. You know that people of all different shades and stripes have done evil things to you. And the opposite, all different people of different shades and stripes have done good things for you, fam. Phenotype does not have a monopoly on wickedness in any way, shape, or form. In any way, shape, or form. Again, to be clear, I'm not a black Hebrew Israelite. I'm not a one-West Israelite. I don't deal with the 12 tribes chart. I don't deal with the 400-year prophecy. I don't claim that all slaves were Israelites. My mother descends from North African Jews of Maghrebi descent. My father descends from Moorish Hebrews, people who were historically Muslims, Jews, Christians, and other spiritual traditions of Africa, etc., but which looked extremely Hebrew. In doing further DNA testing and whatnot, I found out he really seems like he descends from people who were sojourners. Now, beforehand, I was claiming Israel just through my mom's side. And my concept, again, you can claim Israel through your father, through your mother, through certain exceptions in the scrolls, and through sojourning, right? And at this juncture, I'm claiming it through all three, fam. I'm claiming it through all three at this juncture. Does my father descend from Israel? No. In terms of tribal? Nope. Historically, he comes from people from a Hebrew culture. I claim that 100%. And if I can't prove he was a sojourner, right? The DNA makes it seem like he would be. So based upon that epigenetic connection, Like how Ahlazar, how you feel it with yourself, like you feel like you're connected with the Akhan, etc. I connect the same way. I got no issue saying I descend from a sojourner. Therefore, I sojourn. My mom's family, again, legit descends from North African Jews and whatnot, yeah? And there's arguments I can make to where I could actually get my descendancy from that side, if you really know the details of my life and whatnot, right? That are all based upon the scrolls. But that's why I say that this is an intricate thing. You can be Israel through your father, through your mother, and through sojourning. And there's no shame in any one of the three. And acting like there is, that starts to let people know what we were in this for. We were in this for trying to feel special about something. And that's how, okay, now we got a psychosis to deal with. We got a psychosis to deal with now. Because we're doing this to fix a psychological problem. What's that problem? We come from a lot of trauma, bro. Like, it just is what it is. And we come from a lot of people who are on the bottom of the system with the system's boot on their neck, right? So this white man is the devil. It's like a medicine for, like, it's not even like a good medicine. It's like a drug, right? It's like heroin versus an actual medicine, right? It's a fix for, it makes me feel better. I can channel hatred through this concept, and it makes me feel a little bit better about my present situation. Yeah, but it's not going to fix nothing, bro. And over time, being a heroin addict is going to make it worse. Being a hatred addict is going to make it worse. Particularly when that's not the mandate in your scrolls. The mandate in the scrolls is to show the saving health of the Yeshua, of the Most High, to all nations. It didn't leave nobody out in that. So again, just quickly going through what was shown, and I'm going to give some commentary on the stuff, right? And then get into some information, right? So my man showed his DNA timeline, which again does not denote necessarily like what's oldest and youngest, but like kind of when stuff came into where. And I'll get into that when I show mine. The claim is made that he's a Khan, and Ashanti, etc., and that those people migrated from the Levant to Sudan, and then came to Ghana, etc., Benin, Togo, all them areas and whatnot. So he's saying, like, see, my oldest DNA is Sudanese, and it makes sense that it links to that there, which that doesn't correlate because they made that trek doesn't mean that you should be showing that, particularly if this is going back like just a few hundred years, and they made that trek way before that. What this Sudanese is most likely showing is a connection with this Southeast African and whatnot, which again, I'll show here in a little bit, to where 540 plus thousand people were taken from the coast of East Africa and Madagascar and taken into the slave trade. And went to places like Saint Domingue and Haiti, etc. Again, he shows the United Kingdom DNA, and touching on a little bit of France, and makes the claim that this is him showing like this is the extent of his French DNA, and kind of that he gets it from his mom, and but he's also supposed to be getting it from his father's mother's side, etc. But does not get into showing his full autosomal DNA, and I'll touch on that in a second. Again, showing the R1B map, but nowhere does he show on the R1B map where it touches, where R1B is in the area he's saying he connects to, which is Ghana, Benin, Togo, and the Akan and Ashanti people as a Levite from Haiti via the 12 tribes chart, etc. Nowhere is that being shown. R1A really don't show that, fam. Really doesn't make that argument at all. But he goes on to say this, and this is what wasn't in part of the video that I played, because I didn't want it to play that long, but he literally says this: I'm not asking what their haplogroup is in terms of like the people on the street, etc. I'm not asking what their haplogroup is. I'm asking who their father is as far back as they know. As far back as they know. Well, as far back as I can find out is with my haplogroup. As far back as I can find out is with my haplogroup. And that has yet to be challenged with any form of science based upon anything Ahlazar said. Nothing he said challenged that. He kept misconstruing concept of autosomal DNA with the Y DNA or with the mitochondrial DNA. You can't do that because you're using two. We're doing two different things at that juncture, right? Y DNA, I'm talking about my father's 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 father. Mitochondrial, my mother's 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 mother. Autosomal, everybody in between. A completely different thing. He went on and showed Francois Glaude, right? And being black in an 1880 census. And what came out on Yeshuv's channel was something that was very interesting. And I believe I got it here. I might have to show it. I might have another slide. But in the previous census, oh yeah, I got another slide. And he was showing he made the case that his great great grandmother was mulatto, but that his great great grandfather was black, but great great grandfather was mulatto. Now I'm going to show it here in a second. But in the previous census, Francois Glaude was mulatto himself. Not black, but mulatto himself. And so this is where DNA can confirm some inconvenient things that you're also finding out, though, too. Like I'm saying, Ahlazar was a lot more European than he was expecting to be. And from sources, he wasn't expecting to get it. Hence, he didn't show his autosomal DNA and his regional results. He knew about this one here and tried to put everything like, oh, see, all this European stuff comes in from the females. That's not what the story's saying, fam. That's not what the DNA is saying. You don't get R1B from females. You get R1B from males. And again, I'm gonna quickly go through this, right? But making the claim that he's a Khan, Ashanti, and him being Haitian with the 12 tribe chart, it makes sense that he's a Levite, even though he's in America, which is supposed to be Judah. He talks about like all this makes sense because they got all kind of priestly stuff from the Aaronic priesthood and Levites, and that they come from the Yashan region, etc. All this stuff makes sense. But again, his DNA doesn't show this. His DNA doesn't show him descending from males of Ghana, Benin, Togo, etc. That's not what it shows. It doesn't show him descending from males of the Akan or Ashanti, who are not carriers of R1B, and were not shown to be carriers of R1B. Again, this is the strong play he keeps making. He keeps talking about the ephods and the garments and this and that. All this stuff about the Levites. See, this is what the Akan do. This is what the Ashanti do. And again, that's supposed to confirm what he's saying about the 12 tribes chart. But the Akan and Ashanti are not R1B. And his DNA is not connecting it back to the Benin, Ghana, and Togo via his Y DNA. Continues to go in on this Aaronic priesthood concept and what the Ashanti and the Akan do. And again, has nothing to do with what his Y DNA is talking about. Beautiful research, though, right? Beautiful information. Because a lot of people need to know this information is out there, and it does connect people to a lot of people. And this is what I'm saying. Ahlazar, am I saying you don't connect to these people? No. I'm saying you do autosomally. Autosomally, and most likely epigenetically. You probably really feel the connection to them. I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying just because you don't paternally descend from them, you're not them. I'm not saying just because you don't maternally descend from them, you're not. I'm saying that you connect to them autosomally and epigenetically. It's a different thing, fam. But it doesn't mean you're not connected. It doesn't mean you don't got the right to connect to that to the culture or whatnot. It just means that you don't got the right to come on the scene and act like okay, I'm this pure thing. And that there's I'm the real Israelite, and these are the fake Israelites over here just because they're phenotypically white or phenotypically European. That's what got to get put down. And this is where, again, this one got me when I saw the slide the first time. I was like, wow, okay. Like, because this is a big issue here. So I made the point about the Fulani going everywhere in the slave trade, from South America to the Caribbean to North America, etc. So look at what's being said about the Akan. It says, let us remember, Akan captives were known for various slave revolts and plantation resistance tactics. Their legacy is evident within groups such as the Maroons of the Caribbean and South America. So we're talking about two different locations, the Caribbean and South America. But on the 12 tribes chart, it's not giving me, it's not saying like I can be a Khan. Like if I'm a Khan and I'm in the Caribbean, I'm one tribe via the 12 tribe chart. If I'm a Khan in South America, I'm another tribe. How does that work? If I'm Fulani in South America, I'm one tribe. If I'm Fulani in the Caribbean, I'm another tribe. If I'm Fulani in America, I'm another tribe based upon the 12 tribes chart. That does not make logical sense. That does not make logical sense. Hold on, let me catch up right quick on comments right quick. Let me see what I missed. All right, keep going. So then, in case you missed it, what was not shown? Autosomal DNA region results were not shown. Y-DNA haplogroup subclade results were not shown. mtDNA haplogroup subclades were not shown. Any map showing R in Ghana, Benin, or Togo was not shown. Any link to the Akan or Ashanti carrying R was not shown. The 1870 census saying Francois Glada was a mulatto was not shown. Going forward, claims that need to be addressed. You can't believe in the Bible and believe in haplogroups. Haplogroups don't fit the young earth biblical timeline. Biblically, all men should have Adam's blood or haplogroup. DNA is good for paternity tests, but not ancient ancestry. Ramses III is the pharaoh of the Exodus. The rain for that anyway. That hurts anyway. EM2 can't be Israelite because Ramses III was wicked. R1B V8 can't be Israelite because King Tut, he was wicked because of incest. I messed that all up. I just need to retype that. E is supposed to be a black African haplogroup. Again, this whole haplogroup concept, right? Or this whole phenotype via haplogroup concept, right? And Haitians are Levi with Aaronic ties via the Akan and the Ashanti. This all needs to get cleared up. Points of concern. The fear of DNA will lead to less scientific methodology amongst the people claiming to be Israel. That using science to prove the Bible will be frowned upon. That we may miss the opportunity to track our migrations, because that's what you use haplogroups for, is tracking migrations over time and descendancy through those migrations. And we can use those, use our DNA to be able to not just map our migration, but tell the story of that migration. That we may miss the opportunity to identify ancient Israel. And that's what we can also do with our DNA, fam. There is a puzzle in our DNA that we can put together if we look at it close enough. If we look at it close enough. I fear that, and this is a big point of concern, that we may miss the opportunity to reach the most people because of this inconsistent concept of racist rhetoric. So not just y'all. I'm talking about me in my everyday life. I'm in a situation now. If I say I'm an Israelite, I gotta spend the next 10, 15 minutes in the conversation explaining how I'm not a one West Israelite or I'm not a Black Hebrew Israelite. I can't talk about nothing else for a minute. That's problematic, fam. I'm not talking about the Most High. I'm not talking about His ways. I'm not talking about living that culture out to people. I'm talking about hate group stuff that don't make no type of sense based upon the concepts that y'all talking about in terms of who's Esau and who's not. That have no consistency in terms of Well, you're just yelling at everybody. Well, you know you're an Israelite, right? Well, how does that work? Well, you know everybody's not, based upon your own doctrine. Based upon your doctrine, you know everybody's not. A point of concern is that our people use hatred like a crutch instead of purging, fam. We got a lot of real issues to deal with because of traumatic things we've experienced as people going through the slave trade, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the truth is, living out this culture is what purges those issues, those things. But living with the hatred is not part of our culture, fam. Living, saving health is a culture, and showing that to the world is our culture. We're not, the scrolls doesn't say we were made a covenant for the people so that we could just start condemning people left, right, and center, and telling people that they're going to go into slavery because they're wicked and their ancestors treated us correct. No. The Most High said, I could raise up stones and do this thing over because y'all are on some other stuff, right? But the point is, we fell so far for a reason, because he says that a marvelous work and a wonder will be done. When we fulfill the mandate of being the Most High's representatives by living his culture, walking it, talking it, etc., for ourselves and the nations, we get to fulfill that marvelous work in the winter. We get to show people, you know what, if you can fall as low as we fell and rise to the highest heights using the ways of the Most High. The ways of the Most High will redeem you from the lowest lows. That's what we get to show the people. We know that, and Ahlazar, you know this, for the people, for the bit that you follow, when you the more you started hearing to the scrolls, the more your life starts to change for the better. That's why I'm imploring you now. You know, at this juncture, you're doing some side stuff because this isn't a comfortable conversation. I'm with that. It shouldn't be. Like, I apologize that it's not an easier conversation, but I can't apologize for this. Now is the time to keep purging and keep cleaning. Keep cleansing. Keep redeeming. Put away the stuff that doesn't need to be there. The whole white man is Esau, all that. That's stuff for like when you're a young man full of hatred and angst and whatnot, and don't have a place to put that stuff. That's not for grown men that need to build. Because reaching the nations is our mandate. Showing them the saving health of the Most High, that's our mandate. Not preaching destruction from the street corners. That's not our mandate. Inconvenient truths that need to be addressed. There is a 60% chance that Assad is E1B1A, just like Ramses III. Ahlazar is either RV88 like King Tut or RM269 like Nyal, which is, I'll show you, is an Irish king that they talk about in 23andMe. Both are saying Ian or can't be Israelites, and that's most of us. And they're saying that based upon how the fact that these kings were wicked. Now, most of us are getting thrown under the bus based upon this concept because Ahlazar is R1B and is struggling taking that right now. Now, here's what I am saying: Ahlazar could be Fulani or Fulbe or Hausa or Herero or Yoruba paternally, because those people in West Africa and the areas he got DNA that he was talking about and showed, they got connections to R. The Fulani got a high one. The Hausa got a high one. Herero not so high. Yoruba not so high, but it's there. Ahlazar could be a Luso-African or a Lansado paternally, right? Because you can find R amongst the people of Sao Tome and Principe, etc. And we know that they were amongst, like, they intermixed with the Mandingos, etc. And Ahlazar could also have ancestry from that. The Mandingo could have ended up on a slave ship. Etc. Ahlazar could descend from a European slave owner. That's something that needs to be addressed. It's not an impossibility whatsoever. And it's something that can get narrowed down if he's RM269 or V88. If he's V88, most likely not a slave owner. If he's RM269, yeah, pretty much. That's what it is. What it is, unless he descends from, well, even if it's the Luso African, it's still the same thing, yeah. And this is something else to address. So there's 33 tribes with 35 potential languages found just in areas like Georgia. But that same density of tribes and languages is found in many other places and whatnot. And those same 33 tribes, right? The same types of tribes. So again, the Fulani being found everywhere. You know what I'm saying? The Yoruba, the Igbo, etc., right? So if they're being found in so many different places, how could they have different tribal affiliations based upon your 12 tribes chart? That doesn't seem consistent. Again, families that are split up during slavery, they didn't magically change their tribes. So again, if I'm in the Caribbean and like my children go to North America, and if someone gets sold in South America, and I stay in the Caribbean, we didn't change our tribes because we got split up. And on that same token, one tribe sent to multiple locations didn't change lineage. Our DNA didn't change. Like the Y DNA and the mitochondrial DNA didn't change just because there was a boat ride. It changed when there was genetic interference. But one tribe being sent to multiple locations does not change their lineage. The mixed multitude leaving Egypt was genetically diverse. That's another thing that we got to accept. So-called Black, Latinos, and Native Americans are also genetically diverse. They're not homogenous, fam. And talking to them like they're a homogenous group, like that's so easy to disprove scientifically. It's to the point to where you're going to ensure that you're not going to keep the highly intelligent people around you, that you're going to lower the intelligence rate of the people around you so they can accept this, because people who look into it at all will recognize, yeah, there's no way we could all have the same descent. There's no way. I'm going to show that there's 15 different paragroups, just paragroups, not subclades, but paragroups amongst Blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans in the Americas. Ahlazar teaches that Esau mixed with Israel and all nations. Ahlazar teaches that Esau forcibly mixed with our women. Ahlazar gives no way to differentiate the two, but the spirit. That's hugely problematic and needs to get dealt with. Because you're literally out there telling somebody that they're Israel, but at the same point in time, you're not saying, we know there's a possibility that you're not Israel, and that if you know when you're not, the way we teach it, the angels are going to come mess you up. Nah, fam. So we're going to get into my DNA, and just to kill the phenotype conversation, I'm going to show you my phenotype, even though it matters not at all. Again, I descend from people who are North African, West African, European, Native American, etc., and I look like such, right? So on the left is a picture of me in the good old Northwest sunlight. In the middle is a picture of me in the good old Southwest sunlight. And on the right, that's a picture of what's underneath the head wraps. You know what I'm saying? That's my hair texture and whatnot. Shout out to Sideshow Bob and whatnot, right? But again, none of this matters when it comes to lineage. I could have any phenotype and have any lineage. It all depends on who my father's father is, and my mother's mother. And I'm getting into all that right quick. I'm going to break down my Y DNA and my mitochondrial DNA and all that. So this is my 23andMe. Taiwan, that's me, right? You can see I'm 46.3% Sub-Saharan African with all different breakdowns thereof. 28% Nigerian, 12.4% Ghanaian, Liberian, Sierra Leone, 2% Senegambian, Ghanaian, etc. You can see I'm 38.1% European, the vast majority of which is Spanish and Portuguese at 36.4%. And then you see a bunch of really sparse 0.1, 0.2, 0.2, 0.1, 1.3, real sparse stuff, including 0.1% Ashkenazi Jewish. If you see my videos on this, you know that 23andMe only checks for Ashkenazi Jewish, and they'll throw any kind of Jewish DNA into that. And you've seen on my other videos where I talked about my family tree DNA tests, to where my family is found out to be Sephardic Maghrebi and not Ashkenazi Jewish. But going forward, you also see that I'm 14.2% East Asian Native American, and that I have a consistent like 13% with this and other different tests on that level of being Native American, which is consistent with my mother's background because she's from the American Southwest. And I'm also 0.5% West Asian North African on this one. Now, 23andMe is very, very, they hate a lot in terms of putting stuff in North Africa. There's other places like Family Tree and MyHeritage that are much more sensitive than 23andMe and also Ancestry in terms of North Africa. So if you're interested in your connection to North Africa or the Middle East, I would suggest that if you've already taken something with 23andMe, that you also take a test with Family Tree DNA and or MyHeritage and or both. But again, that's my DNA map in the middle. That's my actual map family. This is my 23andMe autosomal results. This is what Ahlazar didn't show you. So I'm making the suggestion that Ahlazar is probably a bit more European than he was expecting to be, right? Probably closer to the 60-65%, and that it was in areas he wasn't expecting to get it from. Now, he specifically did not show you his map because I promise you there was a lot of areas in Western Europe that were lit up. Going forward. Now, this is what it also specified. Like later on, 23andMe gave me an update and said, okay, we're looking at your Nigerian, and it seems like you're a highly likely match for Igbo and Yoruba there. Now, this is where it also starts to look at the 12 tribes chart. Like, so I'm in America. I'm supposed to be Judah, right? Now, amongst the Yoruba and Igbo, you got the Ephraim. You got people talking about you can find Ephraim, Gad, Judah, and some say you can find all 12 tribes of Israel amongst the Yoruba and Igbo. All 12 tribes. Now, 70 to 80% of people in the slave trade have Igbo genetics and have connection to the Igbo, etc., right? But the Igbo are another tribe that went everywhere, like the Fulani, etc. So when they go to North America, are they Judah? And when they go to the Caribbean, like Haiti, they're Levi. If they go to Puerto Rico, whatever, they're Ephraim. If they go to South America, they're others. Like, how does that work? How does that work? It's not consistent. But on top of that, here's what's important. This is what I'm saying about the autosomal thing. Like, so again, I don't believe I paternally descend from Yoruba or Igbo people, and I'll show you why in a second. Because I have a very particular Y DNA, and you can't find it so far amongst the Yoruba or the Igbo. They're mostly almost uniformly E1B1A. Almost uniformly. They have other stuff amongst them. Don't get it twisted. You can even find R amongst the Yoruba Ahlazar. But you can't find my father's DNA amongst them. So most likely I have connection via mitochondrial connections via his father's mother and his own mother. His mother is L2A. I'll have to look at my aunts right quick because my aunt took 23andMe, so I got to see my grandmother's mitochondrial DNA, right? I think it's like L2AB something, but I got to double check. But yeah, she most likely, my grandmother most likely has ties to the Yoruba and Igbo, and as well as maybe my father, like my grandfather having autosomal ties as well, right? But amongst these people are heavy Israelite traditions, stuff like the Yam Festival, like they talk about on 23andMe itself, right? And these festivals have links to like the first fruits festivals and also the Passover and certain traditions and whatnot, right? So I have autosomal connection to these people. I love Igbo and Yoruba culture. I get into it, fam. Like I really connect to Yoruba culture a lot. Like my family was told that we looked Yoruba by Yoruba people and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And so like I really connected to the Yoruba people beforehand. Just like what you're talking about, you connect to the Akan, fam. And the Ashanti and whatnot, right? I don't paternally descend from these people, but I autosomally and epigenetically connect to these people. I don't reject that connection at all. I tie that into what I do. I tie my connection with them into what I do and part of my practices and whatnot. But I don't claim, like, and I got no issue claiming sojournership through that. Because, again, let me go back right quick. So let's say, like, again, just walk me on this family. If they started to connect these people in terms of like the people who are saying that they come from Jewish traditions or Israelite traditions in West Africa, like the Yoruba and Igbo and whatnot, this could potentially say 28% Bantu Jew. That's nothing to sneeze at, fam. If you're 28% Bantu Jew, chances are you descend from people who are either part of the tribe somewhere or sojourn. Period. That's nothing to sneeze at. I'm saying Ahlazar probably got numbers like that, fam. A lot of people who are R1B or got European fathers, a lot of them still got numbers like this, fam. And there's nothing wrong with connecting yourself through these kind of numbers. But when you're starting to say, I have the pure lineage and there's these fake people, like, all right, now you're not seeming so not as consistent. The logic's not staying consistent. And it's showing that you're in this for a whole different reason. Because when you start talking about this concept of I'm the real people and this, that, and the third, or it becomes a phenotype thing, you're talking about a doctrine that's making an idol of the self. You're lifting up yourself based upon your phenotype or your background or your lineage or whatever, and you're making yourself superior to something else. That's idolatry, fam. And literally, if you're telling people if people are challenging on this, they're challenging God, fam, that's idolatry, fam. Skin doctrine is idolatry, point blank and simple. But it's one that you cannot substantiate logically or via the scrolls. Oh, let me double check my chat and let me see what I missed. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through that in a second. But going forward. Now, this is my DNA timeline, right? And this is how you need, this is super simple in showing you why it's not showing you what the oldest thing is, right? Because it says here I have the African hunter-gatherer, i.e. pygmies, right? The pygmies got the oldest DNA in the game. Ashkenazi Jewish or any Jewish DNA is not older than pygmy DNA, right? That's not how that works. And as a matter of fact, I have, like, if you've seen my previous videos, you know I'm saying that that's more of the North African Jewish stuff. And you can see based on where it's entering the timeline. That's what you can use this for, right? But it's not telling you like okay that this is the oldest. No, that's not the proper understanding. Because again, if that was the case, there's nothing that's going to be older than my African hunter-gatherer. That's just all there is to it. You can find out when things got inserted where. You can find out when things got inserted where. But let's do this, right? 23andMe talks to you about paternal haplogroups and Y DNA. So we're going to do like what we do with the Yab Gang, just start reading stuff. So it says here, you descend from a long line of men that can be traced back to Eastern Africa over 275,000 years ago. These are the men of your paternal line, and your paternal haplogroup sheds light on their history, on their story. Now, most of us who rock with the biblical concept don't rock with the out of Africa theory. And that's something that we actually use science and genetics to challenge. And you can do such. But this is how we do it. Your haplogroup can tell you about your paternal line. Each generation, fathers pass copies of their Y chromosomes onto their sons, whereas most of the genome exists in two copies that exchange pieces between generations in a process called recombination. The Y chromosome is transmitted unshuffled. Because of this unusual pattern of inheritance, the Y contains rich information about paternal lineages. A small number of DNA changes called mutations generally occur from one generation to the next. Because the Y chromosome does not recombine between generations, these mutations accumulate in patterns that uniquely mark individuals' lineages, and scientists can compare the resulting sequence differences by constructing a tree. This tree shows how paternal lineages relate to one another, including the observations that all human paternal lineages share a most recent common ancestor approximately 275,000 years ago. So, for instance, this does not mean that mankind originated in Africa 275,000 years ago. What they can find is that our most recent common ancestor that they know of, that they can trace, that they can track, was 275,000 years ago in Eastern Africa. The term haplogroup refers to a family of lineages that share a common ancestor and therefore a particular set of mutations. Each paternal haplogroup is named with a letter indicating the major cluster of branches to which it belongs, followed by the name of a mutation that is shared by a subset of the major cluster. We identify our haplogroups by determining which branches of the Y chromosome tree correspond to your DNA, because more closely related lineages tend to share geographic roots. Your haplogroup can provide insight into the origin of some of your ancient ancestors. There was nothing that Ahlazar spoke on that disproved any of that. And Ahlazar, you know you didn't. And therefore, that's why you got to take some, like, you got to step back and like, okay, bro, I'm pump faking right now. I'm false flagging. And I really need to step back and just relook, like, be honest with this thing. Because if you don't, I promise you, it's going to bite you, and it's going to bite you where it don't want to, fam. It's going to come back to bite you hard. Because you're going to be seen as insincere. And a whole bunch of other things, fam. And a whole bunch of other things. Going forward. This is my paternal haplogroup, right? Tyvon, your paternal haplogroup is EL94. Now, check this out. You can see on the left it's talking about A, haplogroup A at 275,000 years ago on the left. You see this DE, M145. You see this EM96, right? These are all mutations you can see on my Y chromosome. Not everybody has the same mutations, and hence we can tell the difference and whatnot. And going further from the EM96, you can see it goes down to the EL94. And this is what it says. Hold on. Bam. Men bearing haplogroup EM132 or EL94 or EM33 were carried to the Bahamas in the transatlantic slave trade. Your paternal line, that's super old, by the way. Hold on, I hope you saw that, right? This is how, like, it's a whole different clay to E. Again, your paternal haplogroup EL94 traces back to a man who lived less than 56,000 years ago. Like, yeah, 56,000 years is mad old, fam. It's different than the E1B1A, etc. in a lot of cases, which is less than half that old in a lot of places and whatnot. But going forward, this is what it says about the haplogroup, right? Your paternal line stems from a branch of haplogroup E called EM132, which is seen at low frequencies in the Bahamas on the islands of Abajo, the Ahlazar'S, Exuma, Grand Bahama, and Long Island. This is likely a reflection of historical movements of African and Creole slaves before and after the abolition of slavery in 1807. Over 25% of slaves transported to the Bahamas during the slave trade were from West and Central Africa, which is consistent with the most common location of EM132. Lower numbers of slaves were taken from other ports in Africa, including those along the Gold Coast, the Windward Coast, the Bada Biafra. Many African ethnic groups were victims of the slave trade, including the Fulani and Hausa, two groups in which your haplogroup are heavily represented. Right. So This is what Ahlazar could have done. He could have gone through his DNA with you and gone through his paternal haplogroup. Again, we didn't see the subclade, but he could have done the same thing I'm about to do here. When I found out my subclade, I went ham on it. I wanted to find everything I could about it. I made presentations on the whole thing, right? So here's a map of my distribution of E1A or EM33 or EM132. They're all synonymous. EM132 is also known as EM33 or E1A. Its possible date of origin is circa 50,000 years ago. EM132 branches off from EP147, which possibly originates 50,000 years ago, which in turn branches off from EM96 that possibly originates 65 plus thousand years ago in East Africa or Western Asia. Now, right off rip, they're going to talk about these timelines like, oh, that's crazy, that's crazy, that's crazy. Well, we're going to touch on that because there's young Earth creations that also have scientific timelines to deal with their concept and DNA. EM132 E1A is found distributed throughout Africa and can be found in Sudan, Cameroon, Mali, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Senegal, Senegambia, Ghana, and Morocco, etc. EM132 and E1A has also been found among fossils of the original inhabitants of the Canary Islands. It's also in Egypt. I forgot to put that there as well. But yeah, Ahlazar could have easily have done what I'm about to do here, right? Go find out who these people connect to, or what people the haplogroup connects to, right? The Fulani carry EM132, right? In Cameroon and Sudan and Burkina Faso, and in certain places as high as 53% and as low as 10%, right? We can see that the Hausa people carry my haplogroup, right? We can see that the Wolof carry my haplogroup, particularly the Wolof of Senegambia, etc., right? But you can see that the Wolof, oh, let me go back here, because I forgot, because the Hausa are huge. The Hausa are the largest ethnic group in Africa with 80 million people. They can be found in Nigeria, Niger, Ivory Coast, Benin, Cameroon, Ghana, Chad, and Sudan. And in the Sudan, they can be found with this haplogroup with 16%. Shout out to the Hausa. The Wolof, again, they can be found in Senegal, the Gambia, and in Mauritania. They have this at 12%. The Sahrawi are like a Berber tribe that have this haplogroup. They can be found in the Western Sahara, the Southern Morocco and Mauritania, and Southwest Algeria. They are also carriers of this haplogroup. The Mandinka people, right? They can be found in Mali, Guinea, the Gambia, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea-Bissau, and Ghana. They can also be found with this haplogroup. The Gadangbe people, right? They carry this haplogroup as well in Ghana, right? At a low percentage, but they still carry it. Now, I can show you a lot more people who carry this haplogroup in West Africa. The Fante carry it, also from Ghana, right? But I'm choosing to show you people I can verify actually came through the slave trade that we have linguistic and archaeological evidence for, etc. And I can tell you that I know for like I can whittle it down to those few groups there that I descended from, right? Now, to be truthful, let me go back one right quick. Most of the people I come from, or most sites I go to that deal with my autosomal DNA, tell me that I'm most likely Fulani, right? Which makes a lot of sense. The Fulani, the Mandinka, the Wolf, the Hausa, and all of them, right? They were all running together in a lot of different Islamic groups and whatnot. And so they became very homogenous in a sense. They were like not haplogroup wise, but like the fact that they were all hanging out together, right? They would use the Fulani language, etc. They were practicing Sufi Islam, etc. And I could definitely see it's most likely I'm probably going to come like if I did African ancestry, which I still have yet to do. I need to do that one. It would probably tell me that I'll descend from a Fulani man. But it could very well tell me I descend from a Fante man, or Gadangbe, or Wolof, or Hausa, right? Because I can see this DNA amongst those people. And these people verifiably came across on the slave trade. Getting into maternal DNA, right? You descend from a long line of women that can be traced back to Eastern Africa over 150,000 years ago. These are the women of your maternal line, and your maternal group haplogroup sheds light on their story. Your haplogroup is determined by mitochondrial DNA. Each generation, mothers pass down copies of their mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, to their children, while most of their genome exists in 23 pairs of chromosomes that exchange pieces between generation in a process called recombination. mtDNA is transmitted unshuffled. Because of this unusual pattern of inheritance, mtDNA contains rich information about maternal lineages. A small number of DNA changes, called mutations, again, same thing like the Y-DNA, a small number of DNA changes called mutations generally occur from one generation to the next. Because mtDNA does not recombine between generations, these mutations accumulate in patterns that uniquely mark individual lineages. Scientists can compare the sequence differences that result by constructing a tree. Again, same thing like the Y-DNA. This tree shows how maternal lineages relate to one another, including the observation that they all share a most recent common ancestor approximately 150,000 to 200,000 years ago. Again, I already read this part about the haplogroup stuff, but you can see how this all lines up. Now, this is why Ahlazar was saying that his mother was R, or excuse me, not R, but L. Most likely why he was saying she was L, and she's most likely not L. However, she's going to have ties to L. She's going to sprout from L, just like most people go from A in these maps, and you can see where these different mutations happen, right? So my mitochondrial DNA is A2G, which I'm about to show you. But again, you can stack all these other mutations on top of it and find it going back to L. There's certain people who are just L3 and L. They come up as such because they don't have these other downstream mutations on their mitochondrial DNA. Again, I'm A2G. It's showing that group origin and migrations of haplogroup A2. Your maternal line stems from a branch of haplogroup A called A2. All the members of A2 descend from a woman who lived nearly 16,000 years ago in the northern reaches of a land between Siberia and North America. She was a descendant of women belonging to haplogroup A who pushed east from Siberia into the ancient region called Beringia over 20,000 years ago. Beringia was a broad stretch of land that connected Siberia to what is now Alaska. These newcomers became isolated there for thousands of years during the last peak of the Ice Age, blocked on both sides by glaciers and harsh climate. The A2G lineage arose at the end of this period as the Ice Age loosened its grip about 14,000 years ago. Routes to the east opened up, and A2G founders continued the migration eastward and down into North and South America. Your mitochondrial haplogroup A2G traces back to a woman who lived approximately 4,000 years ago. Now, this is consistent with again, my family history, which I know to be mixed with Navajo people, right? And so the Navajo people are Athabascan in their heritage, which again, Lake Athabasca is up in like northern Canada by Alaska, etc. But it says this: A2 and the coastal highway. Though the Ice Age was beginning to retreat when your A2 ancestors first entered North America, there were still massive barriers blocking their way. Glaciers and his inhospitable climate covered much of the continent, blocking entry into the interior. Nonetheless, researchers have found evidence that a wave of American founders migrated over 13,000 kilometers to reach southern Chile in over 2,000 years, a blink of an eye in the story of human migration. Now, why am I showing you all this? Because Ahlazar could have showed you all this. This is all the information you get from 23andMe. You get all this info. You don't. This isn't stuff they hide from you. They show it to you, and they want you to see it because that's what you're paying for. Their migration, or excuse me, their highway to the south was the coast of the Pacific. stocked with fish, diverse marine mammals, and other valuable resources in the rich kelp forest of the upper latitudes and in the abundant freshwater rivers near the equator. Because of this rapid movement south, the A2 haplogroup and its diverse branches are found throughout North and South America. So from Lake Athabasca, my mother's mother came down the west coast of America and ended up in the southwest of America. And again, I find a lot of people with A2A, A2H, etc., that I'm related to in these different DNA companies, etc. And again, Ahlazar could have done what I'm about to do here. I could show you people I'm connected with via scientific study. I can show you the people I'm connected with, right? There's Eskimo people that are carriers of A, haplogroup A. Then it's all people of British Columbia, right? Just north of Washington State where I'm at. They're carriers of haplogroup A, which makes sense. You can use haplogroups to mark migrations. This is one of the things they're fantastic at. The Apache people. Shout out to the Apache. My mother married into the Apache people when she was younger. They're carriers of haplogroup A. The Nahua people, they're carriers of haplogroup A. They're in Mexico, etc., right? The Navajo people. These are people I know I directly descend from, or I have direct connection with on my mother's side. I have the pictures of the Navajo people. I can see them, etc., right? They're carriers of haplogroup A. Again, Tibetan people marking this migration from over by Siberia, right? They're carriers of haplogroup A. That's what you use these haplogroups for, family. Or again, it's not about a phenotype thing. It's about a migration thing. But for y'all, I got to use this phenotype with the migration just to make it make sense. The Zuni people, again, down there by where my mom's from and whatnot, they're carriers of haplogroup A. Korean people, they're carriers of haplogroup A. We got Japanese people that are carriers of haplogroup A. Shout out to my man in Japan, Judah Nazar, and his wife, I. Yeah, I connect to people in Japan mitochondrially. Through my mother's mother. We can see the distribution of the haplogroup A, right? Again, we have Han Chinese people who have haplogroup A. So this distribution is based upon a migration. That's not just anything. It's based upon a migration. And if we were scattered to the Four Winds family, we can trace that migration through our haplogroups. And shout out to the Yakima. They're also carriers of haplogroup A in my state, Washington State. So again, haplogroup A or A2, right, is this green bit on the right. You can see where it's thick and heavy and where it lightens up into other haplogroups, right? But this is what you use haplogroups for, fam, is for descendancy through lineage and migration. Through lineage and migration. I can tell that A came this way, and we can also tell that it back migrated. But this is what you can use DNA for in terms of haplogroups, is migration and migration over time, fam. And let's say there's an ancient dig site somewhere. If they can access DNA from that dig site, yes, you can match up the mitochondrial and the Y DNA if it's there, and find connection over thousands of years doing such, of which I'm about to show. But let's talk about being transparent with the people about the information that we share. Because this is a big deal, fam. Big deal. A lot of people ain't being transparent with the information that they're sharing. They're trying to hide stuff. They want to show you what they want you to see, and not everything that's there to see. That's why when I show my DNA, I show everything. That's why you see my videos. Y'all know more about my DNA than my family does, man. This is my map from Ancestry, right? Like the same map that Ahlazar showed you, right? Well, I got it. I thank God I actually recorded this stuff because I got an update that changed all my stuff, right? And if I wasn't being like, I haven't even shown my Ancestry stuff yet, right? So I don't have to show this, right? And this is what I mean by being transparent. I don't have to show this, but I'm going to show you this stuff anyway, right? This is my first Ancestry map that I got back, right? Notice the stuff in Norway and Iceland and all that type of stuff, right? And notice the lack of stuff over here in like Germany, etc., right? When I got an update, this is what it looked like, right? They took away all the Iceland and the Norway and all that kind of stuff, and some of the other places. They gave me some extra stuff in Africa. They was moving stuff around a little bit, changed some stuff in my Native American stuff. But they also gave me Germanic and Jewish DNA that I did not know about. All in an update. Jewish DNA, yeah. And I don't have to show you this. I could have done this. I could have went back and just stuck with this right here because I screenshotted all my stuff from here. I got all my percentage breakdown and all that stuff from this, but that's not my recent update, right? My recent update is this. And this is me being transparent for the people, right? Here's the comparison of the two. You can see where they're a little bit different, right? They gave me Senegal on the new one. I got some stuff in Southeast Africa where they didn't have it. They moved around some stuff from the Native American stuff, like I said. And they moved around my French. They moved around my Scandinavian, and they threw all that stuff into Germany, and put European Jewish on there, right? Oh no, not the European Jews. Yeah, fam, that's how it works. This is what they did on my old one. What? To prove that I got the pictures from the old one, they took my stuff from Norway, the 1% from Norway. They threw it over into Germany. They took my France, my 1% from France. Again, you can see my name and all this stuff, right? Threw it over into European Jewish and whatnot, right? That's what they do when they update over time. When they get to look at the DNA better and get a bigger sample size. Now, for most people, having European Jewish, that's the end of the world for them, right? For me, it makes sense. If I'm saying I connect to Jewish peoples or whatnot, I should connect to a lot of them, not just one group. I end up connecting to 3 different groups of Jewish people: North African, Ashkenazi, and Ethiopian Jewish types. On top of the Bantu Jewish that I'm saying I connect to. So that's 4 altogether, fam. 4 altogether. Does that make more sense or less sense? It makes all the sense in the world when you don't go by phenotyping, you go by actual genetics. Because the truth is, the Ashkenazi Jews are not monolithic genetically. They have multiple haplogroups as well. And just like my man Abu points out, they majoritively do not, they don't have a majority of any one haplogroup, which means it's pretty safe to say the majority of them do not descend from, or a large group of them, the vast swath of them do not descend from Jacob. And the vast swath are descendants from converts, etc., etc., etc. But you're going to find that amongst almost every group of Israelites you go into, because we're a group of people who, as a religion, take on proselytes. Again, and being transparent, they changed some of my Native American stuff, right? I was hot too. I was loving the Mesoamerican joint. I was like, yeah, I was claiming that all day. But it is what it is, right? I could not show you the fact that it was changed and claim this stuff, but I wouldn't be truthful because I know stuff was changed, right? Being truthful is showing you both. Same thing with being over here. I love the Ecuadorian joint, right? But they switched it up. I don't have to show you this, but this is what transparency is. And this is why people wanted to see Ahlazar'S haplogroup. They wanted to see his autosomal breakdown, because we can all tell we can see what time it is then. And just in case you're wondering, this is my breakdown from Ancestry. I never showed this before. I never showed this before. But what you can also see on here is that from the places that I connect to in Africa, etc., that it's consistent with my Y DNA that I could literally paternally descend from any one of these places. I could come from the Fonte, the Gadangbe. I could come from the Wolof. I could come from Mendiga. I could come from the Hausa. I could come from the Fulani. All that's possible. But I see that reflected in my autosomal DNA, and I see that reflected in my Y DNA. Now, these are people who aren't transparent, right? This is the concept, like not being transparent with the information. So when Taylor and Yacoba put out the information, Yacoba put out the whole ancestry concept, right? But when Taylor put it out, Taylor didn't put out all the autosomal DNA. You don't get to see what their European is. Now, the one on the left is the one that showed what their haplogroup was, which they say is G2A4. Which G2A4 is not found in West Africa at all. At all. So they're in the same conundrum where they have potentially slaver DNA, etc., right? But instead of showing the people the information, they only wanted to show people what their sub-Saharan connection was here. Because again, I'm saying that they're from what you can tell from what they don't show is that the European connection on 23andMe showed something they didn't want to show. A, showed connection to Ashkenazi Jews, but B, most likely showed connection to France and German people. Because we see here that they're mostly, they come from Louisiana, etc., and they have this, their European is mostly England, Northwestern Europe. That's most likely not English, bro. The English weren't heavy in Louisiana like that. It's most likely that the Northwestern Europe is Germany, France. And or Ashkenazi Jews, which again you don't see that on their 23andMe. They won't show you that. And when it came to their JED match, they purposely hid information, which was obvious, and it was obvious why they did it. And their MDLP calculator, which these calculators give you 20 matches, they showed you 19. They showed you 19 matches, but would not show you the 20th match. And compared to me, you can see that I have 20. They have 19. What's the difference between the two? Well, let's run through these right quick. So, Lumbi, Moroccan, Mozambique, Puerto Rican, Ethiopian, Lemba, Yemen, Jew Ethiopia. The Jew Ethiopia is closer in distance than theirs as well. The Kostanon, the Bantu, the Egyptian, the Miwok, the Jordanian, the Mexican, Ashkenazi Jewish. They're saying I'm closer to Ashkenazi. I'm just as close to Ashkenazi Jews as they are to Ethiopia. At a closer distance. But what does it also say? Ashkenazim at the 20, right? So you can see with me where the Ashkenazim is 16 and 20. Most likely, the reason why they universally took off the 20 is that it probably said Ashkenazim on there, and they can't show any ties to having Ashkenazim because that is the third rail. That's the deadly sin of the whole thing in the racist side of the movement is to be connected to the Ashkenazi Jews, and that makes no sense whatsoever. Like, so for instance, I showed people earlier, like, so again, he said, oh, Albert Einstein has this haplogroup. Okay. So does my Latino grandfather. And again, Dante has a subplate of this, right? So via the haplogroup, right, we have connection with paternally, right? Not me directly, but like my grandfather, right? Dante, Einstein all have paternal connection via common ancestor, having to deal with that concept of their white haplogroup. That just is what it is. So again, does it make sense that I'm connected to these, that I'm more or less connected to Jews if I only connect to one type, or if I connect to more types? To me, this concept of people getting spread across the world to four corners makes a lot more sense when you understand it. Particularly with the concept of the fact that, like, I don't really have Ashkenazi DNA like that. I don't have Germanic DNA like that, right? When you understand that a large portion of the Ashkenazim are actually Sephardic Jews that migrated into Germanic areas, you see where the connection comes from. Because again, there's a lot of there's Ashkenazi Jews and Sephardic Jews that have EM34. There's Samaritan Jews. There's Jews in Palestine. There's Yemenite Jews. There's Ethiopian Jews that have EM34. So when I see connection to them, does that throw me off? No, that makes a lot of sense to me. But you got people willing to literally try to hide out in the open and be like, okay, well, typically you get 20, but I'm just going to show you 19 because I'm going to sweep the Ashkenazim under the rug like you don't see it. Fam, we see it. And this is a problem. Like, we got people who are following people like this. Like, y'all, like, people know that they're being willfully deceptive. And they're trying to lead people being willfully deceptive. And the people following y'all are honestly following y'all, fam. That's why this got to get dealt with and addressed. Tay and Yakoba also make the argument that, hey, autosomal DNA is good for finding out who your immediate father and mother is, but don't use it for ancient lineage. You can't use it. You can't use the haplogroups for that. You know what I'm saying? You got to use autosomal for that. But even though there's literally no model you can use to use autosomal DNA for ancient ancestry. There's no model for such. But for the mere fact that the haplogroups show you an inconvenient truth, you got to throw it all away. And again, this is how we do connect to ancient peoples. This is how we do understand ancient migrations. These are people who fabricated the infamous haplogroup GMAP, where they took a JMAP and try to make it a GMAP. Shout out to Abu and shout out to Ibri. They really went thorough into this, breaking this down. This is a real GMAP on the left. This is a real JMAP on the right. And you can see the difference in between the two, right? You can see the G is nowhere in West Africa in any way, shape, or form. And they try to use J to make you think that there was some presence in West Africa and also the Levant, right? East Africa, yeah. You go back real quick. Well, I'll go forward. You can see it. So this is their GMAP and the real GMAP. Nothing alike. The hot spots are nowhere in the same spots, yeah? The hot spots for the G let you know what time it is, fam. This is the J matched up with the G. You can see the hot spots match up. They try to make a J map a G map and have denied it ever since. And when got called on it, Ibri called him real time in a debate. They got to call Ibri all kind of names for years because he caught them in their lie. And yet people follow these people sincerely. When the blind lead the blind, you both fall into a ditch. And that's why this is an important conversation, fam. When you're fabricating information, you know you're fabricating information. When you get something like honestly wrong, that's one thing. But when you're fabricating, you know you're fabricating. They got this whole thing to where they believe like you could be like there was this ancient group of black Jews that were G2A4, and that this concept is like black, you stay black. Like you can't be a non-black Israelite. But you can't show me a whole bunch of black people that are G2A4. You can show me a whole bunch of non-black people that are G2A4, but there's nothing magic about Abraham's DNA. If this was it, right? Any clad, right? There's nothing magic about the DNA to where your kids are going to stay black in perpetuity, even if you mix with non-black people. That's not how it works. It's not how it works. And then go on to say stuff like this. This one got me. They said Spain and Portugal, that DNA confirms our history. They did a whole show on that, right? But these cats got no Spanish and Portuguese DNA. And so this is where we find ourselves, right? Like, is this whole, like Ahlazar was talking about, like, God is not the author of confusion, right? So these same people tried to tag Sakari recently, having to do with videos that Genesis 49ers and Yap are doing on this whole thing about the R1B stuff, right? Trying to say that somebody in the group was an Edomite based upon what they believe, switches up on the fact that, again, this Negro is at best Esau if you don't go by the curses. So for the mere fact that he rejects the curses, he's got to be Esau. Now, this brother they're talking about has an E haplogroup, E1B1A, that goes back to, like, you can see it going, like, interacting with Arabia, and an L haplogroup, right? Is mostly sub-Saharan African. I believe he's like 80+% sub-Saharan African, etc. I got to double check that part. But again, his admixture in European and whatnot, and with Ashkenazi Jews, that has nothing to do with his haplogroups. That's the autosomal stuff, right? Ashkenazi women rarely carry L, and the Ashkenazi men rarely carry B. And I have yet to see one carry the E1B1B, the E1B1A that he had. They rarely carry the E1B1A, and I have yet to see one carry the E1B1A that he has. But this is what I find to be interesting, right? Like, so in this group here, you got Teo Ministries tagging Sakari, right? So Teo Ministries don't believe that Latinos and Native Americans can be Israel. Sakari does, right? Sakari does, right? Sakari and Teo are both dealing with rejecting haplogroup science, right? So they can throw away the Latino Native American thing right there, right? But Teo can be down with Sakari on info just as long as they just reject the haplogroup thing. Cool, got you. But now you're tagging Dante, right? Who's also EM30, like EM84, excuse me, a downstream clade of EM34. So Sakari was already saying that EM34 can't be the thing. So now Dante's thrown under the bus, right? The We Woke Now people, I believe, are E1B1A. Benaiah is preaching the E1B1A concept, right? Like, so Benaiah's whole thing is like, so Benaiah and the We Woke Now people were in documentaries talking about the E1B1A is the Israelite clad, right? So that throws Dante under the bus. That throws Ahlazar under the bus. That throws Teo Ministries under the bus, right? Now, all of these people together don't agree on none of this stuff, but what they agree on is that we're the real people and that the Ashkenazi Jews are the fake ones. That's the one thing they can agree on, is the black phenotype concept. We're the real people because we're black. And that these Jews got to be fake because they're white. But again, they're all throwing each other's beliefs under the bus. But this is the one they can put all those other things aside. Like, again, Benaiah and all them can throw everyone else under the bus with the E1B1A thing, right? Sakari and like again, Ahlazar can throw everyone under the bus with throwing EM2 under the bus, right? All that type of stuff. Again, Teo Ministries doesn't believe Latinos and Native Americans can be Israel. Again, all that can get thrown aside as long as we can agree on phenotype, the black phenotype, and that the white Jews are not the Jews. Fam. If that's what it all boils down to, fam, like, that's a sad movement. That's a super sad movement. That's a super sad movement, fam. And again, it's divided as all hell. And it's not going to stand. That's all I'm saying. This is a moment to switch all that up. And don't reject the science. Embrace the science. Because rejecting it's only going to take you so far. And it's going to lead you more. It's going to lead you to more and more extremism. Going further. Pause, granddad. Because again, when the blind lead the blind, you're both gonna fall into a pit. So let's get more into the 12 tribes chart, right? So we're already seeing that now it's having to switch up and evolve to where like they're connecting to people in Africa. Even Sakari starting to. They're saying like, oh, okay, like we don't have a monopoly on like Ephraim and whatnot. They're gonna be Ephraim in Africa and all that kind of stuff, right? I gotta double check because at one point they were saying Gad couldn't be in Africa, but now they might be switching up. But because here's what doesn't make sense though, is that you can't find these tribes, like they're not supposed to be in Africa, but we can find them in the Americas, but we came from Africa. But these tribes are also still there. Like, so my man saying like, oh, Makan, Ashanti, we can find these people still in Africa. Still in Africa. So it can't be just an Americanized thing, fam. And that's what we find out these traditions keep going back to. Like when it's the 12 tribes chart, the 400-year prophecy, etc. Like the white man is the devil. Fam, Esau's the white man. It becomes this whole Amerocentric thing. We're at the point where a lot of people are going around the world. I heard Ahlazar talking about he had people in Holland getting at him. Like there's a Sakari in the Netherlands and whatnot, right? Yo, that's gonna get crazy. That's gonna get super crazy, fam. So how do you take this to the Netherlands? The stuff's got to shift and evolve. But if it's going to keep shifting and evolving, why not shift and evolve into the truth, fam? Because genetics doesn't play any of this out. You can't have one tribe of people going to America, and because they go there, they're Judah. But if the same tribe, like the Fulani, go to the West Indies, they're Benjamin. But if they go to Haiti, they're Levi. But if they go to Puerto Rico, they're Ephraim. But if they go to Cuba, they're Manasseh. If they go to South America, they're a whole nother tribe. Like, it doesn't make any sense, fam. It doesn't make any sense. Here's what we know. We know that in the slave trade, we came from multiple ports from West Africa as well as East Africa. As well as East Africa. And we got blended up through the slave trade. And it's not like one tribe got sent to one spot and then another tribe got sent to... No, fam. Like I said, you can have Fulani. You could have Fulani coming from different parts of West Africa, fam, going to the slave trade. Ended up in different spots. But it's documented. You have them in Brazil. You have them in the Caribbean. You have them in North America. How are they Fulani over here? But once they come over here, again, they were all one tribe kicking it together over here. Well, as soon as they step on a slave ship and get dropped off in different spots, now they're different tribes on your chart. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And again, out of the average mixture of what happened through this slave trade, we see that there's an average of 3/4 of being sub-Saharan African in your DNA, and almost 1/5 to 1/4 European. So, for instance, let's say Ahlazar his mother was 100% Irish, so 50% was autosomal DNA European. If his father is on average like every other European or every other African American, right? Like on average, 22% European, Ahlazar is going to get half that. So Ahlazar is over 60% plus on average. If we take this information into account, right? Most likely he's over 60% European. Again, does that mean he's the devil? No. No. That just means that his DNA wasn't what he was expecting it to be. But again, we also know that a vast majority of the people we're talking to on the streets have parentage from this European side because of what happened in slavery. And none of this is being recognized. You're telling everybody they're the same thing, while also saying, you know what, there's going to be, at one point, the angels are going to come weed y'all out. Fam. So you're starting by building a divided house? How does that make sense? We know this in Haiti, right? That there's multiple Y chromosomes that come out of Haiti. But this little red sliver right here, that's the R1B V88. This gray sliver right next to it, that's a lot bigger. That's the RM269. The likelihood that Ahlazar got this from Haiti, the RV88, going to Louisiana, etc. Like I said, that's like threading a needle in a haystack, not just finding one, but threading one. But what we can see is that throughout all these different areas in the Caribbean and whatnot, we have multiple different haplogroups, fam. It's not all homogenous. It's not all one lineage coming to these places. So how could they be all one tribe? Again, from that same study, right? This is what they have there. You have A, you have B, E1A, E1B1A. An older form of that one, right? R1B, V88. G2A. You got I. R1B, M269. You got T there, right? That's not one lineage. That's not one lineage in the least. And that, again, if your goal is to just stay comfortable, because y'all are comfortable at this juncture, right? No one's denying that, right? Y'all got your numbers up. Y'all are comfortable. If your goal is to just stay comfortable, keep it pushing, fam. But understand, you're going to, at this juncture, from here on out, the moment you say you got to reject the haplogroup science, you are now solidifying that you are not going to accept certain people of a certain intelligence. Because if they're too smart and start asking certain questions, they're going to have to go. They're going to have to go. And again, this is what it also proves out, right? Like, so DNA showing this one. Just with, again, just from Haiti, right? This is a sample size of 45 people from Haiti, right? Their places of origin in Africa are being shown, the regions are being shown to be of different places. Not one place, but different places. Cameroon, Congo, Benin, Togo, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Mali. Not one lineage, a bunch of them, fam. So how is all that one tribe? How's that all Levi? Coming from the Cameroon, Congo, Benin, Togo, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, and Ghana, and Mali. All that's Levi. And from different tribes, no less, right? They're not all Ashanti. They're not all Akan. How is it a blend of Hausa, Fulani, Akan, this, that, Igbo, Ibibio, Yoruba, all that, Mandinka, Hausa, Wolof, and it's all Levi? So my man was talking about sample sizes and whatnot, right? Well, as a matter of fact, 23andMe, when you sign up, you get a you can actually put your DNA into DNA studies. They ask you if you're okay with that, and if you say yes, they submit your DNA to stuff like this, and you can actually see some of their studies. This is a study with over 29,000 people from Africa and the Americas, right? 29,000 people, right? And they're showing the regions that they connect to. The red is Senegambian, the blue is coastal West African, green is Nigerian, orange is Congolese, right? 4 major areas coming through the slave trade. So we see that in North America and in the Caribbean, Nigeria was heavy. We see that the coastal West Africans, like where my man's talking about, like the Akan, etc., that was in a couple of spots, but they weren't the dominant place anywhere except a couple of spots there, South America, etc. But in North America, you see a lot of Nigerian dominance, right? But you see a blend of all 4 areas everywhere. It's not just one thing anywhere. It's not just one thing anywhere. So how could Judah, how could all these people in North America be one tribe, just one tribe? Not to mention the Native Americans, but just as African descent people, be one tribe when they come from multiple different parts of West Africa. Just in the Americas, right? We can document the language, right? And we get over 33 different languages being documented. There's other languages we're looking at in terms of Hebrew and Ge'ez that have been that are potentially being documented. And so therefore we got 33 to 35 potential tribes and languages from the Senegambia, coastal West Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon, Angola, Congo, and East Africa being documented in just one place. Much like, and again, that footprint and fingerprint is on a bunch of different places, fam. How could that be just one tribe in via the 12 tribe chart? It doesn't make any sense. And they all have different paternal lineages. They're not homogeneous when it comes to Y DNA or mitochondrial DNA at that. How, Sway? How? Make it make sense. Because it's not making sense right now. It sounds, my man said, yeah, you know, the first time I saw it, it made sense. I've never seen the 12 tribe chart and have it make sense. I was like, no, that, like, it can't be. Like, how do you figure that one out? And you're saying, oh, Ariel did it by the Spirit, but okay, how come the Spirit didn't tell him that there was multiple different haplogroups, that these people can't be homogenous, and that they obviously can't have the same lineage because they didn't have the same origin? That the Native Americans didn't get here on slave ships via your own concept. The vast majority of Latino people didn't come here on slave ships, etc., etc., etc. 15 different paragroups amongst them. How does that work? Make it make sense, Finn. Now, again, this is some other inconvenient stuff, right? This is the DNA from South Tome and Principe, right? Again, Ahlazar could potentially descend from this group of people and made it over here, right? It's very possible because they carry R1B V88, they carry RM269, they also carry EM2, right? But according to what Ahlazar was saying, like, and this is the cold part, bro. Like, you said that your own haplogroup couldn't be Israel based upon King Tut and them, fam. So based upon what you're saying, none of these people can be Israelites. None of these people. And real talk, this is the majority of people you're talking to right now. The vast majority of the people you're talking to. The vast majority of your Issachar people are R1B. The vast majority of your so-called Judah are EM2 of some sort, or E1B1A of some sort. Some of your people that are Judah and some of your people that are Issachar, they're E1B1B. But based upon what you're saying, none of them are now, bro. It's crazy. Again, possibility you could be a Luso-African, right? Very small possibility, right? But this is where it starts to get problematic, bro. Like, I'm gonna deal with the whole Ramses the Third and the Exodus on a whole nother thing because that'll take me all day, right? But we're gonna get into this whole like the King Tut and being EM2 and E1B1A and all of them types of things, fam. We gotta break that one all the way down. So first and foremost, again, he did all that talking at the beginning about R1V88 and all that kind of stuff, right? And that's exactly what Akhenaten, King Tut, and Amenemhotep III were. The very people he was talking about couldn't be Israel based on the wickedness of their activity, and their haplogroups couldn't be such, etc., right? So just shot himself in the foot if he is in fact R1V88, R1BV88. Again, just to clarify, The results show that King Tut belonged to a genetic profile group known as haplogroup R1BA2, to which more than 50% of all men in Western Europe belong, indicating that they share a common ancestor. Yee! Even if you got the R1BV88, this is why it's still considered a European haplogroup, right? Because it's rare in Africa. It's dominant in Europe. Again, this is what they say about about Ramses III and whatnot, right? So if you get EM2 or a downstream clade of EM2, you're gonna get this in your 23andMe. They're gonna show you this here, just like I showed you the pictures from mine and whatnot, right? But so this is what Ahlazar didn't show, because he got one of these too, and either it showed him he was RV88 and he didn't show it, or it showed him he was this here, that he was RM269 and went back to and like had similar descent to Irish kings in Western Europe. So this is either in Ahlazar's profile or it's not. If it's there, it's there. But why won't you just show it, Ahlazar? Because if it's there, it changes. It has to change your whole narrative, and it should. But if you see this and you don't change your narrative, now you're a whole liar, bro. You're a whole deceiver and whatnot. And you can't expect the Most High to bless that. If you're lying and deceiving and whatnot and expanding, don't think that it's the Most High behind your expansion. If you're expanding and lying and deceiving, that ain't the Most High doing that. But he'll let you think if you want to think so, cool. But the reality is, fam, is either you have this in your 23andMe and you don't, and you can easily show the people, okay, I'm either RM269 or I'm R1BV88. And just slowly start getting more honest with yourself. From there, I understand, bro. It's an emotional thing right now because you're like, man, I thought it was going to be different, bro. Like when I heard you were R, I was shocked. I was like, word. But what if you find out that you got people at camp, right, whose brothers took a DNA test, or whose cousins took a DNA test, or whose uncles took a DNA test, and they find out that their DNA isn't what they thought it was, and you tell them to ignore history, and the reality is like, no, there's this real history we got to deal with. The fact that a good portion of the people that you talk to are of a different haplogroup than you. But you're telling them all that they're the same thing. That doesn't wash out, fam. Shout out to King Yal and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? The Irish dude. This is what he looked like, apparently. This is a stained glass of your boy. So they either shot this to you in the 23andMe or they shot you the RV88. Now that we didn't see, now they want it, fam. But see, this is where it gets really real. Because y'all are like Hassad and Ahlazar brothers and whatnot, right? Different fathers, same mother, whatever, right? But this is the reality of the thing, fam. Walking up on the street, if you two are walking down the street and you had never seen a Sakari camp before, they'd holler at you and say, you know you're Israel, right? And the truth is, there's a big chance y'all don't got the same haplogroup. There's a 60% chance that Assad's EM2. But you both just said that neither one of these joints could be Israel. Like, come on, fam. This is where you say, you come back like, you know what? I don't really know a lot about DNA. I'm going to go study some stuff and go see how this applies. We might be wrong about some stuff. We may have had some things wrong. Instead of doubling down on, no, RER was right on the spiritual thing and we need to think spiritual. It's not. If it's all a spiritual thing, fam, then it can't be the white man as the devil. And that's what it really comes down to. If it's all a spiritual thing, then it can't be the white man as the devil. It can't be the white man as Esau. And here's the double reality, fam. There's a lot of people in your camp that are EM2, right? They've been kicking with you the whole time, and you're R1B. They actually like you, Ahlazar. You like them. You're saying that your best friend is Deacon, right? Who got mixed kids and all that type of stuff, right? Y'all been getting along all. That's your best friend. That's your ace, right? But y'all got different most likely got different haplogroups. Deacon's most likely not R1B. He got a 60% chance, 70% chance of not being there, right? Just like Assad, right? But y'all been thick as thieves and been getting down for years, fam. Just like when you was in Hilltop, you knew some down-ass white people. Not all of them, but some of them, yeah. If you're going to go to this whole thing as a spiritual thing, fam, and you got to jump all the way off phenotype, bro. And at the very least, stop pretending that, you know what? If I see a saw walking down the street, I'm gonna stop and think, okay, you might be mixed with black. You might be half black, right? Ahlazar, if I see you, bro, that's not my first thought, bro. And a lot of people will say that. A lot of people will say that. So if your spirit's about actually picking up this book, living the law, redeeming yourself, redeeming the people, being a representative of the Most High, that has nothing to do with phenotype, bro. You don't have to wake up your people. Wake up righteous people with hatred and racist rhetoric and whatnot. That's not going to happen, fam. And on top of which, again, people ain't gonna. You don't got stupid people in Sakari. They're as far as I'm concerned, they're the smartest camp out there. People been taking their DNA test for a minute, bruh. A lot of people in your camp been knowing it was E1B1A or other haplogroups and whatnot, right? They've been knowing that, and some of them knew they were R1B. Wanted to hide that stuff, right? But a lot of people knew they were like E1B1A, thought it was cool. Like, hey, it is what it is, fam. They're gonna see this and know it, like something's up, fam. Like, it ain't right. Because anyone can fact check what you did and see that you were off on the information with King Tut knocking out and all that, right? And if you are saying EM2 is wicked, then you're saying, like, again, that's everybody that's EM2? That's everybody that's E1B1A? If E1B1A can't be Israel, fam, again, you're wasting your time on the streets, bro. If E1B1A and R1B can't be Israel, then you're wasting your time on the streets, fam. You're literally yelling to nobody. And it don't take long to figure that out. It don't take long to figure that out. It don't take long to figure that out. Oh, man, I'm already 4 hours. Oh, let me check out my comments right quick and catch up. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all in the chat. Appreciate y'all for staying tuned and whatnot. Let me see. I'll get to that. Let me see. Where am I? How much farther I got to go in this thing? Here's something that becomes super interesting, right? So MLK and Marcus Garvey, based upon African ancestry, based upon testing their sons, were able to find out that they were both R1B. They found out that Marcus Garvey had R1B from Iberia, like from Spain and Portugal, etc., and that MOK had R1B from Ireland, son. No one is going to say that they weren't for their people. You might agree or disagree with different tactics or whatnot, but no one's going to say that they weren't for their people. And in like mind, fam, Ahlazar, because you're R1B, ain't no one going to say you can't be for your people, bro. And if they do, they're flat out wrong. Like, if you don't want to connect to your European background in terms of culture, ain't no one saying you have to. I'm not going to say that. Like, there's a lot of my people that are Catholic. That's not what I get down on. That's not my culture. That's not a culture I vibe with. So if you want to vibe with your common culture, bro, do that, bro. Ain't no one saying you can't. This is reality. This is the real world, fam. Like, I promise you, if Marcus Garvey came out and they found out, like, back when he was running things, like, oh yeah, his father is a person from the Iberian Peninsula, wouldn't nobody have cared, fam? Because everybody understood that, you know what? Because of slavery, stuff happened. That didn't change his zeal or his fire, not one bit, for what he saw was an issue. Same thing with MLK, fam. Two different ways of dealing with the thing, but no one's going to say that they weren't for their people. That they weren't for their people, fam. It's not something you need to be ashamed of, right? Like, I'm not ashamed I have Native American mitochondrial DNA. I shouldn't. There's no reason to be. Just like I'm not ashamed that I'm not E1B1A. There's no reason to be. Your lineage is your lineage. What you choose to live out is what you choose to live out. So what if you or I are a first-generation convert? Who cares, fam? Are you living for the Most High? Do you love the Most High? Do you love living by His law? Are you trying to heal and redeem yourself and other people? Are you making a difference? Or are you doing all of this for clout chasing, in the sense where you want to build a cult to yourself? If you want to build the cult, fam, keep building. You're doing it, like, it's the foundation is there. You're reaching enough people to where, like, it's a cult of personality. They'll run on just what you say. Cool. But you can take it a step further, bro. You can transform this thing. You can transform this thing and really be a vessel for the Most High. And what a lot of people say, oh, did he switch up because he found that he had a European joint? Yeah, they would say that. And you know what? That's a fantastic thing. Because it will make a lot of people slow up. Reevaluate things. Really reevaluate things. Ain't no one out here saying that Marcus Garvey is a whole European, MLK is a whole European fan. Denying their African ancestry, what their people went through, what their mother's people went through, etc. What their father's people went through, even carrying R1B. Ain't no one denying that, fam. And if they do, they're being ignorant about the thing, fam. This is a nuanced thing. But again, this is what happens with genetics and DNA. It kills racism, fam. Because it unveils a whole bunch of inconvenient truths. That you can't just hate somebody on phenotype. That's a luxury, fam. A luxury none of us have. Again, he gets into shooting at EM34, right? Because Napoleon got it. Oh, see, Napoleon got EM34. That's supposed to be a black haplogroup. No, it's supposed to be a haplogroup. There are no colored haplogroups, fam. That's not how haplogroups work. But in shooting at EM34, shooting at EM35, and proving the point here that you can be multiple different colors with one haplogroup, you end up proving the whole misguided concept of if the phenotype fits, you must acquit. No, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Shout out to Abu, right? So when taking shots at the EM34, you're taking shots at people like Dante in the community who you are fans of, like y'all build. I've seen Dante in your chat before, dropping super chats and all that type of stuff. Yeah. I heard Assad talking about Dante the other day. Yeah, fam. Y'all aren't that far apart on the ideological fence, right? But yet, had to take shots at your boy indirectly and didn't even know it. When Dante took his 23andMe, he had Napoleon in his joint. Does that mean he doesn't descend from the people he descends from? No. As a matter of fact, you got people like Abu talking about, you know what, because of Dante's Natufian DNA, he's got a closer chance of being like Abrahamic than a lot of the people that are making the claims or whatnot. Like Dante's DNA slowed the conversation down for a lot of people and made a lot of people have to rethink a lot of stuff, which is why I told Dante, hey, bro, start speaking about this thing because your DNA is a killer, bro. It's kryptonite to this whole thing. It slows it down, bro. Because we got to start talking about migrations and whatnot now, right? You don't throw all that away just because he's not E1B1A. But this is what we're talking about right now. And in your paradigm, Dante's definitely Israel, and he's of the tribe of Judah. That's my grandfather in the middle, right? He's definitely Israel, and he's a tribe of Issachar. All right. But then you got Albert Einstein and or Napoleon if you want to, right? And they're not Israel, they're Edomites, but they all got the same DNA and or subclades of the same haplogroup, right? I.e., they all share paternal lineage at one point. When you go back far enough, they share a paternal ancestor. Black is cool, brown is cool, white, no. It doesn't make sense. But again, all of them, if they took a 23andMe, are getting Napoleon in the joint. Saying you share paternal ancestor. Yeah, that's how it works. It doesn't say you share phenotype. It says you share paternal line. Which has nothing to do with phenotype. Hence, I promise you, Ahlazar, you and Assad aren't as dark as your fathers. You and Assad are not as dark as your fathers. Hence, paternal line has nothing to do with phenotype. Again, EM34, EM123, etc. This goes back to finds in the Levant from 11,000 to 15,000 years ago. But again, you're trying to tell me that this can't be used to track ancient DNA. That's not how this works, fam. This is the part of your DNA you do use for that, for your mother from your paternal or maternal side. This is what 23andMe has to say about EM34, right? Today, some of the highest concentrations of men bearing haplogroup EM123 and its diverse branches are found in Eastern Africa, where they make up between 5 and 10% of men in parts of Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia. Farther east, nearly 10% of men tested in Oman and 8% in Yemen carry the haplogroup. And to the north, they are found at low frequencies among Egyptians, Algerians, Tunisians, and others. The other great peak of men bearing EM123 is in the southern Levant. They are spread throughout the Middle East and in present-day Turkey at frequencies of about 5% and make up about 13% of male populations in Jordan. Though generally rare in Europe, EM123 can be found among men along the Mediterranean Sea, and it's most common in Sicily at 7%, Sardinia at 4%. Even at the far western edge, the lineage found in the Iberian Peninsula, especially among men from Portugal and the Spanish region of Galicia. So, one, just because you find something in Israel now doesn't mean that you're an Israelite, right? So you can find R1B, them like, oh yeah, that makes me an Israelite. Nah, that's not what we're saying, right? The YAP model is this, right? We talk about the concept of the Natufian DNA because it's proto-Semitic. It's there for a long time, and you can track it and trace it against other migrations. So the vast majority of people that have this haplogroup don't look like Napoleon. But because his phenotype is different, he can't come from the people he comes from. Do you know Napoleon's whole paternal descent? Do you know where he comes from? Do you know if he had North African descent? Do you know if it goes back to East Africa? Do you know that? Do you not know that? You can't make that call off of his instant phenotype. Just like I can't look at Ahlazar and say, like, you know what, your great grandfather was probably really dark. I'm not going to know that just looking at Ahlazar, fam. This is the distribution of EM123, EM34. You can see where it's hot and heavy. Again, they talk about two big pockets in Ethiopia-ish, and also you see in the Levant, Arabia, right? Big pockets, right? The people of Jordan have it in the highest percentages, right? Afro-Asiatic people native to Jordan. This is what they look like. Their phenotypes, since you're stuck on phenotype. The Amhar people carry it at the second highest percentage, right? Of Ethiopia. This is their phenotype, man. Since you're about phenotype. Libyan Jews. Oh, what? No, they can't carry it because they're too light. Nope. If they have it, it does not matter because they're too light. That's what Ahlazar is saying. No, fam, their lineage is their lineage. They come from where they come from. A lot of these people come from Ethiopia and Yemen and stay and mix with people in North Africa for a long time. Ethiopian Jews carry it. Again, one of the two big pockets was in Ethiopia and in Levant. You're going to see the majority of people on this list are in Ethiopia. The Sahrawi carry it. We saw my father's DNA was amongst the Sahrawi, but we also see my mother's father's DNA amongst the Sahrawi people. Shout out to the Sahrawi and the Berbers and whatnot. We see the Sephardic Jews carry EM34 at 10 to 5%. Now, Ahlazar. Now, you tell me, are they too light? Are they too dark? Because, like, their hair texture is not too different from yours. Skin tone not too different from yours. Like, where do they sit? Are they Israel or no? This actually ain't too far. This really ain't too far from your boy Einstein. Because when you take his younger pictures and whatnot, he's olive skinned with like the curly or black hair and whatnot. So if you would have saw young Einstein, would he have been Israel? We got the Walaita people that carry this haplogroup. We got the Yemenite people, including Yemenite Jews, that carry this haplogroup. The Oromo carry this haplogroup. But Napoleon can't have it because the Oromo have it and they're black and he's not. That's not how science works, bro. The Omani people carry it. But they don't look like Napoleon, so what? Either they can't carry it or Napoleon can't carry it. No, that's not how it works. The Kunama people have it? Fam. The vast majority of people that have this haplogroup are again of a dark phenotype. But you can also see diversity amongst the phenotype. And that's the point of haplogroups, fam. Is it's going to show you your lineage through the diversity, through the ages and migration. Shout out to the Berbers that carry this joint. Shout out to the Druze people in Israel. These are people that say they descend from Jethro. So you have people from that supposedly come from Ishmael. People who supposedly come from Jethro, or Midian, etc. And people supposedly come from Isaac, etc. All in the same area with this haplogroup. Finding things out like that. Now, again, you're going to say, well, they can't have this haplogroup, or they can't be these people. They can't descend because they got the wrong phenotype. Fam. Again, like we're seeing multiple phenotypes of this haplogroup. Not how it works. We're dispelling this myth, fam. The Saho people got this joint. They don't look like Napoleon, fam. So again, we're being left with this fallacy, right? That we can that all these three people with the same paternal lineage in terms of common descent, right? Got different. Man, so let's say my man Einstein and my grandfather were still alive and they're in America right now, right? Walking this, all three of these people walk down the street. You're gonna holler at my G, Dante. You know you Israel, right? Holler at my grandfather. You know you Israel, right? But Einstein, nope. Tahar might be like, hey, you know what? You like, he might see some kink in his hair, like, you know what, bro? You might feel like you're a little like you Israelite. You know what I'm saying? He might get it from Tahar, right? But the majority of them like, nah. But yet and still, they all share paternal lineage or common ancestor paternally, etc. This is why DNA kills false doctrines. This is why DNA kills false doctrines. Y'all been on for 4.5 hours. DNA kills all the racist rhetoric on all sides. Thank God, on all sides. On all sides. Let me really figure out how much I got left on this, because I put a bunch of slides together. Let me go ahead and double check. Let me see how much farther I want to go on this. Yep, I'm just going to finish it out and just do it like this. It's going to be a 5-hour show. But it's going to be thorough. So my man says, "O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and opposition of science, falsely so called." And so we're going to get into this whole, you got to reject this science to accept the Bible concept, because this is ridiculous and dangerous, fam. Ridiculous and dangerous. You got people like me and Anonymous using science to prove the Exodus. When you got people like Garfield writing books against our religions and whatnot, saying that the whole religion is based upon the Exodus, and if there is no Exodus, there is no religion. Me and Anonymous go prove this thing out with science. We do so we don't believe the Bible? We just prove the Bible, but we don't believe the Bible? Nah, we got to sit down and have this conversation. People want to be butthurt about certain things, cool, but let's be grown-ups now, because this is dangerous. This is dangerous. This is where you're throwing scholarship to the wind, fam? No. So y'all are talking about the concept of being one blood of Adam and all that type of stuff, right? Well, we got people who are literally proving out the table of nation concept via DNA. Shout out to the Yap gang. Yap. There's other people proving out certain models, even with the young Earth creation model that y'all use. And this needs to be understood and recognized. And your viewers don't know about such. And why aren't you showing them if you believe in a young Earth? So the Yap Gang model deals with the table of nations and the concept of of having descendancy from Noah and his 3 sons, and where they would be in the earth, etc., and how you track their migrations, etc., 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 etc. So the Yap Gang model is not saying that E1B1A is the Israelite haplogroup, but we all agree on is this concept of the 3 huge paragroups coming from Noah. Those paragroups being such AB, which you find in Africa, etc. Right? The Yap Gang says is Ham in their model, right? But you're mostly going to find this amongst the Pygmies, etc. But A and B is Ham in the Yap model. DE and the subclades thereof are Shem in the Yap Gang model. Again, DE and the subclades thereof are Shem in the Yap Gang model. You can see this real quick, where you can see where E, how you have different E migrations through Africa, Europe, Asia, etc. You can also see here where D is distributed and whatnot through Africa, Asia, etc. CF or CT, etc., is Japheth in the Yap Gang model. And we can see where C is distributed or whatnot, and we could also see where this is where it gets really big is the whole F concept, right? And we're supposed to see this via the scrolls, via how Japheth is supposed to have tents and large, etc., etc., etc. However, notice the R1A and the R1B coming from the R, which is not in Africa. Now, not saying white, black, right? Because that phenotypical thing that expresses in DNA has nothing to do with haplogroup, right? The white, black stuff, again, there were plenty of dark people with R for a long time. That has nothing to do with anything. At one point, the whole world was dark skinned. Does that mean the whole world is Israel? Obviously not. Point being, this is that in the Yap Gang model, CF and its sublineages and subclades are Japheth. Now, my man was talking about, like, you can't rock with the Bible and you can't rock with the haplogroups because of the time. There's too much time involved. And I brought this up to Teo Ministries when we talked about it, because we talked twice on my channel about their concept about DNA. And the second time we talked, I pushed back a little bit. And I wanted to know, like, so they made the argument of, again, you can't deal with haplogroups and a young Earth at the same time. But yet, there are young Earth creationists who literally have a model, a genetics model, having to deal with haplogroups and DNA and how it all fits within a 6,000 year period, or a 7,000 year period, or a 10,000 year period, depending on what young Earth model you go on, right? They have mutation rate models based upon something called genetic front loading, meaning that when God created Adam and Eve and all the creatures that he created them perfect, that they had perfect DNA, and that after the fall, there was DNA degradation, that it started to mutate and get worse, not better over time. So at the beginning of it all, it was like the fifth element. Everyone was like Lilu and whatnot, had perfect DNA. But after a while, the DNA started to degrade. And this is called, in their scientific model, genetic entropy, the denigration of the genome and how genetics points to Adam and Eve, right? But these are two big models that are being dealt with in the creationist world right now, with Christians, Muslims, Jews, etc., whatnot, going against atheists and evolutionists based upon the fact that they don't believe there is a creator and whatnot. So there's people using science to defend the creationism and God in the Bible and the models found within the Bible. So saying that you can't hold both, no. That's not how this works. And if you're saying such, that you're really showing how unfamiliar you are with what's being done in the field right now. Because the young Earth creationists are pushing back hard on the atheists, on the evolutionary atheists, and they're gaining a lot of ground because they're not just using scientific models; they're making scientific predictions based upon these models that the atheistic evolutionists are having to respond to. So this is a big deal. So you got the Yap gang trying to prove out like the table of nations via DNA. You even have people using DNA to prove out and genetics to prove out a young Earth model, like y'all believe. And you have people like me and Anonymous trying to use science to prove out the Exodus. So there's many ways you can use science to prove out the Bible and not go against this thing. And saying that one has to go against the other is you already know that's not right and exact. You already know that's not right and exact. And that's dangerous for the young people you got underneath you, fam. Then there's this concept of Noah and 49 generations and coming, everyone descended from Adam and all that kind of stuff. And we should all have the same haplogroup that Adam has. We should all have the same haplogroup that Adam has. And that's all based upon assumption. Why should we all have that? Why should we all have Adam's haplogroup? That's not what the science says. Chromosomal Adam breaks down again. What we saw at my 23andMe is that we could tell that 275,000 years ago, there's somebody in East Africa that we all commonly descend from, right? Is that actually Adam? No idea. None whatsoever. You know what we can tell with that chromosome though? We can find out all these migrations based upon the mutations on that Y chromosome. So again, Y DNA is you going from your father, etc. Mitochondrial DNA is your mother, etc. Autosomal is everybody in between, fam. Everybody in between. So if I want to find out my connections to Y chromosome Adam, I have to look at my Y DNA. I can't find my connection to Adam through autosomal DNA. It's not how it works. And how do I find it? I check out the SNPs on the Y DNA. What's a SNP? A single nucleotide polymorphism. A single nucleotide polymorphism, SNP, pronounced SNP, is a genetic variation when a single nucleotide is altered and kept through heredity. Altered and kept through heredity. A SNP, single DNA base variation found in 6% plus of the people, right? A mutation is that variation found is a single DNA base variation found in less than 1% of the people. So this is a SNP here, right? We could all have common genes on a whole bunch of stuff, right? But the part that changed, right? Like, again, these different SNPs, right? These different areas here, right? These are all different SNPs, right? But over time, different ones arise based upon mutations in small to larger segments of the population. So a mutation can, when it first arises, it's going to be less than 1%, right? When it gets past 6%, we're talking, okay, this is something now. This is something to have to deal with and whatnot, right? It's there now and being intermixed with stuff, right? So different people have different SNPs at different points in their DNA, etc. And when it comes to your mitochondrial or your Y DNA, like it says, there's different accumulations of different SNPs. Not everyone has the same set of accumulations. And the differentiation between those accumulations are how we find the lineages and whatnot. So these accumulations accumulate on your sex chromosomes, your X chromosome, and or your Y chromosome, right? So like I showed you earlier, like I can go back to EM96 on my joint. I have the mutation there, right? I have the DE mutation there, right? Have the A mutation, right? I can get my mutations back to the A, back to the chromosomal Adam concept, right? Same thing with my A2G, right? I can follow those mutations from A2G back to L. But not everyone has the same mutations on these chromosomes. Hence, we can tell they all don't have the same exact lineage from the original migration points. So if I'm E, right? If I'm EM32, I'm not going to expect to see mutations for a haplogroup J anywhere on my Y chromosome. I hope that makes sense. I'm not going to expect to see mutations for haplogroup R anywhere on this chromosome, because that mutation is not within that subclade. It's not within that subclade of migrations, etc. It's not within the subclade of accumulations of SNPs, accumulations of mutations, etc. So these different SNPs, right? You can find them in some populations, but you won't find them in others. And this is how we differentiate them. Even amongst common descent, they can have a common ancestor, but have different mutations in different populations. But their common ancestry is still the same. They're all going to have the same mutation of their common ancestry, even though they differ on their other accumulated mutations. And that's how we find common descent. When they all have the same one in common, we know they have an ancestral, they have the same ancestor. Even though they differentiate and have different SNPs, different mutations downstream, when you go back upstream, it's the same ancestor. We should all share Adam's haplogroup. Now, if this is the case, the different haplogroups represent different SNPs being accumulated and inherited via our sex chromosomes. Not everyone shares the same accumulations of SNPs. Either these different SNPs exist or they don't. This is where people are saying, "Oh, you just believe in the white man, his science." Fam, either these SNPs exist, these mutations exist on the sex chromosomes, or they don't. If they don't, okay, you got a point. But if they do, okay, now you got some explaining to do, fam. Because that they exist, that's how we know what you're saying is false. Because in order for all of us to have Adam's haplogroup, then there shouldn't be any different SNPs among populations on sex chromosomes, period. Period. And that's not what we see. That's not what we see. Speaking of SNPs, these are the different haplogroups and their SNPs, etc., based amongst African Americans, fam, on the left. This is what you call genetic diversity, fam. Multiple different haplogroups. Multiple, not one common descent, multiple different lines of descent. Same thing amongst Mexicans. This is a graph from 23andMe. Multiple lines of descent. Not one homogeneous, multiple lines of descent. From R to E to J to Q to I to G to T to O to F to H to L. This is Q, right? This is what you find amongst Native Americans, right? You don't find it nowhere in Africa. This is again C. You find it amongst Native Americans, right? You can see its migration patterns and whatnot, right? This is R. You also find this amongst Native Americans, right? Like what Ahlazar has, right? Even amongst Native Americans, they're not homogeneous, fam. Even amongst Native Americans, they're not homogeneous. If they got R, that didn't originate in Asia, or not the part that they come from. R has. Now, do they have common ancestry? 100%. CQR, they have common ancestry, right? But you got to go deep back to get that common ancestry. Really far back to get that common ancestry. And that's the point. That's the whole point. In American Blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans, you have 15 different haplogroup pair groups. 15 major different like again, major. I'm not even talking about the subclades. Like E has multiple subclades. E1A, like the EM96, the EM98, the multiple different E1B1As, multiple different E1B1Bs. They're everywhere. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about the paragroups, fam. There's no way you can tell me this is all one people. Not of one physical descent. If you're talking about national descent, 100%. I can agree with that. I got that. I got that all day. You're talking about physical descent? Not possible. It's not humanly possible. And here's the real reality, right? We came out as a mixed multitude. What does that look like? That literally looks like what you're talking to right now. And again, the vast majority of people you're talking to, Ahlazar, they're going to be E. They're going to be R. Some of you are going to be J, fam. But that's going to be the majority of the people you're talking to. What does that look like? Part of what I deal with is the ancient DNA, right? Again, Ahlazar is saying you can't use haplogroups to match yourself to ancient DNA. Not so. I'm looking at dig sites from thousands of years ago in Egypt and in Israel, and you know what I can find? I can find what the mixed multitude would have most likely have looked like. It would have looked like a blend between J, J1, J2, E1B1B, E1B1A, and R1B. Most likely what it would have looked like. Do I know that for a fact? No. But this is also why I don't rule out Ahlazar for being Israel. Because guess what? Do we find the R1B in Egypt? Yeah. Do we find it in Israel? We sure do. He could have 100% been one of the sojourners. His family could have 100% been one of the sojourners in the mixed multitude. 100%. And that's why this conversation needs to get slowed down, because Ahlazar, when y'all are out on them streets, you are literally preaching to the same mixed multitude we came out as, fam. We can genetically prove such. We can genetically prove such. Is everybody going to be the same R&B? No. But you know what? Just like I showed you with them Luso Africans, we have people sojourning with us in the Iberian Peninsula, with the Moors and with the Jews over there that were RM269, etc. So the idea of the mixed multitude is that they expanded and accumulated more haplogroups, not less. Hence, you see people like the Limbu with like 14 different haplogroups amongst them, just the one tribe. So it makes sense that we're going to accumulate more and more people wherever we go. So you're going to see like how this mixed multitude is going to look completely different now with a lot more. Is it going to contain the RM269? 100%. 100%. So what does that mean? Is everyone that's RM269 is Israel? No. No. That means that national Israel is going to look way different than tribal Israel. And we should understand what the implications of that are. That when this thing's all said and done, when people are getting gathered from the four corners of the earth, it's going to look like the four corners of the earth, fam. Just like how Ahlazar don't look like nobody he was saying had R1B V88 in Africa, but was trying to claim descent from that. That's what I'm saying. Most of people who are connected to tribal Israel won't look like tribal Israel when they go back. Is there going to be a lot that does? Yeah. There's going to be a lot of Israel that's Afro-Asiatic, period. Is it going to be 100%? No, not even close. Not even close, fam. The Orthodox Moors mixed multitude model. The tribal Israel would have similar or the same haplogroup subclades, right? National Israel would have diverse sojourning haplogroups. The mixed multitude looked like a possible mix of E, J, and R, etc. Israel would have absorbed haplogroups during migrations. Descendants of sojourners still have inheritance in Israel. I think tribal Israel looked like the Habesha, the Somali or Bedouins of Arabia and the Levant, right? So it blended in of themselves, but again, a ruddy Afro-Asiatic, brown-skinned, curly-haired people with the range, etc. in that brown and whatnot. Tribal Israel had a phenotype with a specific Y DNA and mtDNA. I want to say that one more time. I do believe that tribal Israel, when they first started out, had a phenotype with a specific Y DNA and mtDNA. I think that national Israel will have a diversity in their phenotype. I think national Israel will have diversity in Y DNA and mtDNA. I think national Israel will share autosomal DNA and traits. And again, that's what I'm saying. People are, oh, y'all trying to say that the Ahlazar ain't black and that I'm not black if I don't have. Hey, no, if you call yourself whatever crayon color you want to, I could care less, fam. Oh, that's a social construct anyway. I care about what culture and what morals you live by. But here's the reality. If you want to connect to the people you connect to autosomally, I'm not going to tell you can't. The vast majority of people in the world that call themselves Jews do that right now. If somebody had like a 10% Ashkenazi Jewish connection, they'd be wilding out. Yeah, cool. I'm saying most of us have that same kind of connection via the Bantu Jews, via people in West Africa, Nigeria, Benin, Togo, Ghana, Senegambia, etc., even Congo, etc., all that. All that. I'm saying that Ahlazar's most likely probably one of them people is like 20, 25%, 30% Bantu Jew. And that he does have autosomal and most likely epigenetic connections to the people of Ghana, Benin, Togo, the Ashanti, etc. All I'm saying is my G does not paternally nor maternally descend from them. And this whole bit about like, yeah, I come from Levites and the Ashanti and all. No, that's all fantasy at this juncture, and it needs to get reconciled, man. The 12 tribes chart is fantasy. It needs to get reconciled. The reality is we can trace ourselves via DNA back to the people of West Africa who actually have these traditions. So why wouldn't we do so? Why wouldn't we do so? Why wouldn't we do so? Again, they're talking about the spirit itself bears witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. I'm not even mad at you on that, fam. I'm not even mad at you on that. If you want to make it a spiritual thing, cool. But you know what that means? You can't make it a phenotype thing then. It's that simple. If it's spiritual, it's spiritual. If it's physical, it's physical. This whole bit about the law being the oracle in terms of like how you figure out your lineage and whatnot, fam, that's nowhere in the scrolls, and we're going to deal with that real quick, yeah? Let me jump right into this. So if the law is your oracle, let's deal with it. The law says this: take ye the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel after their families by the house of their fathers with the number of their names, every male by their polls. Oh, yeah, but it says this in Israel. Hold on, we're going to get to it. We're going to lay the foundation, fam. So we understand this whole thing about the house of the fathers is how we do things in our culture. We also know that there's an exception with the mother, but even that goes to her father's house. Numbers 1 and 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names from 20 years old and upward by their polls. Again, pedigrees after the families by the house of their fathers. But no, on Ezra, that's not what happened. No, that's exactly what happened. And that's why the priests got removed after the children of the priests, right? Etc., etc. These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore were they as polluted and put from the priesthood. And the Teshata said unto them, that they should not eat of the most holy things till there stood up a priest with Urim and with Tumim. Now, Ahlazar would have you believe that this means that you're supposed to use the Torah as your ornamental meme, and to use the 12 tribes charts that's not in the Torah to prove this out. You know what they don't say? Y'all look like Levites. Y'all should be counted as Levites. Y'all have the Levite phenotype. Nah, they said, my G, we don't know y'all. We can't find your genealogy, my G. We don't know who your father is like that. Therefore, we're not going to let you kick like we know who your father is. When we find out who your father is, cool. You know what you don't find? You don't find a priest with Urim Tumim saying that these people are Levites anywhere in the scroll. What you see is them being barred from being priests. You see them being barred from being priests. And that their phenotype did not stop them from being barred from being priests. Same thing, again, Nehemiah says the same thing. And these sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but it was not found. Therefore were they, as polluted, put from the priesthood. And again, and the Tershathah said unto them that they should not eat of the most holy things till there stood up a priest with Urim and Tumim. It did not say until someone was able to reconcile them based upon the 12 tribes chart prophecy that's not in the scrolls. And it damn sure did not say by phenotype. If you got that phenotype script, I got you. I'll wait. I ain't seen it yet. So Levitical priesthood? Nah. Are you a Levite because you think you're Haitian? No. You know, like me and a lot of my people, fam, like we can be first generation sojourners or reverts back to this thing and serve in the temple, fam. Whether you're a first generation convert, first generation revert, fam, we're all sojourning with the Most High's laws and his ways at this juncture. A lot of people want the shine without the polish. They want the position and the power, but they don't want to serve. Are you in this to have power? Or are you in this to actually be a vessel for the Most High? Now, again, getting into this, a lot of people when they're young and mad, etc., it's a personal thing, fam. I can see how the oppression in the system makes people go towards the hatred rhetoric. I'm not mad. I can understand that. I've been there myself, fam. But at one point, I had to put away the childish things, fam. When I was a child, I did childish things. Now I'm a man. I put them childish things away, fam. As a man, I see. So the thing that made most of these people Israelites in the camp is they're living real life and seeing that the system ain't doing nothing for them, and if nothing else, is creating problems for them, and that the church ain't there for them, the mosque ain't there for them, the synagogue ain't there for them, etc. You know what it's time to do as men? It's time to build those services that you did not have that led you to being an Israelite to begin with, fam. Because our culture is to make sure that them services are there for the people that need them. To the least of these. And again, sojourners have inheritance with Israel, fam. And it shall come to pass that, again, Ezekiel 47:22, it shall come to pass that you shall divide it by lot for an inheritance unto you, and to the strangers that sojourn among you, which shall beget children among you, and they shall be unto you as born into the country among the children of Israel. They shall have inheritance with you among the tribes of Israel. Ahlazar, what's wrong with saying, you know what? I am R1B. I might come from European slavers, but you know what? I'm sojourning with the Most High in his ways, fam. You think anybody in your squad would disrespect you over that? That you would lose respect? You think you would lose, or would you gain more respect for that, fam? You know what? Let me give myself accountability. I thought this is what it was. I got a wake-up call. This isn't what it was. But I'm still rocking with the Most High. I'm going to put down the nonsense and rock with him even more so. 10 toes down. You think people would disrespect that? Bro, if they do, they're suckers anyway. And they got less numbers than you, fam. This is that order of Melchizedek concept, fam. Moving as the priesthood with that inward law concept, right? Really being sincere about this thing. If that law is inside you, fam, your mission ain't gonna be standing on a street corner preaching destruction. When that law is inside you, fam, your mission is gonna be getting your hands dirty, showing the light to the nations, fam. Not that you're not getting your hands dirty. No. That's what I'm saying. I respect Sakari because they do get their hands dirty. Like they're in places other people don't go. But I can tell you this. I can tell you this right now. Years later, the Sakari footprint in Hilltop is almost non-existent. Sakari footprint in the poor areas in Pierce County and below, almost non-existent, fam. The poor parts of King County, almost non-existent, fam. Like there was a time that, like what y'all was doing was on point. The rah-rah was getting people off the streets and giving them somewhere to go. But you know what? It ain't keeping up with the times, fam. It ain't keeping up with the people hurting and whatnot, right? Putting up a GoFundMe is not a temple service. The Levites and weren't putting up GoFundMes, fam. They were taking care of the people, fam. Cities of refuge and all that. Being real about this priesthood is a whole nother concept. Being real about being represented of the Most High is a whole nother concept. It's not about this whole bit about being on the street corner preaching destruction, all that type of stuff, and retribution and whatnot, fam. Again, that's about idolatry of the self. That's about plugging the pain with the rah-rah. That's not about building and literally cleansing yourself and healing the wounds that caused the pain, fam. We're broken people. Hurt people, fam. Hurt people. And we got the cheat codes to stop hurting people. Yo, the last time we was given the cheat codes and didn't walk them out, what happened, fam? But this is this concept like, oh, I'm the chosen people, but I'm in captivity, and I'm living the laws, but I'm in captivity. No, fam, get off this stuff, because the thing is, people want to be oppressed and they want to be in power all at the same time. Because when I'm oppressed, I can complain about the oppression. I get attention with that. Cool, beautiful, nice. That's that childish aspect, right? The grown-up aspect is I see what needs to get done to fix the oppression, and I fix it. And you know what? We have a book full of fix it. We got a book full of fix it, fam. Growing up seeing crackheads and prostitutes everywhere, fam. Seeing the stuff that we saw growing up, seeing the stuff that y'all saw, right? Y'all seen different stuff than me. I've seen different stuff than y'all, fam. We've seen the same stuff as well, right? People in jail. Y'all did time. We know the dirt and the grind, fam. We know the dirt and the grind. In fact, we know it better than anyone else, to the point to where we should be the ones fixing it with the cheat codes that the Most High gave us. And how dare us raise our hands and say we represent him, but don't walk out these ways like that, fam. Is there a Sakari city of refuge? No, there's not. But shout out to y'all. Y'all are building up your nationalism in a sense where like you can interclick up with people. That's beautiful. That's what's up. That's a beautiful thing right there. I got no issue with nationalism. I'm pro-nationalist, right? It's one thing when Assad can get a place to go rest his head when he's in a different town or whatnot, right? It's another thing when a single mother got a place to take her kids and whatnot. When she got a city refuge, she got temple services, etc., whatnot. Friends, okay, let me say it like this, fam. A lot of people in Sakari got people that are down in the jail system, right? Is there any Sakari group that goes into the jail system? Is there any Sakari group that's fighting within the system to change access to what the people in the jails have? If there is, I apologize. If there's not, fam, what are you doing? And I'm going to tell you what it is. It's easy to take your eye off the ball because it takes a lot of energy to hate, fam. And I know because I've been there. It takes a lot of energy to hate. If you took that energy you use on the Esau is the white man joint and put it back into being a covenant for the people, bruh, the blessings the Most High got in store for you, just you couldn't even fathom with that whole thing. Like I said, y'all, like the Most High got you set up for this. If you want that mission, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to clean up the camps, man. Should you choose to accept it? Your mission definitely is not to deceive the people when you find out inconvenient information about yourself. Because the truth is, a lot of people are finding out that same inconvenient information. And what do we need to do? We need to help each other as converts, reverts, all that. Like what I'm trying to do now, fam. Bro, it's a lot of people. Bro, Ahlazar, you know what it is, bro. There's so many mixed people up here. It's not even funny, bro. And you already know a bunch of them got mixed, got white daddies. A bunch of them got white mamas and whatnot. Some of them don't even know. Some of them don't even know, fam. But like I'm saying, we're all reverts and converts to this thing, fam. Let's just be realistic about that. That's why Garfield got a hard time talking to me and mine, right? Because all of us to the last one got no issue saying, you know what, I got no issue being a first generation convert. My people weren't practicing this a generation prior to me. I'm going back to what I think what we were really doing before we got to the slave ship. We're all converts and reverts at this point, fam. Ain't nobody special in that regard. Ain't nobody above that. And if they're trying to pretend like we were always doing this, no, you weren't, fam. We all just came out the church. What you talking about? We all just came out. But if you're in this for phenotype recognition and all that kind of things, fam, like it's only gonna go but so far, and it's reached its pinnacle. It's gonna go sideways, but not too much farther up. You can grow out, but not too much farther up, fam. Growing up entails doing things that will make nations come to the light of our rising, which entails us taking this thing serious and being serious about the information and getting out of the fairy tale feel good stuff, right? Because the fairy tale feel good stuff is there because we have legit trauma. No one's overlooking that. But we have to get over that trauma with the Torah, fam. And stop playing these games of dress up as adults, pretending that things aren't what they are and that we don't have to be accountable. If we didn't want to be accountable, we could have stayed in the church, fam. But we got to drop this whole Esau is the father of the white. We can't prove this scientifically if we wanted to, fam. If we wanted to. This is the kind of stuff that makes serious people laugh, fam. You can't prove this, fam. And if you did, you would have to use DNA to do such. You would have to. You would have to. And you know what, my G, if you sincerely believe it, cool. Just walk it out, DNA. Prove me wrong, and I'll eat my words. Like people notice about me, I do it all the time, fam. I will come out in public and eat my words, fam. If you can prove this one scientifically, I got you, fam. That Esau was the father of the white man, I got you. But again, you got to use DNA that you're saying is bunk, fam. This is what I would prefer, right? Like, and I don't matter to nobody, but fam, you're talking about this spiritual concept, yeah? I'm not even mad at you. There is a spiritual crafty council. Like if Israel's meant to if Israel's meant to represent the ways of the Most High, then there is a crafty council against that concept. And again, you know, it's not physical like you keep saying, fam. Like it's spiritual, like you keep saying. It could happen. Any phenotype can be part of that crafty council. And you know what? And just because one group of people from one area or one phenotype or one nation are part of the council doesn't mean that everyone from that nation is. And I'll give you an example. And like I said, it's got to be physical versus spiritual in this thing. Like if it's all physical, it's phenotype. If it's spiritual, you got to drop the phenotype, man. And this is how you drop the phenotype. So in Psalm 83, you get the whole crafty counsel. Blase will do. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, "Come and let us come, come let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee, the tabernacles of Edom, and the Ishmaelites of Moab, the Hagarenes, Gebal, Ammon, Amalek, the Philistines, and the inhabitants of Tyre. Asher also is joined with them. They have hope in the children of Lot, Salah. Right? Do unto them as unto the Midianites, as to Sisera, as to Jabin, at the brook of Kison. Right? So we have the crafty counsel mentioned here, right? But so because it says things like the Ishmaelites of Moab, is that every Ishmaelite? Because it says Asher joined them, does that mean that all the Assyrians? Because there was some Midianites that had to get dealt with. Does that mean all the Midianites are in the crafty council? How can that be? Like we know for a fact that Jethro was a Midianite, that Moses married a Midianite woman. Going forward, the Bible talks about this whole Assyrian concept, right? So like there's an Assyrian, like you talk about the Edomites or whatnot, right? The Bible talks about this Assyrian concept, like this, oh, Assyrian, the rod of my anger, the staff in their hand is mine indignation. I will send him against the hypocritical nation, and against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge to take the spoil and to take the prey and to tread them down like the mire of the streets, etc., etc., etc. I will send them against the hypocritical nation, i.e., those who make vows to me and don't keep them. But look what it also says about the Assyrian. It says that the Assyrian, let me go this right here. Yeah. It says that the Assyrian are God's people. So on one hand, they're oppressive. And look, on another hand, it says this, whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, my inheritance, right? In that day shall Israel be the third with Egypt and with Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the land. Whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, my inheritance. So wait a minute. The Egyptians were definitely doing some raw stuff in the Bible. Although I don't say it's the Egyptians, I say it was the Assyrians. But even in that sense, okay. The Bible's saying here at one point, the Assyrians are going to be cool. The Egyptians are going to be cool. So how does this work? The same way you got people like Ruth the Moabitess talking about your people shall be my people and thy God shall be my God. It's an individual choice thing, fam. Like you're saying, it's a spiritual thing. I could be any phenotype and have this spirit of the crafty counsel. I could have any phenotype and have the spirit of Israel, fam. Again, dealing with the Ishmaelites, right? It said the Ishmaelites of Moab, etc. Right? Cool. Same book, Isaiah, right? It talks about the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together unto thee, and the rams of Nebaioth. And when I get into this whole thing, this word for flocks and rams can actually talk about mighty men and talk about like groups of people. So like groups of people coming from Kedar and the mighty men of Nebaioth, which these are the sons of Ishmael. Nebaioth, the firstborn, and Kedar, the second son, shall minister unto thee. They shall come up with acceptance on mine altar, and I will glorify the house of my glory. So it's talking about the sons of Ishmael coming to minister unto Israelites. But wait a minute, weren't there some in the crafty council? We keep seeing this dualism to where you have people of one nation on both sides of this wicked and righteous concept, man. Because being a nationality does not specify that you're going to automatically be righteous or automatically be wicked. This is why you could have two brothers from Adam, two sons, brothers. One kills the other, but they got the same father. One can be righteous, the other one can be wicked. If it's physical, it's physical, and it's all phenotype. If it's spiritual, you got to put the phenotype down. Again, it comes down to this. It's the way of the righteous or the way of the wicked. If it's physical, it's all phenotype, man. Of which we're finding out that's not the case, and genetics kills all that. Or it's what you've experienced in your real everyday life. People of any color can treat you wickedly. People of any color can treat you righteously. People of any phenotype can treat you wickedly. People of any phenotype can treat you righteously. It's time to take this thing to a grown-up level, fam. And if y'all don't want to, hey, man, that's between you and the Most High when he wants to deal with that retribution, because you know you're not telling the truth on things right now. And that's only going to go so far with the Most High, whom you say you serve and represent. That's only going to go so far. But check this out, fam. I've been on for way too long. Way too long. Like I said, this is going to be my last long show like this for a long time. Like I've said in previous videos, I'm choosing to go about this walk in a whole different way right now. I'm not trying to call people out. Not trying to beef with people. I'm trying to deal with honest information and slow things down. And at the end of the day, bruh, Ahlazar, you and Assad above everybody know the concept of the fact that there's more mixed people walking around than a little bit. And even if they're not mixed, you got a lot of dark-skinned people who still got the same issue coming up with European DNA in terms of their paternal lineage, etc. Fam, that just is what it is. Either you got something for that or you don't. Either you got something for that or you don't. Torah says you can sojourn to these laws, man. No matter what nation you come from, you can come cling to these things and come cling to a tribe if you want to. But we got to stop making this thing about us and making this thing about what we represent and what we're supposed to represent. Right now, what the world sees is that Israelites in America represents And this is just nonsense, fam. It doesn't represent anything positive. It represents militancy, anger, and above all else, white people cannot be Israelites. Like, the scrolls talk about the nation lifting up an ensign and other nations being gathered to the light of our rising as a nation, and that they're going to gather us together and take us home, etc., etc., etc. It does not say we stand on street corners, preach death and destruction, hatred and racism, and then the world recognizes, you know what, they're right, and then does the same thing. No, they're not drawn to that as light of your rising, fam. But you know what? Let this thing actually turn around and the camps get serious. Wash off, use the Torah to wash, cleanse, and purge, and really walk this thing out. Man, the world won't have no choice but to look and take notice. When there's no hungry people in your area, when the homeless are taken care of, when you're unified and building beyond belief. But anyway, fam, I've been bloviating for way, way, way too long. Y'all know what it is. Should I? Shouldn't I? I'm thinking about it. Yeah. I'm going to drop this joint in the chat for exactly 60 seconds to see if anybody wants to jump on and say what's up, give their thoughts on the thing. But beyond that, family, if no one does, I'm going to jump off this thing. I appreciate y'all. Again, Ahlazar'S R1B, nobody got beef with y'all. Do I agree with y'all on everything? No, definitely not the racist rhetoric at all. For the last time, I'm somebody who has defended the positivity y'all bring to the situation based upon the areas you can go and the people you can touch. I think it's a positive thing that there's less gangbanging in my state because of y'all. I think it's a positive thing that you got more people into the scripts and putting down other stuff, right? Is it positive you got young heads out here on some racism stuff? No, not in any way, shape, or form. That breaks my heart every time I see it. Breaks my heart every time I see it. It breaks my heart less than when I saw these young heads getting guns put in their hands and told to go hold people up. You know what I'm saying? I tell this story all the time, fam. So Ahlazar, you already know what it is, right? So different people had to do different things to get into gangs and whatnot, right? The young cats, the little kids, wasn't getting jumped in. They had different tasks they had to do. Go steal this, go do that, go do this, go do that, right? I definitely, one of my most vivid memories of living in Hilltop is so you already know what time it was at a certain point in time, like specifically in Hilltop. If you was not in by the time the street lights went on, it was bad for you. Not that you was going to get an ass whooping. I'm talking about like it was a different city when it got dark, right? And so I remember I had literally worked all weekend to get enough change to get me a candy bar, to give me some Starburst, right? I ain't had a Starburst in a month of Sundays, right? And the money was hard to come by to be able to get stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it just was what it was. Like, so I worked really hard to get some dough to get some candy and whatnot. And I remember I was like, man, I can wait till the morning. I can wait till it was getting dark. And I was like, man, I can wait till the morning. Like, go get my candy and it'll be safe. I was like, nah, I can go run down to the corner store and be cool. I'll be right back. I'll just make it. I'll be cool. And man, I walked down to the corner store. Streets is empty already. I'm already like, yeah, this ain't good. But the streets is already empty. They went from being packed to empty because it's that change, right? It's that changing of the guard. And I'm a couple blocks from my house. I'm making the last turn. I can see where I need to make that last turn in my spot, right? And as I'm coming around the corner, a gun comes out of the alley, right? And it's mad low. Like I'm looking down at it, right? It's a little kid that comes around the corner with a gun with no clip in that joint. Don't know if it got a bullet in the chamber or not. I know it's got no clip in the joint, right? Kid's like, I need whatever you got, fam. And that's one of them situations where they get kid. That's his entry into the gang, right? I got to give him my starburst and whatnot, right? Or potentially get shot over a damn starburst. These are realities. Those were everyday realities where I grew up, right? Seeing prostitutes on Pack Highway every day were the realities of what I saw growing up, right? Seeing drug addicts all the time, living with drug addicts. Having a brother that got a life beef for killing his best friend with a baseball bat, right? Seeing what the prison system does to families and draining families and whatnot. Fam, I understand how you come across someone's got to be the devil. Someone's got to be the living incarnation of the devil. But me and mine right now, we're looking at this thing like all this is our fault because we're not being what we're supposed to be. We're not being the living representatives. I was literally late starting this live because we were on a phone call about organizing just that same stuff. About people who can't stand it no more and need to live this culture like they need to breathe. Because they know that this culture is the solution for themselves and for the world watching them. Brothers that had to put down a lot of hatred and whatnot. Started off with some hatred and whatnot. And every last one of us was talking about how we got love for y'all. Talking about Sakari and whatnot. Talking about you, Ahlazar. Because, like, unlike the people, like the urban apologists, like come out the churches and whatnot, who just want to just talk stuff for talk stuff. Fam, we know what you came out of, fam. We know how much you've evolved and whatnot. Because we know how much we've evolved and what we came out of. And we know we're the ones that the church didn't reach neither. Bro, Ahlazar, I'm older than you. I promise you, if I was younger than you, bro, I'd be part of Sakari, bro. With the stuff I saw, stuff I've been in, stuff I've been through, bro, I promise you I'd have been a part of your camp, fam. And at one point, I promise you I would have been having the same conversation with you behind the scenes. But I would have been part of your camp because I saw the same, bro. I wanted to tear down the system. I was 2 seconds from being Tyler Durden, fam. Like, for real, for real. 2 seconds from being Tyler Durden. I know how wicked the system is, right? But then I had to come to a realization the system is wicked because it's secular. And I'm not seeing the system that the Most High prescribed. And I'm not living it out and making it happen around me. At one point, I took responsibility for my suffering. I recognized that the suffering I saw around me, that couldn't have been from the Most High. That definitely had to be from the other side, right? But I can't fix it by pointing at somebody else. The Most High is not going to reward me by just pointing at somebody else. If I'm raising my hand and saying I'm Israel, I got to build the wall with one hand and I got to defend it with the other. And right now, what you got to put down to build is the whole racist rhetoric. What you got to put down to build is this whole concept of it's more important to keep the cult of self going than it is to actually give real information to the people. Bro, you're already comfortable. Your people are already going to be comfortable. You're going to be comfortable for the rest of your life doing what you're currently doing. But did you do this so you could be comfortable? Or raise a nation for the Most High? That's something you got to answer, bro. That's something you got to answer, bro. But with that, family, I appreciate y'all for sticking around. I appreciate y'all for your comments and for your thoughts. And I hope y'all join me in prayer for the camps and for the moderates and even for the UA community, right? And everybody just putting their nonsense down and really getting real about this thing. But particularly if you got the nerve to say that you're a representative of the Most High. I love y'all, fam. And with that, I say peace and love.
I like the way this feel, yeah. Let my soul cry, yeah, yeah, yeah. Minister, we gonna speak from the heart on this one. I'm performing lyrical funerals, no obituary. I killed your boy and brought him back to life. Pet cemetery. My anointing not based on attendance at a seminary. Scarlet witches, they attracted to the visionary. Everywhere I go, I bring the word with me, missionary. Soldier drafted in the war machine, military. Pay attention, what I'm saying to you, legendary. You got the demeanor of a front desk secretary. That mean you take the calls, but you don't make the calls. That's why you hate, cause ain't nothing fake about me at all. Now I dare you try to say that with a straight face. My delivery in tip-top, great shape. I'm too advanced for you, light years, space age. No evolution for you cavemen, stone age. I'm a thoroughbred, rock solid. I came from the bottom to the top, rock climbing. I grew up in the hood, pros and cons. That's that full court pressure when the amalanche roll out that stretch. Why can't you see it's not logical? And you live diabolical. Boy, your point of view smaller than the hair follicle molecule. This for all of them that follow you, smoking all of them barbecue. When I pull up, your voice don't correct itself with no auto-tune. I got a whole nother level that I can enter whenever I gotta deal with the devil. I pick a whole nother method. I hear a whole lot of yapping. They wanna see my reaction. Really out here in the community making it happen. I don't really think they understand the dilemma. They ain't looking in the man in the mirror. I can't say it any clearer. The plan is very simple. It's time to start playing in the temple. Before somebody come and put the can on your temple. Reaching like a baby with his hand for the nipple. The Grand Reaper coming with his hand on the circle. In the van coming with a ram with it, with the van coming get him. I am so glad that I changed up. Made it out of where I came from. Watch for the slide and the hook of the slow ball, fastball, and that change up. That ghetto lifestyle, it changed us. Go back to visit, it ain't changed much. Only difference is now the way that my brain process information. And Satan, but after my license, day one, let me say something. Only reason that I'm still alive today because God's grace is amazing. Just another raisin in the sun. Dream deferred when things occur. Now you getting served right on the curb like a lemonade stand. I just gave you the benediction, let the whole church say amen.